elected dignitaries, esteemed academicians, industry experts, distinguished researchers, and dear students. It is an immense pride and great enthusiasm that I welcome you all to the fifth International Conference on Recent Trends in Engineering, Technology, and Business Management, organized as a part of 26th INBUSH Era World Summit 2026. Can we have a huge round of applause for INBUSH 26? The theme of our conference reflects the rapid advancements and critical challenges that shape today's technology and business landscape. We stand at the crossroads of unprecedented change where interdisciplinary research, technological breakthroughs, and management excellence are crucial for driving sustainable progress, industrial transformation, and economic growth. The focus of the conference is fostering collaboration between academia and industry, encouraging through leadership and developing solutions that can be practically implemented to create a positive impact on society by bringing together renowned scholars, visionary leaders, and innovative researchers. This conference aspires to ignite discussion on future ready strategies, emerging technologies, and evolving business models. Can we have a huge round of applause for? We have with us Shri M. Villependi as a chief guest for the conference. Shri M. Villependi is the Director General of Standardization, Testing and Quality Certification (STQS) Directorate, uh, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology with Government of India. He oversees 15 laboratories providing standardization, testing, and quality certification services for electronics and IT sectors. With over 3 decades of experience, he has contributed to major e-governance and safety critical projects for Indian Railways, defense organizations, and Digital India initiatives, and has played a key role in cybersecurity audits and implementation for ISO 17025 quality systems. Can we have a huge round of applause for the sir? We can have you on the stage. We have Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh, whose vision we are living for the 26th year, the INBUSH Era World Summit. Can we have a huge round of applause for Dr. Singh? Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh is a Group Vice Chancellor for Amity University and globally recognized academic leader in management and marketing. With over 2 decades of academic experience and strong contribution to international academic collaborations, he has published more than 140 research papers, hold a Google Scholar H index of 37 with over 4,500 citations, and is ranked among the top 5 marketing and business researchers in India in private sector education, and also being recognized by as a 0.2% scientist all over the globe. Can we have a huge round of applause for sir? Sir, can we have you on stage, please? We have Professor Dr. P.K. Kapoor. Professor Dr. P.K. Kapoor is the Director of Amity Center for Interdisciplinary Research at Amity University, Noida. His expertise includes software reliability, optimization, and innovation diffusion modeling. He has guided over 50 PhD and 20 MPhil scholars and published over 350 research papers. He served as the editor-in-chief for International Journal of System Assurance Engineering and Management, series editor for Asset Analytics book series. He has received several honors, including Best Teacher in Operation Management Award and Lifetime Achievement Award for his contribution to software reliability engineering. Can we have huge round of applause for Dr. P.K. Kapoor? Followed by we have Dr. Professor Uday Kumar is a globally recognized expert in maintenance and reliability engineering and serves as a professor of operation and management engineering and senior advisor at Luleå University of Technology, Sweden. With over 3 decades of academic and industry experience, he has collaborated with leading international institutions. He is a fellow of Royal Swedish Academy of Engineering Science and has authored more than 350 publications and several books. Can we have huge round of applause? We also have Professor Ajit Kumar Verma. Professor Ajit Kumar Verma is a professor at Western Norway University of Applied Sciences, Norway, and earlier served 15 years as professor at IIT Bombay. He has supervised 40 PhD scholars and over 100 master's students in the area of system reliability, software reliability, and risk assessment. He also leads industry-focused research and training programs, received Lifetime Achievement Award from IIT Madras and Kurukshetra University. Can we have huge round of applause for Dr. Ajit? We also have with us Professor Dr. S.N. Singh, Director Atal Bihari Vajpayee Indian Institute of Information Technology and Management, Gwalior. Professor S.N. Singh is an eminent academician, distinguished IEEE Fellow, and visionary institutional leader recognized for his exceptional contribution to engineering education, advanced research, and academic leadership at national and international levels. With profound expertise in power system engineering, he has significantly advanced research in smart grids, power system optimization, and renewable energy, as well as in sustainable energy management. Can we have huge round of applause for Professor S.N. Singh? Can we have all the dignitaries on the stage, please? Now I would like to invite Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh to please share his words of wisdom. We would like to invite Dr. Professor P.K. Kapoor to share his words of wisdom. You want to speak on this?
Yeah, good morning, everybody. It's pleasure to welcome you today on the occasion of fifth international conference on recent trends in engineering, technology, and management. So, if you really see this the theme of the conference combines all the fields, so engineering and technology and management. So we also run our journal on these lines, and as a result, we accommodate papers of all disciplines. That's why our journal runs into 400 pages or something like that. No other journal in this world has so many pages in the journal. This is a record. We also received our society which we run, of which I am the president. So we got a award on citation impact factor award by, uh, given by Springer. So anyway, this is this is the time for technology. Everybody talks of technology, innovation, AI coming, machine learning, deep learning, and so on. I don't know what exactly will be the fate of AI, whether it's going to be used everywhere or somewhere. Uh, To me, personally speaking, since I'm a teacher, so I find AI to be restricted to some extent. That way, in online teaching itself has a limitation, especially for subjects like operations. You can't teach operations with a showing something on the screen without going into the mathematics of it. So anywhere where you have equations or something, you need to use, you have to be one-to-one with students. So anyway, this is, I remember, especially the technology, you talk of technology transformation, you talk of technology change, you talk of technology, what is that, and technology sustainability. If it doesn't sustain, it doesn't give good business, you cannot sustain business. So if you cannot sustain business, the very heart of AI is gone. No, so this is, I remember good old days. One thing that surprised me, sir, that when I was young, uh, no, no, that we used to be taught marketing in operation 25 years ago. At that point of time, if you really see, there was nothing to market in India. We didn't have we had things which were already sellable. People knew about it. You produce a product going to the people. Then you produce consumers. Who are the consumers? But in those days, you produce the product and sell it. So that was and I wonder where was the product 20, 25 years ago. I remember in 80s, I was the first in team to buy a computer. And then now I don't use the computer. I was the first to use it. So my students, as soon as they would come, they will let me, including Professor Khatri, so they let me do it. What do you type? You remember that? And so now he's a big shot. So I should treat him differently. So this is we had a journal called technology technology forecasting and social change. So we thought 20 years ago, 25 years ago, we thought this was highly impacted journal. So we thought we should publish here. But I couldn't understand when my students said we should send a paper there rather than sending to X, Y, Z, which do not have a strong impact factor. I said, I cannot understand this. Testing and this technology forecasting, and then on top of it, social change. Is this technology so strong enough at that point of time that it can bring changes in the society? This is what I keep wondering. Our paper was, we did send the paper. But this girl is sitting there, Sakshi, she comes from our department. So she told me she published, she's young now. We were young that time. So she told me that she published the paper in technology forecasting and this. So I became very happy. Now I know what social change means with respect to technology. At that point of time, there was no technology. Where was the technology in India? The first time I went to Denmark, when I went to the library, when the door opened itself, I was shocked. I had not even seen that point of time in 77. I was shocked that this opened itself. So that time, if I need a book, everything was computerized in 70s. Imagine. These developed countries, small countries, fully developed. Anything takes place, any innovation takes place, they are the first to adopt that. Adoption is also a problem. Creating technology is not good enough. You need to have a good adoption, selling, and so then that's where you need operations. Operations management comes when you adopt the product, adopt the technology, and we are there to do it. So our role is not in technology in the hardware side. Our role is on the software side. So this is let me read the text. I remember.
हेलो
In recent years, we have witnessed a
हाँ जी गुड मॉर्निंग वो आज मैंने करवानी थी आपके यहाँ उन्होंने बोला कि सुबह नहीं पिकअप कर सकते दोपहर को करेंगे तो मैंने कहा मुझे कल जाना है बाहर मैं आके करवा लूंगा ठीक है ओके
In recent years, we have witnessed an unprecedented pace of digitization, sweeping across industries, reshaping traditional paradigms, and revolutionizing how we conduct business. Businesses that undertake digital transformation often find that adapting to sustainable practices can enhance their competitive edge. Our customers are increasingly favoring brands that demonstrate a commitment to sustainability, leading to a surge in demand for eco-friendly products. So there is also, this is two more fields which are coming up is organizations. This is called computational intelligence. Many people do work on that. And I must say that, yeah, but I wish all the delegates who have come mostly now many of the speakers are sitting, many colleagues are there, and but one thing that's good enough for the conference is that unless we create a network, we can't succeed in this vicious process. This is not a vicious process. Therefore, I always say we created a network. We didn't have a network before, 20 years before. So now we have a complete network. We run a channel. I find people approaching us what we are doing for other journals. We used to write to them. Now they write to us to look at that. There was a suggestion that we should have a sister journal. I said, I thought we should have a father journal or something. Why sister? Always they say the word sister when they want to have something together. So lastly, I will only end with saying, that's my habit, that I will end with an anecdote. Do not get carried away by one's knowledge. You get carried, I'm very knowledgeable like this. I know this, I know that. Keep beating your own drums, right? Even the young ones, they do that. But knowledge needs to be coupled with the humility. Remember that. And otherwise, we may become arrogant. The very purpose of acquiring knowledge is defeated. So therefore, when an educated person talks to an educated man, all of us are highly educated here. My colleague who may be junior, she's also PhD. I'm also PhD. With passage of time, I'm elder. I produce something else more. So then humility must remain. Without humility, if today I have people, we have a professor there from Sweden, this Professor Uday, he's been head of the department, he has been placed, I have known him now maybe 20 years, 15 years, something, and we did many things together. So this is a result of networking on his part or on my part, I don't know. But we are close now. We can ask him anything. And once again, I'd like to personally welcome everyone, one of you, to the 5th International Conference. Theme of the conference is Engineering Business Sustainability through Technological Innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor P.K. Kapoor, for the words of wisdom. Now I would like to invite Dr. Gurinder Singh sir for his words of wisdom.
Some days are historical, they are emotional, they remind you of the history. And I always say that the history is more important because on the history, you will write the future. When Professor Kapoor was speaking, I was thinking about him, his passion with which he has driven the academics, a person who is in the area of academics from the last 40 years, the gentleman who rose to the position of a dean of research at Delhi University, who declined to become a vice chancellor. When he was offered the position of a vice chancellor, he declined that I don't want to become a vice chancellor. I would like to be only in the research, who only talks research, who only speaks research, who only eats research. Morning at the age of 17, I'd not like to tell the age, but at this age, early morning coming, sitting in the office, and late evenings, and sometimes outside. What to do? I not say, but on the cup of coffee or on with something else. He is always talking about research. We are so privileged that at MIT we have been able to get his guidance. He is leading our Center of Interdisciplinary Research. Give a huge applause to him. While I came here, he said that, maybe one day when I will not be here, you will always be here. Because in the bricks of MIT, your work will be there. and you talk about humility. I think that at MIT, one thing which we have learned through our founder, Dr. Chauhan, is that always be humble, respect elders, because these are the people who are able to give you the definition of the future. So please give a huge applause to him and all the elders who are sitting on the stage. We have got our Shri M. Valia Bandi, Director General of the STQC, Director, Ministry of Electronic and Information Technology, Government of India, another known researcher in this field. And not only that he is doing research, he is trying to see that how the quality standards are improved. We are really honored with your presence. I have specially requested, give a huge applause to him. There are two Harvard professors, name is Smith and Thomas, and in their research, they write that there are two kind of people in this world. One are known as balcony people, other are known as basement people. Basement people will always restrict, and the balcony people will always encourage. I remember when MIT was being created, and we were thinking that how our research should look like. We wanted interdisciplinary research to happen, and that's the reason that we requested Professor Kapoor to come. But one gentleman whom I have specially requested to come here, though he is going to be the chairing the IEEE session, as you know that as a part of INBUSH, which we are holding for the 26th time, which is supported by IEEE very hugely heavily. There's the other gentleman who has a history of decades like Professor Kapoor, whom we say is a father of IEEE, especially in the UP section, who has not only mentored many universities, but has ensured that interdisciplinary research is in the veins of every university. With that pride, I welcome Professor S.N. Singh, a very good friend of ours, but truly honored with your presence, because I think that there is no university in India where his footprints are not there. And I think that MIT became the first one where he gave the approval for the interdisciplinary research. Management and technology came together. For the first time, we hold the conference, which was a part of the INBUSH, where the international business, AI, data science, and processing. This time we are including gaming also. To get some time, please see. The IBM, Acer, and Apple, they are supporting it so heavily. Very honored. Give a huge applause to him. A first-hand balcony person, though his event will be starting at later on by Union Minister Chirag Paswanji. But then again, he has to go to another university also to give a lecture. I don't know how much time he will have. But very honored to have him with us. We are also increasing the membership of IEEE manifold. So I think that through this conference also, you will get a large number of the students and the researchers who will be a part of the IEEE. I became the member of the IEEE long time back because he was the one who encouraged that, okay, management is fine, but we should also contribute towards the engineering. So thank you so very much. Also very honored to have a presence of Professor Uday Kumar. Professor Uday Kumar, again, a household name. For the last 35 years or so, he has contributed in the area of research. He is from the Luleå University Technology, Sweden. And I know that every year, not only some very distinguished professors from MIT and Delhi University go to you, but he has been guiding quite a few of us. So very honored to have you. Please keep on coming, and thank you for being a part of every conference. Give a huge applause to him. Professor Verma, again a known scholar who has been a part of our ecosystem from the Western Norway University of Applied Sciences, Norway. Very honored to have you. I think that if you Google their names, you will be able to see that someone was telling me that in entire world, Professor S.N. Singh, if you look at the Indian academics, we are ruling about 33%. 1/3 are from my country. For example, the Dean of the Harvard Business School, Professor Datar, from my country. Right? You look at Cornell, you look at Cambridge, you look at Oxford, you look at some of the top institutions. We feel so proud that, like Professor Ajit Kumar Verma, there are so many professors who are not only leading research, but they have created the name in the entire world. Very honored with your presence. Give a huge applause to him. I can also see Professor Krishna Mohan from the University of Alberta, Canada. Huge applause for him also. Dr. Prabhakar, who will be talking to you a bit later, CEO and Director of the Engineering Risk Assessment and Management Center, Mumbai, Professor Shri Divya, University of Stanford, Professor Ompal Singh, who has been, I'll give a huge applause to Professor Ompal Singh, Dr. N.L. Bhutani from Mumbai, and of course, our own Professor Khatri, on whom I feel so proud. Professor Kapoor was talking about him, but he is now the additional Pro Vice Chancellor. Times to come, I'm sure that he is going to take the flag of our research very high. Also, I can see large number of world-class researchers who are present from the business community. I can see some very senior professors. I can't name everyone, but great to see Dr. Lukma, Dr. Kapoor, Dr. Shweta, Dr. Namita Sahai, and many others. Dr. Ravneet, very good. All of you, very young people. And by all praises for a young boy, Raju Thareja, right? He is the one at such young age, a research scholar from Delhi University, right, who listens all kind of things from me every morning, right? Today also when he came, I gave this. You know, as teachers, we are always, but Rajput, we feel so proud on you. The work you are doing, you are the future of the world. Right? Keep on doing the work, right, and never get demotivated. We feel so proud on you. Give a huge applause to him. I have been told to give the inaugural address of this conference, which is a part of INBUSH, and IEEE Professor is also a part of INBUSH now. Professor Kapoor, for whom we have got very high respect, he used the word that at the top, the journey is very, very lonely. It's not only lonely, but it is also very enjoying to the. So we should always feel so proud that we were a part of that ecosystem which we created. Sometime, I think that it was 2 days back, I was in a hospital and someone asked me, "Aapke saath kaun hai?" So I asked the doctor, "Aapke saath kaun hai?" Right. So he said that, "Who's with you?" So I don't want many people to be with me when you are going for something. People come, they love you, but the journey at the top is always lonely. So there is a Urdu couplet. Those who don't know Hindi, it means that passion has to be always there. Right? And in professional world, there is no enemy, there is no friend. Your work is your friend, your work is your enemy. You are the best introduction. And your work shows that what worth you have. Your knowledge, your intellect will prove to the entire world that what you enjoy. And it says, "Koi dost hai na rakib hai." Rakib means friend. "Koi dost hai na rakib hai. Tera शहर कितना अजीब है. मैं किसे कहूँ मेरे साथ चल. यहाँ कौन इतने करीब है. वो जो इश्क था, वो जुनून था. वो जो इश्क था, वो जुनून था. ये जो हिज्र है, ये नसीब है." So that is what the word is all about. So I think that we all should enjoy the journey. There is always a say that when new flowers will come, old will give way, and we should always be very happy to see that we have nurtured few people, youngsters, and that is what the mentorship is all about. That when these young boys and girls they smile. And in the research work, we see the research work of all of you. What you have done, I normally say that not everyone can do mathematical modeling. People can do theoretical research. But when you put the theoretical research and you want to convert it into the mathematical research, it requires a knowledge like Professor S. N. Singh, Professor Kapoor, and many others who are sitting here. So we are very happy that MIT has been able to do that. And in the name of God, with the deep gratitude for giving us the opportunity to host the 26th INBUSH. It's not easy job to do it for the 26 years. I extend a very warm welcome to all of you, especially the researchers who are here present and those who are virtually who are watching us from across the globe. I extend this warm welcome on behalf of our founder, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, who came to India with one vision, with one aim, that he needs to create a family which is research oriented, where we all focus on innovation. And today, if you look at MIT, it's a family of 250,000 students. We are having 12 universities And Professor Singh, you know that there is no university in India which has got 12 universities. Right. I remember the day when I joined 28 years old, as a 20-year-old person, and he gave me a responsibility of starting and founding a business. So from that time to today, I have seen from zero to 250,000. It's really exciting to see that how 250,000 students were able and with more than 13 universities and 16 foreign campuses. It's a long journey. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme which Professor Kapoor talked about, it's technology, it's management, it's engineering, but we are integrating it in the theme which is forging futures, fueling frontiers, powering progress through purpose, people, and partnerships. We are living in an era where transformation is being driven by the convergence of human intelligence and artificial intelligence. The future will not belong to technology alone or to the humans alone. Andy Grove have once quoted, obsolete yourself. If you will not, then someone else will. So all those who are present here, you need to daily obsolete your knowledge. You need to read a lot. If someone, yesterday someone asked me a question on law. We were doing the AI summit, and then someone asked me a question on law. So you should know that how AI is affecting law. We at MIT did it. We started interdisciplinary courses, programs, and research when people were even thinking about it. We started a program called International Business and Artificial Intelligence 7 years back, when people were still thinking that what they should do. We did our international business with business intelligence 9 years back. We did international business with data analytics 8 years back. And why we did it? We did it because we knew that this is going to be the future. Today, when everyone is talking about AI, we started talking about gaming. So there are very few universities who are doing specialization in gaming, and Stanford is offering it. MIT is offering it. UC Berkeley is offering, and I think in India we are going to be the first institution again which will be starting and focusing on engineering and management together. So the proposal has already gone, so I'm sure that we all will look at it. But you as youngsters, you need to always look at that how it should be created. And also we focused on bringing industry and academia together. So while we were looking at gaming and AI, we thought let us bring the industry together. So you will be very happy to see, to know the very few research conferences, Professor Singh, which are supported by the industry. I'm so proud that INBUSH has been supported by the leading companies like Acer, like Google, and huge, like we never asked them that you should support us with the sponsorships. But the kind of money they were able to give, mind-boggling. So to the young researchers which feel that money is not there in research, let me tell you, there is a lot of money also in research. If your research is recognized by the industry, the funding opportunities are enormous. Acer, which is one of the leading companies of the world, has told that they will not only pick up 100 students from MIT at a very good salary and at the internships, but they will be giving them the salaries which are global salaries. So you can very well understand that that is something which encourages the youngsters to come out and do research. Also, if you get some time, go to the Acer stall and you will find the kind of revolutionary things they are bringing. We know that the AI has already disrupted the entire world, but we need to look there. And yesterday we had a debate that is AI a bubble or is AI going to sustain? And that is what I think that at Pragati Maidan, at Bharat Pandu, the debate is going on. And we saw some of the stalwart, ONGC expert, IT head coming and speaking, Acer head coming, TCS people coming up, talking to us. We saw Wipro and HCL experts coming. But also, more importantly, I saw youngsters. So we organized the hackathon. And this was a hackathon where the industry problems were given. And wherever MIT goes, whether it is London, whether it is Australia, whether it is America, we try that we should be able to inculcate this habit, do research, but it should be commercial research. Remember in Tashkent, remember in Tashkent, for the first time, when we went there, the Prime Minister and the Education Minister asked that how you are going to contribute. And our Chancellor and myself, we said that we are going to organize the first hackathon. So the first hackathon in Uzbekistan was organized by MIT. And now it's an annual feature which is supported by the ministry. So why I'm telling you is that the yesterday when I saw and I looked at the kind of problems the students were trying to address, blown away. And I don't have any shame in admitting that the young minds are sometimes more creative because they will not only give you problems, they will give you solutions. They have their own way. I remember that when I was young, but when I was very young, and we used to go in the classes, we used to write equation on the board, and students used to write, "Oh wow, what a teacher he is!" Right today, when I go in the classes, I see more laptops, and the people look. Dr. Khatri is busy on phone. So, and the youngsters, you are very young, Dr. Khatri. So they are more busy on their phone. So if someone is talking, someone is checking the data. If you say first hackathon, if I is checking, is it first or is it not? But it is. So, so people will be on their phone, they will be on their laptops, they will be looking at the things, and then you need to be very sensitive what you are talking. Yesterday, I think TOEFL people, they were giving a presentation. I saw youngsters writing all kind of things on the board. So it's different because as a speaker or as a teacher, earlier you wanted 100% focus should be on you, and the professors were very sensitive. But today, when you go in the classes, you will find that they are busy. 60% of the time, they are busy on their computer, they are busy on your machines, and you need to adapt because they want you to speak something which is different. It's an age where people are on Instagram entire day. It's an age when you put something and then you start looking at how many likes. People are not having a patience. So to the young generation which is not having a patience, to the young age which will be counting the likes, you need to give the solution to the technology. And we are very happy that through the innovative research, we have been able to do that. Also, as a part of this INBUSH event, we were able to do branding and marketing simulation exercises, which were supported by Hindustan Lever. So we feel that branding is also very, very important. India is a great country. I have a lot of respect for India. But I think that one thing which we need to learn is that how Americans, they have been able to brand themselves. Do you know that who is the largest exporter of the world? United States of America. By the way, who's the largest importer of the world? United States of America. So what they do themselves? So Indians, Chinese, Latin American people, those who wanted to become successful in their life, they went to United States of America and they created United States of America. But if you look at the body language of a successful person, they brand themselves. So I think that very good innovations we have been able to bring through branding and marketing simulation. So my congratulations to all those who have been able to do that. The third thing which we did as a part of INBUSH, the innovation which we brought was that international stock simulation and forex simulations. The world is changing very fast. Our currency is having many challenges. So we want to see India also competing against dollar, competing against euro, competing against pound. So at MIT, we teach our all engineering, international business, law students how to stabilize the currency and how to play with it. And believe me, if you are able to understand that simulation, you will be able to earn at least twice the fee which you are paying. So through this simulation yesterday, we were able to understand that how the youngsters, they can bring the changes. Earlier, the mutual funds, they were controlled by the fund managers. The funding was controlled by the investment bankers. Do you know that today who controls them? Quant funds. And they are going to be the future because investment banker has a data which he will be looking at maybe 1,000 people he is addressing to. With AI and with the quant funds, how many? The data of hundreds and thousands. So there is no human involvement involved. So they will simply say and they will be able to look at. So I think that these are the techniques which we discussed as a part of this conference. Also, we are coming up with some very high-powered Scopus journals. So one, of course, there will be a proceeding, and thank you so much, IEEE, that we are coming up with the IEEE proceedings, which are Scopus indexed, but also extremely thankful to Springer and Professor Kapoor, to yourself, by bringing our conference proceedings in the form of ICRTEM conference book. Very, very important one. The third one is coming up through Taylor and Francis, a handbook of computational intelligence and strategic decisions, technology and application. The fourth one is coming on dependability, sustainability, and business analytics. Again, we are relating with international business. The fifth one is on the UK. Uh, Later in the afternoon, you will find the president of York, Professor Jeffrey, who's a good friend. Uh, I don't know that how many of you know that there have been 9 universities which have been given the letter of intent to start their universities in India. But Professor Jeffrey has so much respect for us that while their university will be operational in Mumbai from the next semester, we are doing all the programs which they are launching in Mumbai from here as a TNE model, which I think that we propagated long time back, and that was a vision of our founder, Dr. Chauhan, and the Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, who himself is the product of London School of Economics, is leading this initiative. Also, there are a number of other universities. For example, with the University of Birmingham, we became the first one to offer their undergrad programs, only one in India to offer their undergrad programs on a TNE model. Similarly, we are doing a lot of innovations with the top 25 universities of the world to bring this TNE model and to make MIT not only one of the best universities of the world, but also to see that the education is reached to the students who deserve it and to make our students internationally competitive. So we are coming up with other books like London Diaries, which is again sponsored by the Case Center. As you know, that the Case Center is one of the largest centers of the world, which is focusing on bringing the cases from the various companies. We were together and we went to Jeffries, HSBC, and many other companies in UK, and they are becoming a part of this ecosystem. Also, with the York, we have done a project under the Ukeri and Turing scheme, where 150 companies they became a part of our research ecosystem. So myself, along with Dr. Anupma, who's sitting here, we were there, and Professor Jeffrey and Professor Kiran Trihan from York. We delivered not only the research workshop, but also made 150 UK companies to be a part of our ecosystem. Now they are coming up and they are addressing our 150 companies. And this is going to be the annual project which we will be doing. So I think the world is changing very fast. I have immense pride in our researchers. I so proudly say that Sare Jahan Se Acha Hindustan Hamara. It is in very safe hands. But again, I would say history is more important because history gives birth to the future. With that confidence, with that humility, I once again go in front of every researcher who has given his life to the country, who has not only guided the young researchers, but have made it a point that the future is safe and India remains one of the best countries of the world. Thank you so very much. It was such a pleasure speaking to you.
Leaders are known by their vision, and we are living that vision of a gentleman which he thought 26 years back. Can we have a huge round of applause for Dr. Professor Gurinder Singh? Now we would like to
Here, we are doing these research conferences, which will start in Noida. But then the second part of all these events and competitions, which are being sponsored by the industry, second part is being held in London. So any youngster who wants to be a part of this conference, those who are shortlisted, we are sponsoring. So they will be in London. Third part is going to be in New Jersey. where some of the top institutions, they will be becoming a part of our ecosystem. Last year, we sponsored 16 students who were a part of in the John Hopkins of this ecosystem. But this year, it's going to be supported by Princeton, by FDU, and also by our own institution, the Amity Research Hub, which we have been able to create in New Jersey. Also, in the second edition, we are going to take it in Australia. Processing last year, we did it IEEE in Australia, and Manoj, I think that we invited, or you were not able to come. But it's happening in Australia, and also then in Tashkent we will be taking these conferences. But huge thank you to all of you and to IEEE of the various countries who have been supporting, and to our foreign partners who have been able to do it. Professor Kapoor, maybe that we can think about doing the next one in Europe also, right, with your linkages. But I just thought that I should mention that all these competitions, next part will be in London. It is happening on 13th May, and then it's going to be in the USA, in New Jersey, on 16th of May. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for bringing the world research on one forum, INBUSH Era 2026. Can we have huge round of applause for INBUSH? Now, I would like to request Dr. Professor Gurinder Singh and Dr. Professor P.K. Kapoor to facilitate our guest. Can we have Professor S.N. Singh on the stage?
Thank you, and good morning to all of you, the stalwarts sitting on the dais, off the dais, ladies and gentlemen. No doubt, I have been visiting this MITI from many years. And MITI was the place when the first private university was given the IEEE conference of IEEE for the section. I do remember that we were having a lot of hesitance in giving the conferences sponsorship, whether technically or financially. We were worried that's what private university will be doing. But I was 100% sure, because they will be even doing better than the government colleges are. And they are doing well. That's true. Because no doubt I come from the IIT Kanpur as a faculty, and presently I am the director of Supply Volume. So I know how they are doing, but now it is neck to neck, even though sometimes privates are doing very excellent and good. The IEEE Uttar Pradesh section is one of the sections in the 15 sections in India, and the maximum IEEE conferences are held in Uttar Pradesh itself. 40 per year we are giving the sponsorship to the country. However, your neighbor Delhi section, having the largest area from all the north, all the states, 4 or 5 states are there, only they get 5 to 6 countries. So we are basically giving, because those are the best papers they are doing, good universities are there in the NCR regions, and out of this 40, I think at least 20 or 50% is from NCR. And you're right, this Amity University, where is Lucknow, whether it's a Greater Noida, whether it's Noida, the 3 universities we are having those today, and they are doing at least one conference here every year. Even though Khatri, do remember, he was organizing many every year. Still he's organizing that creatives, what you are doing one country. So Spain here, so many is happening, and already they were part of the EXCOM member also in the beginning. So we want to promote, as you know, the IEEE, the tag name is Advancing Technology for Humanity. So the technology, once it is growing, always it should be beneficial for humanity, and we believe, and it is happening. Always, you know, there is a lot of the destructive technology, we say AI and other things. A lot of the people are fearing that once AI will grow, the job will be lost. The same phenomena happens when, remember, almost 15-20 years before, when the railway reservation system started. Railway employees went on the strike, that their job will be stolen. And now you can see that a lot of people are behind the scene, they are working, and the jobs are not gone, even though more jobs are created. And the each of the people, those are travelers, those are users, how it is there, you can book anywhere from anywhere on your mobile itself. So that technology is always, these type of technology are assistive technology, always I say. They are giving assistance to you. They are making your life very comfortable. They are allowing you to do the multitasking. Now everybody is doing the multitasking. Even already Gurjinder Singh sir was telling, and you see, he was listening also, he was using mobile also. So this is the multitasking, two things we are doing, not too many things. So these technologies are so better that we can, and that's why the productive era, it is required. It is not we are doing one wonderful always, and then you will be not successful. So you have to do the multifarious work. Even though you see the people are traveling in the train, they're still doing a lot of business in the while traveling itself. Earlier, what we were doing, traveling, sleeping, and then eating, and finally reaching the destination, waiting for the train is the right time or not. So now it is, you can see how people are very effective. I was thinking earlier what people were doing when the mobile or internet and your WhatsApp and etc. was not there, what they were doing in the train while traveling 36 hours, 48 hours. At that time, trains were also very slow. So what people were talking about the politics, talking this and that, and they are just going, and train is not. But now we can say the technology is in such a faster way, people are not having time. So the time management is one of the big issues nowadays. And those have managed the time well, who is the successful person in the era. One is your vision, another is your time management. These two things are, if you are carrying, always I say that, and minds, that's your time management and your vision. If it is going and sync together, you will be the one of the top person of the world. So that basically now it's, and again, technology is there. You have to utilize the technology properly. For the helpful for other things and it is there. So nowadays you can see the digital transformation is happening everywhere. We are talking AI, machine learning. So these technologies are assistive. At the same time, these technologies are disruptive also. And then we should be very careful. That's why we are going for the cyber security. We are going for the deep fake and other things are happening at the same time. So we are developing another approaches so that it can happen. So technologies are always there, and these technologies are always, I say, it is coming from the, always say, even the technology in the ancestors are long back in our this civilization of Indian culture. The technology are much more developed than what we are doing today. Just you can see earlier, you see the epics where the Pushpak Viman was there. We were thinking it is all imagination. Today, Hawaii Jahaz, aeroplanes are the replica of that, even though we have not reached that technology, because that technology was there, you can expand it at that time. And it was bearing capacity was keep on increasing, people are going to keep on going inside. Now your aeroplanes are fixed. So it is taken there. We had the subdivided bombs also, the sort of use. What are the missiles today? Without looking at this, you can hit it. So all these technologies are there and they are coming here together. There's still a lot of things we have to do. Always I say you should be thinking the out of box, and that is required. Early days, people were taking the education for the knowledge. Their age came, education for job. But now people are not limiting to the job, this education for your journey. Journey include your job, your profession, public life, service, leadership, everything is coming, and that's your education should be. So not only you are looking for getting a job or for certain value or that be happy. No, you have to see your life, how we are going towards your life. And that is very important. So the education is also changing that fast way. No doubt the technology is changing the faster than your change of syllabus. How many times we change the syllabus? It is all, there is a academic reform committee, this and that. Big university changing is so difficult because some people are having a different year, some will be different year, some will be backloggers, and a lot of problems are happening. No doubt we are having electives, other things, those are topics are covered, but still the classical courses are still existing. Many people say, oh, what you are teaching is not useful for your engineers, not useful for the manager. This, most of the companies, they blame it. Is the reality. But ask them. Suppose I am giving a software person for any particular company, and suppose that company is not taking, what will happen to that person? So these institutions never make this the particular product of any company. We make an engineer, we make a leader, we make a manager, and so on and so forth, so that give it 2 months, 3 months time, he will be perfect for any company, any job. And that's why our education system is so well built, well designed, so that it is always person once he leaves this job, he can go into another job. So this is basically our education system is so strong. No doubt, this Amity, and nowadays in India, the private universities are catering a lot of students compared to the government universities and colleges. Already the Amit is having 17, and many the foreign campuses are also there. Even though I happened to in December to your 10% of Boston, I was there and I visited and I saw how people are doing. So it is excellent. Even though Khatri was there for many years, I think 4 or 5 years he was there. So that's basically you are not only here in our country, even though you are also doing in other country. So always, yes, he is there. I met her. So it was basically so education is one of the very good cause, and I met many times with your founder, Sohanji. Whenever he was here, and if I may your campus, he was calling and meeting personally at that time. But now he's old and he's not here. So his vision, you can see the education. No doubt, you can say the privates are there; they are earning the money. Everyone in this world, they are earning the money. Not a single person. Whether we are just working jobs for the government, it is not. We are not earning the money. Why my salary is 3 lakh, more than 4 lakh rupees? I'm giving also 8 hours, and labor is also giving 8 hours. But it is our system, we should not go in that way. But the privates are giving more education, more helpful to our building needs. And that is required here always, I say. So this always conference, which is IEEE conference, as you know, this IEEE is a well branding name. It is having the base in the New Jersey where you are organizing your next series. It is having more than 160 presence here in IEEE, having more than 4,25,000 people are the member of it. So it is a very hereditary and it's a publication, especially transaction are the very toughest. Those are engineering and other people are knowing how difficult to publish the paper in transaction because very high standard they maintain so far. In the conferences also, since it is Scopus conferences also is going to be maintained. And that's why we are also having some observers, etc., to visit to see that how you are organizing. But it is our policy, but I'm sure the Amit is doing the best. Always you will see. And I hope this conference that you can see very good, even though while coming, I was saying, what is the full form of INBUSH? So then I came to know here I correlated some portion, 2 words of the first letter here, international, 3 words of business, and 1 S is there. So very good. So it is INBUSH now I came to today, even though I attended a regular also the INBUSH part. But it is very good 26 INBUSH, 26. So you can see the 26th edition in the 26. Now next will be 27 edition in 27. So this 20, they are typing with the 26, 27, 25 and so on. So good title they are having, and it is, I hope this they will continue. And again, day by day, every year it is going to be high. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for raising the level of research all over the globe and providing us a platform to conduct and present our research also. Thank you so much, sir. Can we have huge round of applause for Professor Dr. S.N. Singh? Now we would like to invite our chief guest, Shri M. Vilipindi, to share his words of wisdom.
Good morning, everybody. Feel you are all awake. I think very lengthy sessions are going on, I know. Anyway, distinguished dignitaries on the dais, respected faculty members, researchers, industry leaders, dear students and participants from India and across the world. Yeah, very good morning to everyone. It is indeed a privilege and honor to address this esteemed gathering at Amity University on the eve of 6th International Conference on recent trends in engineering, technology, and business management. I sincerely thank the organizers for inviting me to share my thoughts on a subject that is not only critical for technological progress, but also central to India's journey towards becoming a global digital powerhouse. Conferences like this play a vital role in bringing together academia, industry, government, and young innovators to exchange ideas, challenge assumptions, and collectively save the save the shape the future. Today, I would like to speak about the trust, quality, and assurance in digital era, where why they are becoming foundation for innovations, economic growth, and national security. Over the past decade, India has witnessed one of the most remarkable digital transformation in the world. We are building digital public infrastructure at an unprecedented scale across the digital identity, payments, governance, health, education, smart manufacturing, and industry 4.0. India is not merely adopting the technology, we are designing digital ecosystem for billions of people. However, as our digital footprints expands, the need for trustworthy technology grows equally. Innovation without trust cannot scale. Technology without assurance cannot sustain. And digital growth without security cannot succeed. In this journey, quality, standardization, testing, and certification play an indispensable role. The Standardization, Testing, and Quality Certification Directorate, STQC, under the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, has been contributing to India's digital ecosystem for more than 4 decades. From its early focus on electronics hardware, STQC has evolved into national assurance provider for hardware and software ecosystems, including information security, software testing, e-governance conformity and assessment. Today, STQC supports government systems, financial infrastructure, telecom, defense, healthcare technologies, data centers, cloud services, startups, product companies. Our mission is simple, yet it is vital to ensure that digital systems rely on secure, reliable, and globally compliant manner. We are entering an era defined by emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, 5G and 6G, quantum computing, advanced semiconductor design, cyber physical systems, and smart cities. These technologies are transformative, but also introduce new risks, including cybersecurity threats, privacy concerns, system failures, and supply chain vulnerabilities. As technology becomes more complex, the quality assurance must evolve faster than innovation itself. Testing and certification are no longer optional compliance activities. They are strategic enablers of trust and competitiveness. I just repeated, testing and certification are no longer optional compliance activities. They are strategic enablers of trust and competitiveness. When Indian products meet global standards, they gain worldwide acceptance. When digital systems are certified secure, citizens gain confidence. When startups build quality into design, they gain global markets. In the digital economy, trust is the new currency. A nation that can guarantee secure software, reliable hardware, trusted digital infrastructure, and certified data protection will lead the global digital economy. This is why India is strengthening the national assurance frameworks for IT and e-governance. From e-governance platforms to cybersecurity testing, these frameworks ensure that technology serves citizens safely and efficiently. At the same time, the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat highlights the importance of building self-reliant and secure technology ecosystem. Technology supply chains may be global, but trust must be local. We must ensure indigenous innovation, secure hardware and software, trusted manufacturing, and cyber resilient infrastructure. Quality certification supports domestic manufacturing and strengthens India's position in the global value chain. When we test and certify products in India, we are not just ensuring compliance, we are building confidence in Indian innovation. This conference also highlights the importance of collaboration among academia, industry, and government. Government provides policy, frameworks, and industry provides innovation, execution, and academia provide research, talent, and ideas. Universities like Amity play a pivotal role in nurturing future innovators, driving research in emerging technologies, bringing theory and application, and supporting startups and entrepreneurship. The students present here today are the architects of India's digital future. I encourage you to think beyond technology alone and consider ethics in AI, security in design, sustainability in innovation, and quality from the very first line of code. Very, very important. The future will belong to organizations that integrate innovation with governance, technology with trust, speed with quality, and growth with responsibility. Business that embed quality and cybersecurity into their DNA will thrive. Startups that build products aligned with global standards will scale globally. Researchers who focus on real world challenges will create transformative impact. To the young researchers and students here today, you are entering the most exciting era of technological transformation in human history. Your ideas can transform industries, improve governance, empower citizens, and solve global challenges. Always remember that technology must serve society. Very, very important. Always remember technology must serve society. Innovation must be responsible and growth must be sustainable. Build solutions that are not only smart but also safe, secure, inclusive, and ethical. As I conclude, let me emphasize three key messages. First, quality is the foundation of innovation. Second, trust is the foundation of digital economy. And third, collaboration is the foundation of progress. India stands at the threshold of becoming a global leader in technology and digital governance. Together, government, academia, industry, and young innovators can build a future that is digitally empowered, technologically advanced, globally competitive, socially inclusive. So, with this, I congratulate the organizers for bringing together such a distinguished gathering and wish this conference a great success. Moreover, I express my sincere gratitude to Professor P.K. Kapoor and this great institution, Amity, and the organizers and other stalwarts who gathered here for giving me this opportunity to deliver this keynote address. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us with what government initiatives are being planned and taken in order to improve the technology in across all the sectors. Can we have huge round of applause for 3M Villependi? Now I would like to request Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh, sir, and Professor Dr. P.K. Kapoor, sir, to felicitate the guests. Also request you, Dr. S.K. Khatri, sir, to please join us for the felicitation. Can we have huge round of applause, please? Can we have huge round of applause for Shri M. Villependi? Thank you so much, sir. Now we request Professor Dr. S.N. Singh to please step forward. Can we have huge round of applause? Now we would like to request Dr. Professor Uday Kapoor to please step forward. Uday Kumar, sorry. Can we have huge round of applause? Now we would like to request Dr. Professor Ajit Kumar Verma to please step forward. Can we have huge round of applause? Thank you everyone for your presence. Requesting the guest. Can you have huge round of applause, please? Thank you everyone for your presence. Thank you the student coordinators. Now I would like to request everyone to please join us for the high tea. The student coordinators would guide you. Okay. Good morning, all. Uh, let Let's start with our keynote address session. So our session chair is Professor P.K. Kapoor, sir, and our speaker is Professor Uday Kumar. So Professor P.K. Kapoor is the director of Amity Center of Interdisciplinary, Amity University, Noida. His expertise include software reliability, optimization, and innovation diffusion modeling. He has guided more than 50 PhD and 25 Masters of Philosophy scholars and published over 350 research papers. He serves as editor in chief of the International Journal of Systems Assurance Engineering and Management (IJSAEM) and series editor of the Asset Analytics book series. Professor Kapoor has received several recognitions, including the Best Teacher in Operations Management Award and a Lifetime Achievement Award for his contribution to software reliability. Let's move on to our speaker, Professor Dr. Uday Kumar. Professor Uday Kumar is globally recognized expert in maintenance and reliability engineering and serves as Professor of Operations and Maintenance Engineering and Senior Advisor to the Luleå Railways Research Center at Luleå University of Technology, Sweden. With more than 3 decades of academic and industry experience, he has collaborated with the leading institutions such as Imperial College London. He's a he's a fellow Royal Swedish Academy of Engineering Science (IVA) and has authored over 350 publications and several important books. He has led major international projects focused on sustainable and intelligent maintenance solutions and has received several global honors, including the Norges Science Foundation Award and the IIT BHU Distinguished Alumnus Award. Now, I would love to request our speaker, Professor Uday Kumar, to share his words of wisdom.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank Amity University and especially Professor Kapoor for giving me this opportunity to share some of the thoughts. I'll be talking about next generation asset management, lean, green, and digital. That's a very buzzwords actually. Everyone is talking about green, sustainable development, and also digitalization, digital transformation, and also a huge global summit on AI technology is going on here in Delhi. So some of things will be reflection and what is being done. It will also provide some global trends, what is happening in this area. Finally, before I start the Lulio, it's a core campus, Kiruna, Lulio, Selectio, and PTU, and about 18,000 students are there, not like 150,000 or 250,000. Or it's a less. It's a less number of students. But Sweden is a small country with 10 million population, and there are also almost 5 government universities. This one is one of the oldest engineering college, 50 years, not like Royal Institute or Lund that is 400 years or 150 years and all. But it was built to cater the need of northern Sweden, need of the engineering and knowledge and all. About 288 professors. When you write professor, it's assistant professors and all counted. See, it says like in whole Sweden, we are the number one business. Like since I said, there are a lot of industry around. Paper mills, steel plants, mining companies, research centers of Ericsson's, Nokia, all used to be. And that gives you have a lot of interaction with industry. In fact, many times Lulu University is perceived that it's an institute, it's not an academic institute. People criticize also because research money comes from the industry, most of it. About 65% of the fund come from the industry. It's more than government is only 35%. What happens? The good part, whatever research you do, it can be applied immediately because they are part and parcel of the project. Usually they steer what you want to achieve, what you don't want. They don't allow you in the meetings. They say no. And also you keep on implementing the research. And that's why a lot of papers from Lulio, if you look, are all case studies, how to implement innovations and all. Also, the university has a very clear concept. We educate the student not to seek job, not to look for job, create jobs. That's another. And so there are a lot of small companies around. Very strong ecosystem of startup and all. And I was talking just now, the Sweden is for the last 25 years, always in the top 5 countries in the world for innovation. Last year it was number 1 ranked. Switzerland was number 2. So it's a small country where if people are, and when it comes to the university education, it's not very high. The government focus is people should go miss at least till 12th class every, and they get training, and then you choose your life. You want to work in industry, you want to go in research, you want to do, and that till 12 foundation is solid for building the future. What you want to do. So it's a. Then also I was in the university board and I drove hard for the last 7-8 years, lifelong learning, because world is changing. Because every day only constant is the change is the only constant we say. Everything is changing now. AI has brought changes, technology has brought changes, and we said the graduate we are graduating, we are living in 3-4 years they find out of world. They can't do anything. So we developed a initiative from Lulio that we should have a complete framework for lifelong learning. And for that, we have revised most of the curricular programs. So 4th year, people from industry can join the classes, many courses. So docking program has been developed, so people from industry can come and join. And that will give them what is the state of the art. So being a small country, you can do it. India, of course, is quite large, very difficult to. It's like India is like a tanker. You cannot steer it. You need a lot of time. whereas Sweden is like a small boat. You can speed boat, you can change any direction very fast. So this we have to keep in mind why it's successful, why it's easy to implement certain technology in Sweden, not in anywhere. Even Luleå, I remember, it didn't fail. Any technology comes, like airport, and 99, so 2003, we had a, by finger, can we check it? It was tested in Luleå. It didn't work. Because people will come with the like, my finger says, it was not working. So it was dropped on the idea. So like that, Luleå becomes a test bench. Everywhere like it. For new technology, Luleå is one place. It's easy. People are disciplined. Very easy to manage if they are disciplined and they follow the instructions, timing. So it was very easy to test all the technology there. That's a lot of a small company. So this is some background of what we are doing. Now I'm going to talk. I'm not a management, I'm an engineer. But all the time, usually lean concept has become very important. And I will be asset management, lean concept in asset management. Last 7, 8 years, 10 years almost. How can be lean? Lean means you remove all the wastes. And now how new technology is getting integrated into the lean thinking, like AI and all. Is AI creating better platform for implementing lean concept in manufacturing, lean in the infrastructure management, lean in public service, etc. So I said, okay, when we say asset management next generation, it will be lean, it will be green transition, green transition, like everyone is talking about green and digitalization. So I'll be touching upon those things and briefly discuss, nothing new. When we talk about lean, it's good to know what was the past. History provides us the platform to look into the future. So past, Taylor to Toyota. They are the known people, known companies. Taylor, Frederick W. Taylor, he was known for scientific management, breaking the job into tasks and optimize them. Means there is one best way of doing a job, tasks. Rest are not good. So remove all them. He is criticized always when it comes to the unions, human-centric development. But we start saying no. He was the guy first introduced this lean thinking. He said, there is one way of doing it, good. So break down the task to a worker's level, then come home, it bring it to the assembly level. He says, no, it's a lean thinking means we'll have a mass production. Then we'll have no profit. And the joke is like that. You can produce in any color as long as it is black, the cars. You can choose any colors, everything is acceptable as long as it is black in color. So no variations. That was the message. He wants mass production. And he tries to remove the waste in his own way, because if you produce anything in mass, you don't need to lose time into reassembly, customization, refitting, new parts, and you get reduce the waste. Then came Taichi Ono, who was a friend of Toyota, who was the founder of Toyota company, and introduced the concept of Toyota production system in 1978. He was born in, this Taylor was 18, he was in 1810. Both were contemporary actually. Taylor was first, then came the Ford, and then came Toyota. And he brought just in time. And Jidoka, no waste, nothing, engage the humans. And principle were 3 things. Gradually in 60s, TQM became mantra, total quality management, no defects, 0 defect. Then 69 around that time, TPM came, total productive maintenance, 0 failure. Did not allow anything to fail. Because every failure in a manufacturing, if let's say cutting tools are failing, so I don't have the pictures, the first 1 or 2% of production will not be good. That's how you buy the things cheap, second hand, like a second sorting, or you also buy a car. Car should not fail, but some car fail because there were failures. That part was produced that is not fitting to the right. Even though compatibility is there with the standards. and JIT, zero inventory. And all these three concepts, Toyota said there will be human in the middle. So human-centric development, integrating television and audio. Assembly line you can do, but single minutes exchange of dice. That was the philosophy marketed by. Don't lose time. And how you will not lose time? You will empower the workers. Taylor says no, there is no worker empowerment. Workers will follow the command of the managers because manager knows best and he has to do the task individually. Toyota said no, he knows the best his task, he can do it. So there was a lot of this concept. So this is the past. And I don't get into this like hierarchical bottleneck. Let's get into that. Then comes 1990. John Krapis, he used the word first time, word lean thinking, lean concept in his research paper, MIT guy. And but his group, same group, in early 90s, they wrote a book, The Machine That Changed the World, the story of lean production. And I remember 92. This book came in 90. First time I heard the word 92 January. Because when you're in research academia and Sweden being the forefront of manufacturing of cars. So in Volvo I was visiting and they presented this concept to us. They're looking for some project meetings and defining something on the assembly line. And that time, first time I heard about lean concept. And afterwards, they wrote books on lean thinking, lean solution, and it started growing. So they are this guy, the three. First, the book was James P. Omakistan, Daniel T. Jones, and Daniel Roos. In fact, Daniel Roos was visiting Sweden that time. He put the story to us. Okay, this is how it is happening. No, this is the past. What I am telling, it's about 40 years, 35. How you define the past? We are talking about civilization. Past means hundreds of years. We are talking about technology. Past can be only 5 years. We are talking about asset management. Here, past is about 30, 40 years. So now I am coming to the agenda. Now, asset management, next generation will essentially include what we are talking right now, digitalization or digital transformation, green transition, and climate change adaptation. And one of the things, many places is still, people are not focusing on climate change in research, engineers. There are climate scientists. When you want to have climate change adaptation, a lot of scientists like in my group, they are very much focused on how can we assess the risk mitigation and risk estimation, mitigation, elimination. Both, either you mitigate or eliminate it. But we are failing in one side of the story. We have to understand the physics of climate change. If I don't understand the physics, like why it is happening, of course it is raining, I can estimate. Understanding the physics, that's the pollution comes, how it changes, how the clouds come, why it rains here, why it doesn't rain in other parts, why it is becoming minor. So understanding the physics, then we have last year we started I say always we because I was controlling the research that time, not now, I am in advisory role now. What we call hybrid approach to climate adaptation. The physics will be very important. You understand the physics and introduce. And like a climate, black swan events are becoming. Coming back to digital, last year also I was here and says, don't confuse between digitization and digitalization. Digitization, people think converting things to 011 digitalize. You take a picture, that's a digitalization. But if you take digitalization is a process, digitization is a format, like it's a product, like I make a digital photo of this. But what is digitalization? If I send this photo to Mr. X, and he said, oh, glass is good, or glass is not good, it should look like this, that becomes digitalization. While teaching, I use always one simple example, just to make it clear to the people. When you go to a dentist and you are using at home, let's say electrical brush, toothbrush, and it has a camera, and your denture profile is sent to the dentist, and you get a message from dentist, you have a hole here. That's a digitalization. Taking picture is digitization. You digitize the dental profile, and denture pictures come from the dentist contacts you. Okay, this is not digitalization, not a digital transformation. Then suddenly, many people are, let's say, getting hole in this area. Then the government gets worried. Why this area more people are getting hole? Maybe their water has some problem, and they take an actions. So what has happened now? Digital transformation will get more fluoride to the water. So healthcare, now digital transformation is taken. Supply of water, fluoride must be added, control center. So digitization, digitalization, and digital transformation. Should be very clear about this. And in a business, change the value in the business process. There are different words, creating value in the process and creating. Now, transformation, autonomous and objective, because the key, transparency, traceability, and accessibility, the three keywords we use on it. Transparency, like if you are digitalization and digital transformation you have done, what I see, what you will see. Same, it's visible to everyone same thing. Then traceability, problem comes, you can trace it back. Like there is something wrong with the water, I said. Traceability will be there. And accessibility. As some are sitting in the center, I want to control why I can access the data and know exactly, because I can see it, I can trace it, I have access to that. So data democratization and all. It depends on the governance I'll be coming. Okay? Better access to information to all employees, even in real time. No, the industrial. Why digitalization become important? There was also named Industry 4.0. It talked about how can we go for digitalization and digital transformation. And I had a opportunity to listen to the two authors who in Sweden they visited. And that time also there was a big seminar in Sweden because innovations 2013 in Stockholm. And from Stockholm, no, it was in 13 and it was in 14 August. And then from India, Sam Pitroda was representing. Maybe some of you may be knowing him. Sam Pitroda. Yeah, he visited. He was invited because before government, he was a chairman of Knowledge Commission. And I had a lunch. And that time he was nothing. And he was a little bit disappointed. But even then, he was invited to be in the panels and by Swedish government. And he also said that we were trying to initiate the Industry 4 implementation. And when you talk about Industry 4, it was very centered on the machine, system. There was no mention of humans in the documents. Like you go for digitalization, cyber physical. And all these changes have taken in 100 years, if you see. One came, 1784, 1870, the Industry 2 with the mass production. And 1969, the digitalization started. In fact, we are talking digitalization, it started in 1969 when the PLC, programmable logic controllers and all, actually in the mines we were using that time when I was working there. We used to call digital control, digital everything. But now it has become very popular, day-to-day life and society. And then what happens? The concept of Industry 5 was introduced in 2023. December, a document was issued by European Union. That's the initiative. They said technology should be human-centric, first thing. Then it should be sustainable. And it should be resilient. Word resilient was introduced. Resilient means like anything happens, it should go back to the operating state in right time. So human-centric, sustainable and resilience. You remember now, I'm taking it back to the convergence of past and present. Toyota, there was a human in the middle. Now, Industry 5 brings the human in the middle. So there was a convergence of two. So Industry 5 is built on the premise that automation enhances rather than replaces human performance or roles. It will not, this was morning also, AI, one of the thematic issues in the global summit, is AI going to replace all the humans? No. It will enhance the performance or it will re-scaling will be needed. So it will not reduce the number of people. I distinctly remember visiting a paper mill in Sweden. It was a big news. Headlines was, I am visiting in 2002. Headlines from 76. Now all paper mills will be closed in Sweden because Sweden produces, they are good quality papers because a lot of forest. Now people will lose the job, what will happen? Now computers are coming. Then that is at 76. Then there was another paper, headlines in the manager's office. 1999. The production of paper has become 5 times more. Why? Because now you have a computer came. We start printing 5 copies, 10 copies. We started doing, instead of typing 4 copies, people were producing. Something wrong if we print the whole thing. And again, production of paper has gone down a little bit. But still there are people saying now again it will come back. With the different formats and all. So it's a cycle. You have to look into the history, how things will change in the future. So history always provides you a platform to look into the future. Okay? Remember. Effective and efficient. This is a big data we trust. This is from New York Times, actually. Sometime I subscribe, I take it. Examples. One digitalization example is a road maintenance in Sweden. You see a lot of cars are going around. And all cars now most of them have sensors. So with your permissions, your data is collected, sent to the central. Earlier, there were people looking for summary and then they will put sand into kilometers. Now what they are doing, they look at the data of the car, they combine all those data, integrate them, and they find, okay, this 100 meters needs sand, putting sensor, not 3 kilometers. So what has happened, they have eliminated all the waste. Now they are using the data-driven decisions and finding the exact from coordinate this to coordinate that. And the machine is programmed. It will start putting sand on the road for one place. Then must be doing many places. This is one of the projects, and Sweden was given an award actually for this in 2024 that introduced the digitalization. Yeah. Same thing is here. See you can see the vehicle and all. Little bit more detail. Here's one example. Trends and future directions. Now, they are like, digitalization has done that instead of man going inside testing, robot dogs are used, drones are used, digital twins are being used from the remote area and being done. This is our lab outside. You see that they are training the dogs to how to find the faults, circuit faults. If any deviation is found, dog will take many pictures, deeper pictures. Robot dog. Means you don't need to be there and it will be sent to the lab. Or you can look into the real time though, what it is taking. And then repair will be effective. Cracks on the rails, this is the circuit it is checking. This is some program. You can put the LiDAR and all. There are a lot of things are now being put on this. There are the students training the dogs. It's a 6 years old pictures. This is a mine they are using for blasting unsafe zone. You don't making it safe the working place. Dog goes and tests the thing. This is LiDAR put on that. It's a video, but it's not working. Some recent development and future digital twins. Okay, I don't want to do it. Everyone's talking about this. Robot dogs, drones, and digital twins have significantly improved the effectiveness and efficiency of asset management. This is an ongoing assessment. How do you define efficiency? It's a moving. What is efficient today is tomorrow not efficient. But dogs, drones, digital twins are providing enormous amount of data. Enormous. Now challenge is how to deal with the data and how to say that data, what I'm getting, what contextual information can be integrated. That's another challenge. Like you collect data in -25 and +25. It's a totally two different story because uncertainty, epistemic and aleatoric uncertainty will be different because physics of material will change. Physics will be same, but it's a structure will behave differently. So we have to understand a lot of research new areas being developed. Now metaverse, we introduced this 2021 in the labs and for railway inspection especially. And we put a slogan, being there without being there. It's a slogan because it's easy to explain. We went being there without being there. Means you are sitting here, expert is in, and you can look into your labs. Like a dog was taking. The metaverse I can operate. I can, this box you're telling, I can stretch it. And I can see which part has a problem. That's the one. Second slogan was, don't go to the asset, bring the asset to the desktop. This will come maybe here. These are the we are bringing the asset to the laptop. This is a wheel on the rail track. It has a spot. So you don't go and see the wheel there. Bring the part of the wheel to the lab and inspect it in a different dimension. It will be much easier. See, the big, this is from lab. We are bringing the whole thing. We are testing different things. This is taken by iPhone 14, all the pictures visual. That's why they are bad. AI factory. If you have Wikipedia, go and look into the AI factory. It's a big 7 projects being done in Europe now. It's a huge. AI factory means you produce tools, technology, and methodology. That's the factory will produce. But if you go into the wiki and find, we wrote the first book on the AI factory. I'm also a co-author of that. And we are not in the European projects. We wrote a book, we have a lab, we have a platform on that for asset management. So wiki tells that it started in Lulu and all. Okay, this is done. This is just one picture is working. This is the before avatar 2021 pictures. This is, and this is the lab. You can look, test, verify. You can make it bigger, shorter, any angle you can go. Expert sitting, train stops. Driver has the iPhone 14 at least. He can take a picture. Expert sitting in Paris or sitting in the morning. It's night in Australia. He can advise what to do. Should you run the train or you stop the train? If signals are coming, something like a vibration, it doesn't go to the driver, not only to the expert. Stop the train. There is something wrong, and that was the fault took place in Italy. Spain. Accident near Andalusia, Madrid. Technology could have stopped that. Okay. So asset management, it will bring a lot of things. Challenges, I don't want. One challenge is I have been very fast. I am not an IT. Convergence of robotics, automation, and AI. The three can converge seamlessly. Many problems will be solved, but they are not. AI is still not converging. Automation to robotics, I'm not expert. Still there are problems, smoothness and all. Like robot dogs we are doing, we give a lot of instruction. That's a challenge. Actually, we try to send the dog in the night in the railway inspection. No human. Dog will go, it will sense the train is coming, it will get out. It's not like the drones. So this is one challenge, big challenge. Secondly, how can we make the technology trustworthy? That's also thematic issue in the global summit. How can it be trustworthy? And this picture shows very simple. Trustworthy, that's why kids are playing. This is symbolic pictures for the AI actually. It's so safe, so trustworthy, put the children there. And what needs to be done? There are 3, 4 men. One is technology, cyber security, domain knowledge, integration of data, data quality. There are many challenges. How can it? That's a technology involved. Then business, trust. Who will pay? Money. There are many things we need to understand. Service based. What is the traction? And most important is governance, the model, controls, regulatories, data democratization, authorization. There are many guardrails and guide rails. These are the European Union's fundamental. And then safety, security. There are many things. Just one example here: data provider, data integrator, data processor, and data. Who will pay? Who will pay? How it should be integrated? And these are a lot of challenges, and we are looking. India, one actor never does it. In Sweden, there are many actors involved. I am integrating the data, but somebody else is processing for me. Somebody else is using. Who will pay? Somebody has to pay for it. How to make it the ecosystem working? Everything cannot be paid through the tax. Willingness to use and pay. Now, I'm closing almost. AI, lack of competence and lack of a governance model. Is it a threat or an opportunity? This is also in the summit I saw being discussed. And it's an opportunity, I will say. Of course, it's a threat. I'm driving a car, it's an opportunity. I can go and hit if I'm not a good driver. That can happen. So, lack of governance model is a good example. I got it from 2017 I have been always showing this every conference if I talk on the asset management. And just here I am changing, you can see it cannot be the same straight line. It was in the New York Times, the opportunities and threats of the technology. And see, guy was very happy when we got the smartphone. Now we are prisoner. I cannot log, I cannot open the door, I cannot go to my office, I cannot start my computer. You are almost handicapped. Not even handicapped, you are dead. You can't do anything. I can't get to the doctor. I can't, anything I can't do. So we have become prisoner of technology. And this is I don't want to be like that. I get very angry actually. 5 times I have to log into Microsoft, this, that. I get irritated. I must tell you. But this is what to do. So European Union has provided a 2023 guardrails and guide rails. Guardrails, you know, when the roads, and guide rails which we have to drive. So guide rails will not allow you to derail, do dangerous things. Guardrails will guide you. Guide rails will guide you. This direction is the best direction. There's a huge document. Somebody, and that meeting was done in Luleå actually 2 years ago. And Sweden was the president of European Union. So it was done. Okay, green transition. I was telling climate change is not a future, it is a present day reality. Some examples, linear and distributed asset. Railway and roads are linear and it's not in one place. It is distributed all over the geography. It's not in one place. If it is a factory, you can manage. But how to manage the railway? It will be open to all different types of climate and minus 25 to plus 25. See the snow. This is a Swedish, actually, this is last year situation. And what to do? This is the railway disruptions is increasing. You can see the global trend here. Clearly, number of climate events are increasing. Clearly. And we need to address them using technology. Technology will facilitate identifying in advance and also stopping. It's like a black swan events, and I don't want to get into the details. So predict and manage climate risk. Data-driven and hybrid approach I was telling. Understanding the physics, understanding from the data, combining them, predict and manage the climate risk. Prediction technology. Concluding remarks. This is like a legacy, old systems, old cyber security, data ownership, who will own the data democracy, organizational culture, governance, social acceptability, etc. Future development and directions, AI, generative AI, social media for machine. One thing we are telling, like when the automatic trains and cars are, there will be social media, machine will communicate with other machine. Hey, how are you feeling? Am I feeling jerk in my wheel? Okay, I'm not feeling. So problem is local, it's not a global. Problem is inside. So I'm talking from the operation and maintenance, how to maintain the flow of the traffic and all. Lot of things we are simulating actually. It will come. Quantum computing is going to be, we started 2 years ago. Actually, Swedish Quantum Group. So our group is a member of that center. Or maybe you know Professor Ramin, he's sitting from the university side. And we'll be active part. We had a first workshop. People have come outside, IBM, all Microsoft participated. We are looking for how quantum computing can facilitate cost-effective, optimized, safe operation and maintenance. That's it, asset management. Again, technology-empowered asset management drives sustainability transition, enabling efficient human-centric operation, resilient and circular low-carbon future. That's industry 5. So, next generation will be digital, lean, green, and safe. Safety word was not there in the slide. Thank you. Oh, we are going to have a conference. If you feel like coming to in June, European, it's a big 27 countries federation. We have organized, and I'm president. I'm just honorary president. So, but we are organizing in our place. It is coming after first, once it was in 76, 2000, now it came to Luleå. Stockholm, Gothenburg, every alternate year. I saw everything is closed, 130 presentations. And it will be, we are expecting 2-3. Dulu is outage 2 weeks. Okay, I think thanks. Any questions or any doubt or comments? No? Okay, thank you.
So thank you so much, sir. That was a wonderful presentation. Now I would like to all everyone to facilitate our honorable session chair, Professor P.K. Kapoor. A great round of applause for him.
So moving on with our next keynote address, our session chair is Professor Vikram Bali and speaker is Dr. K.K. Sondrapati. So Dr. Vikram Bali is the director at Kalkutia's College of Engineering and Technology, Greater Noida. He has 24 years of experience in teaching and administrative experience and has published over 90 research papers. Dr. Bali is a senior member of IEEE and holds lifetime memberships in ISTE, CSI, and IE. He has received several awards, including the IRSD International Academic Leader Award 2021 and Green Thinker Z Distinguished Educator Award 2018. His research interests include software engineering, blockchain, CBSS, and AI. Dr. K.K. Sondrapandian is serving as Assistant Director at the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, New Delhi. He works in the Office of the Controller of Certifying Authorities, focusing on digital signature, public key infrastructure, cybersecurity, and emerging technologies. He holds a PhD from IIT Patna and has completed postdoctoral research at New York University. His expertise includes VLSI, cryptography, hardware security, IoT security, and trusted digital system. Before joining, he worked as a research scientist at IIIT Jabalpur, and IIT Kanpur. Dr. Pandian has published over 40 research papers and holds patent and has led several research projects. He actively reviews international journals, guides research scholars, and has received awards for research excellence. He also speaks at national and international forums and contributes to the cybersecurity policy and innovation. Now, I would like to invite Dr. K.K. Sondrapandian to share his wisdom of words.
Yeah, now I can do. Um, my voice is clear?
Yes, sir, your voice is clear. You may start.
Yeah. Let me share my screen.
So I would request you to please share your PPT.
Yeah. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir. It's visible now.
It's full screen there.
No, sir. It's not full screen.
Is it okay now? It's clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's
Now
full
you.
screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Very good morning. Thanks for giving this. I'm honored to be there to be a keynote speaker on this uh, international conference on recent trends in engineering, technology, and business management. Good morning, everyone, and respected dignitaries and the distinguished researchers, the industry leaders, and the participants in this conference. It is my privilege to address this, the theme Futures Proofing Through Quantum Resilience in Public Infrastructure. As engineering systems become increasingly interconnected, technology evolving to a cloud native and AI driven systems, the business rely heavily on the digital trust for operations and compliance.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, actually,
Yeah,
your PPT
please.
is not showing.
Uh, it's not visible?
So your PPT is not visible. It's like the Word file is showing.
Is it okay now?
Yes, now it's visible.
It's clear?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. It's okay. Yeah. Especially this public infrastructure, which have a secure communication during the digital signatures, especially on the financial system, national digital platforms. These rapid development and quantum computing have faced the major challenges in the mathematical assumptions which secure these systems. This topic is deeply related to the participant, which is taking the advantage of this conference because it really converts the engineering innovation, the technology transformations, and the strategic business related to this high risk management. So when we talk about the management, if we have a highly related to this, the data which is being collected, and how this data is going to be have how the organization is going to prepare to trust this and ensure that self resilience and trustworthy and sustainable digital model in this ecosystem, especially in the quantum era. So let me let me figure out my outline. So the figure which I am showing is the latest picture which I taken it from the India AI Summit. This is the model of the quantum computer, which shows about how the quantum computer is going to be. It's going to become in the near future. How this the overall operations of this digital secure digital ecosystem. It's strongly going to anchor a well-defined public key infrastructures that where the e-governance, financial sectors, the complaint systems, and the authentications, which creates a trusted foundation for the national, especially over this the banking and telecom centers, and health sector and the IT sectors. So these the trust model which is going to build especially on the classical public key crypto systems, especially on the RSA and ECC. These are the classical systems where we are going to mainly focus in this current ecosystem for strengthening the trust, as well as if we talk about this RSA ECC in the emerging quantum computer and the algorithm which is capable of breaking these mathematical model, which urges to it's basically the need for the post quantum cryptography, which is very clear based on the emergency need in the quantum vulnerabilities. So especially when you talk about this quantum computer, which has a transformative challenges to current cryptographic assumptions and raising the concern, especially on the major attack is harvester decrypt later, where this encrypted data is captured by the attackers and get compromised in the future. The evolving the global context, including the standardization effort or regulatory momentum, or the signal that the transition towards the quantum resilience is no longer safe, but it is in a very strategic conditions. The key platforms where the transition or the certificate or the trust change, the authentication system where to initiate the migration, ideally well before the large scale quantum computer, which is going to get matured in very the timeline frames. So let me get into this the important outline where I'll be talk. We want to talk about this how the Indian secure trust, that is the PKI landscape, where India has a strong the trust backbone on the basis of the PKI, which as per the IT Act, the CC office under the Minister of Electronics and IT, where the India's PKI ecosystem ensures the standardized or secure legal compliance under the digital authentication services. With more than 20 licensed certifying authorities and trusted service providers operating under the national PKI framework, the country supports one of the world's largest user-based e-sign applications. In most of the applications of the managerial sectors will be using it in order to secure the government data, financial and the corporates and the citizen services, especially in terms of the recently will be used in the SIR authentication by the uh, uh, for ensuring that digital trust by the citizen users for the checking the authentication for the each and every users. The digital signature, which in within the framework which carry out the legal validity or admissible in the court of law. So this reinforcement creating the major issue in the credibility and the enforcement, where India's PKI ecosystem aligns with the global best practices and the international standards, where India has been using the enabling the cross-border trust and placing the nations on the at par with the major global economic in the secure digital transaction and the digital trust service. So when we talk about how do we adopt across the industries, so India has had the vast and highly scalable e-signature ecosystems that serves as the fundamental or foundational pillars of the country, where the digital public key infrastructure that we call it as a PKI as well, the eSIGN application which enables the remote trust that allows the organization to rely on the digitally authenticated transaction without any physical presence or manual interventions. So each transaction is digitally signed using a verified identity of the signer and ensuring the authenticity, integrity, and non-repudiation, thereby enabling the instantaneous execution without the back-end moderate or the paperwork. So this model of a remote trust has empowered the complete digitization of the critical services in tax filing, procurement, banking, the corporate compliances. Further, the new age of platform where the UPI model, the Aadhaar-based authentications, so other digital platforms initiatives that are very real-time application processing becomes a trusted digital signature that validate the identity and action seamlessly at every stage of ensuring the speed and security and scalability across millions of daily transactions which is happening. So when we talk about this, the Indian secure trust as well as adoption in across the industries, in especially in the PKI solutions. So how do we secure the information? So if we talk about the securing the information, which is the fundamentally preserving the confidentiality, integrity, the availability, as well as I have to ensure the authenticity and non-repudiation of information in an increasingly interconnected digital world. So every secure transaction in a banking sector or the governance and healthcare and the cloud computing, the critical infrastructure which especially relies on the cryptographic mechanism to protect the secure data and verify the identity. Especially we have to verify the identity and ensure the information is trust enabled. So if we talk about this today's security architecture, which is really built on the public key infrastructure such as RSA and ECC, which it depends on the mathematical problem that are computationally infeasible for the classical computers to break. So it needs years and years or more than like a it can be talk about the more than 10,000 10 years down the line, 20 years down the line to break the key. So, however, when we talk about the quantum computer, which is already in 1,300 qubits, already in the place by the IBM and claimed by the IBM and other OEMs, which introduce the paradigm shift, how this quantum algorithm like Shor's algorithm, which have a practically capable to compromise these foundational crypto systems. This direct impact on the core information security, especially the long-term confidentiality and the digital signature trust, is completely invulnerable. So hence, this post-quantum cryptography therefore becomes essential not only to the technological upgrade but a strategic necessity to sustain the information security in the coming decades. So by adopting the quantum resistance algorithm, especially in terms of the crystal dialysis and crystal kyber, which is going to build a crypto agile systems, and organization can ensure the digital trust, related compliance, and secure communication, which intact the presence of the quantum capable adversaries. So hence these information should be in like a very much secured in terms of the, especially in the classical as well as in the quantum era. So why do we need a post-quantum cryptography? So when I talk about the need of quantum cryptography, it's basically the security of this today's digital world heavily depends upon the publicly cryptographic system, that is classical RSA and ECC curve, which are very much vulnerable to the quantum computing attacks, especially on the threat hardware node decrypt later. When I'm talking about the classical computers, which are impractical to break these algorithms, but it is possible when a large scale quantum computer exists, using the Shor's algorithm can potentially compromise the encrypted communication and digital signature in a feasible time frame. This threat in a long term confidentiality and the financial transaction, especially in the national security systems, the digital identity framework is very much critical in nature. And additionally, this harvest node decrypt later risk associated to the sensitive data can intercept today's and can be exploited in the future once the quantum computer capability gets matured. So the PQC, that is post-quantum cryptography, which provides a quantum resilient cryptographic algorithm that can run on existing classical systems, enabling the organization to proactively secure their infrastructure and preserve the digital trust in the emerging quantum era. So this especially scared this today's momentum. How, why do we want to especially go for a post-quantum cryptography to secure these data? So what is the quantum computer? What type of current PKA cryptographic stands? So when we talk about this quantum computer, which represents a fundamentally in computational process or leveraging the principles like superposition and the entanglements to perform the calculations, which is far behind the capabilities of classical machines. So while today's public cryptography will talk about the RSA ECC, which especially rely on the mathematical problems that are considerably practical to, that is unsolved by the classical computers and quantum computers algorithm, especially in dramatically change these assumptions. So the few examples why do you want to especially focus on the Shor's algorithm is, it can effectively factorize the large integer problems and solve the discrete logarithmic problems, which can break the RSA ECC and render the digital signature, encrypted communications, and secure the authentication system, which are more vulnerable. Even the Gross algorithm can weaken the symmetric cryptographic systems by effectively halving the key strength, because when I reduce the key strength, so using the Gross algorithm, I can even make the symmetric cryptography can weaken or it's more vulnerable to this in the quantum era as well. So this creates a critical challenges for the information security, as a sensitive data, the financial transaction long term can be archives can be compromised. So whatever the data which have been storing for a long term accessibility by either in the e-governance platform or commercial digital transaction platform or the financial transform can be compromised once the quantum computer reaches a sufficient scale. Hence, these covers the quantum computer and existing post-quantum cryptography that underscores the urgency of transition to PQC to maintain the digital trust and self-resilience in the quantum era. So, what are the way forward to achieve this evolving context? When discussing the future of digital signature, the PK in India and the several key consideration emerges. Initially, it is very important to identify the limiting large-scale adoption of e-signatures, such as user awareness, regulatory alignment, infrastructure gaps, interoperability challenges, which are while exploring the strategic to promote the broader uptake across the industries and where all the management sector getting a lot of inputs related to the privacy of the informations. Secondly, when we talk about this India PK standards, which include the SHA, RSA, other key size or storage media, that must be examined to ensure they remain aligned with the security requirements and the emerging threats. So these highlights the need to upgrade or enhance the or improvise the systems and save the data in the post-quantum era. So further, we can assess the feasibility of adopting the new standards such as post-quantum cryptography and prepare a standards migration plan which is critical for long-term resilience. So further, we can talk about this emerging domains like IoT, blockchain, connected devices offer the opportunity to extend the digital signature, securing the not only just a transaction but also the device and the data flows. So finally, the indigenous digital signature ecosystem involving the browser supports, cryptographic tokens, and the other key medias can enhance the security and reduce the dependency on the foreign technologies and strengthen the national digital infrastructure. So apart from talking about when do we want to adopt, how do we adopt, and what are the drawbacks in the quantum computer as well as classical computers, when do we want to adopt these systems? So especially when planning to transit to quantum resilience public key infrastructure, it is essentially to determine when to transit, how to transit, and how do we have to structure the phase manner transition. So the key assumptions which includes adaptive security lead time to prevent disruption and alignment with end user needs. The transitions are prioritized by the variety of securities like end user certificate, issued for personal, organizational, system like mission to mission authentication, encryption certificates, timestamping certificates, authentication certificates that generate trusted timestamp tokens as well as code signing certificates for software integrity. So the other critical components includes this OCSP, that is the OCSP responder certificates, where it has a complete trust list of the information of the users and responds the signature, whether in terms of encryption or key encryption certificates, the document signing certificates, the organization application certificate signatures, and especially the SSL certificate, that is secure socket layer certificates, where every internet user keeps using it, that secure the communication channels. Each of this element has a distinct life cycle consideration and the risk exposures, which is completely operational dependencies that requires the careful planning, the inventory assessment and migration timeline to ensure both organization and user may be facing the security remains the robust while adopting the post-quantum cryptography. So when we talk about this, the complete transition, so we can talk about this, the transition period, how it enables the quantum computer, which has been started in the 2016, by end of 2031. By 20, actually, this is a high time where we have to think of adopting to each and every protocol, the stage, and finally by 2021, the global scenario keeps moving towards for the complete integration of the PQC. So when we talk about this, how do we approach? Okay, when we talk about this, the transitions and the other approaches. So these approach and activity towards the transition, especially requires a structured and multi approach that balances the technical readiness, the operational opportunity, the continuity, the strategic planning, which is the key activity which includes including a comprehensive inventory for existing cryptographic assessments, in which the certificates are most vulnerable to the quantum threats. So when you talk about this organization management, could adopt this crypto agility, designing the system which can switch the algorithm with a minimal disruption and go for a hybrid approach where the classical as well as quantum resistance algorithm can operate parallelly during the transition phase. So during this pilot deployment in every sectorial operations or every protocol owners and should consist in testing the controlled environments, which helps in validating the performance and interoperability with the compliance in emerging standards. So the parallelly it requires the policy updates, governance alignment, and stakeholder awareness programs. So these are the essential ways to improvise the organization readiness, wherein while the vendors and the ecosystems coordinate the guarantee of smooth integration across the IoT devices or the especially the all the emerging technologies platforms. So today, these approaches provides a roadmap for systematically evolving the existing PKI infrastructures towards the quantum resilience without compromising the security, the usability, or the operational continuity. So, when we talk about this, the complete transition of PQC, what are the initiatives has been done in our ecosystems, especially in Indian quantum initiatives marks the beginning of a strategic journey which is towards the hastening like quantum technologies while preparing the critical infrastructures for future security challenges. Hence, our country has invested a national level initiative such as National Quantum Mission, which focuses on research, development, application of quantum computing, the communications, and the cryptography. These efforts are underway to explore the quantum safe cryptographic algorithms, the pilot PQC implementations, assess the readiness of existing PK infrastructures for migrations. Key focus area includes a secure governance financial systems that enables a quantum resilient digital signature and developing a domestic capability of cryptographic tokens, key storage, secure hardware. So when we talk about this, the collaboration with the academic industry, international partnerships that aims to build, export, or promote the standard adoption and ensure that Indian digital ecosystem remains self-resilient against the quantum threats, while pursuing the country's perspective as a leaders in securing the quantum technologies. So there are four thematic hubs which has been located across pan India. There are a lot of initiatives and institutions which supports under the national quantum missions. There are four thematic hubs has been identified, especially in terms of the quantum communication, quantum sensing, quantum computer, quantum communications. So the researchers can able to adopt in the, each of the every domains to see how they can contribute to strengthen this ecosystem in the quantum era. So what is my next phase adoption? How do I phase wise shift towards my PK, that is public infrastructure, to adopt this PQC adoption? So the next phase of Indian PKI evolution is centered on the PQC adoptions, which is built on the country's strong regulatory, which will have a active private sector's participations despite significant process, the direct PKI usage, where the among the various citizens which covers 30% of the potential use cases, which highlights the need for the broader propagations and expansion across the various applications. So, when we talk about the key focus area, which includes strengthening the SSL certificates or TLS certificate adoption that promotes the mobile PK for widespread accessibility, that leverages the cloud-based key storage to enhance the scalability and ease of use conditions, that ensures the continuous trust in the certifying authorities, which has enabled the timestamping services that supports the IoT security and rolling out the digital identity wallets, which are more critical to create a self-resilient digital ecosystems. So, additionally, aiming for mutual recognition of PKI with the global countries, which has an active collaboration with the global forums, and it needs a continuous technical research along with the academics, industrial partnerships to maintain the leadership in securing the quantum resilience infrastructure. These initiatives will ensure India's PKI remains scalable and trust self-resilient and prepare for quantum era. So, especially in these domains of understanding, so we need to have a complete ecosystem has to be framed, which needs more interaction towards the requirement as well. So, hence, I request the participants on this today's forum should be able to understand what is the need of quantum resilient systems, how the classical system varies from the quantum computer, how far we can able to strengthen the ecosystem with respect to this various sectors. So especially these will improve us our understanding as well. So like talking coming back to this integration adoptions of PQC in this, especially in this management platforms, where the large amount of data are there in this, which has to be segregated to improvise these outcomes, will emphasize more. I request this the organizers to take this forward in and integrate these kind of quantum systems to secure the data in their platforms. So thanks for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. That was an insightful presentation. Now I would like to request Professor P.K. Kapoor, sir, to felicitate our session chair, Professor Vikram Bali, sir. A huge round of applause, please.
If any questions, we may discuss. I'd like to have some more questions from the participants, where we can have some discussions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
So let's move on to our next keynote address session. And our session chair is Dr. N.L. Bhutani. Dr. N.L. Bhutani is a distinguished academician currently teaching at Jamnal Bajaj Institute of Management Studies, Mumbai. He has extensive experience in teaching, research, and academic leadership in management education. He has made important contributions to the curriculum development, outcome based education, and strengthening industry academia collaboration. Dr. Bhutani has published research papers in reputed national and international journals and actively participates in academic workshops, conferences, and faculty development programs. He has guided many PhD and postgraduate students and continues to contribute to academic excellence and professional growth in management education through his teaching and research work. So our speaker is Professor Prabhakar Vivarde. Professor Prabhakar Vivarde served for 34 years at the Bhabha Atomic Research Center, BARC, Mumbai, a premier R&D institution in India working in the area of nuclear plant operation and safety. He retired in 2019 as outstanding scientist and associate director of the reactor group. He completed his PhD from IIT Bombay in 1996 on the application of AI methods and probabilistic risk assessment to improve the reliability and safety of nuclear plants. His research focuses on using PRA and AI system for complex engineering applications. He has published over 265 research works, including more than 20 books, technical reports, and papers, and has received several awards and recognitions. Currently, he served as the founder, CEO, and director of the Engineering Risk Assessment and Management Center, Mumbai, guest professor at LTO, Sweden, president of the Society for Reliability and Safety, and editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Life Cycle Reliability and Safety Engineering, Springer. So I would request you if you want to please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is really an honor to talk in this conference as a keynote speaker. Professor Kapoor, he has been leading this INBUSH, and most of the times I have been part of this conference. I think we are all waiting for lunch, and I will not take much time. But at the outset, I would like to thank Amity University. My association is there for last 15 years or maybe 20 years since I became honorary professor over here. And it is a topic that I have taken up, that is prognostics and health management, a systems approach. Prognostic means predicting failure. And by predicting failure, what you do basically is you tend to avoid the failure. It is not possible to eliminate the failure always, but then you can assign an uncertainty and you can provide a time estimate, what is the remaining life of the component. And if that information is available, then probably we can prepare for maintenance management, not only at the component level, but at the plant level. And that is what the gist is. So first I'll give a general background, then I'll move on to give something on systems, what we call system actually, and sometimes even a software system we call a system, sometimes even an electronic system we call, but when I talk about system, I'm talking about a mega system like a nuclear plant or maybe a chemical industry. So there the accidents are very almost like, it should not happen. If it happens, then there is a risk of, you might have seen in Fukushima, almost nuclear industry came at the verge of collapse. Japan, they shut down all the plant, one accident. So no for accident, and there are some specific aspects related to mega system that I'll be addressing, like common cause failures, that ecosystem and all about. So first, let me prepare the background for this talk. The most important thing is we had the maintenance management system. Let's say start with the breakdown maintenance, but now it is no. After breakdown, if you do maintenance, it's not used. Then later on came almost like 30-40 years. Even in industry, that system is existing, and that is called you can say system where frequency based. That means components will have frequency for maintenance, and every 6 months, every 2 months. But then the biggest disadvantage is lot of useful life of the component is lost, and it is based on arbitrary things. So I'll come to those kind of things, and then I'll be talking in this context. I'll be talking about PHM. One slide I'll introduce, and later on we have a case study. We have published a paper, and today only some positive news has come from there. My student at IIT Bombay in NPTEL, they have submitted, and then I'll be talking about ANA, because artificial neural network and machine learning, they are at the heart of PHM, prognostics and health management, and that's how we are able to predict it so well. and then a case study, small case study I'll be giving because paper is in the press and it has to be published. So it will take time. So I have not got all the details, but the study has been benchmarked, and then the last thing I'll be talking about is PHM is a very expensive proposal. It requires a lot of money, a lot of time, and sometimes it gets constrained by the mega plant. So why not before starting prognostics and health management, a new insight I am bringing. One is systems approach, and second thing I'm telling, use the existing control system or existing sensors and demonstrate your PHM. Probably the coverage will be almost like 20 to 30%. After that, if you implement PHM, it will have a very vital use actually and acceptability also. Because for new technology in the plant, operating plant or a design plant, acceptability is a big issue actually. So now, if I have to talk about prognostics, this one simple slide, it talks about what is the PHM. We have this, okay. So I have to use this cursor here, okay. So it starts with it is a complex system and we have the sensor over here. Okay, one sensor I have shown just for the simplicity because I have first slide. Then we have a data acquisition system, all electronics, sensor, and then transducers, they are there, part of it. And then there comes a AI/ML, artificial intelligence and machine learning algorithm. And then finally we get uncertainty. So this is the critical component of for PHM. That means prediction will be done, but it will be done with uncertainty, acceptable level of uncertainty. And that acceptable level of uncertainty will be decided based on the requirement of the plant. For all the components, you don't have to waste vital resources. So sometimes you have a lot of time available for you. Sometimes you don't have it. 10 minutes, 15 minutes. So management action will follow. That means plant procedures also will form guidelines over there actually. So this is the biggest advantage, and then it will give remaining useful life with uncertainty. So if the model is not coming in the acceptable range, if there is a conflicting requirement, you have to retrain and do extra work, improve the model and collect more data, that kind of thing. And then finally, it will go to the plant safety and reliability improvement. So it is a closed loop here. And with this, if I start, so this is something what I have spoken just now. Now it is, I'm showing one slide here. The industry started with the breakdown maintenance, but that was a past, it was 50s. And later on, the preventive maintenance thing started coming in, and it was on certain frequency. Now this frequency, where it comes from? Because in those days, mathematics was not available. Even now, the plants are managing with arbitrary meeting, brainstorming, and having some input from the similar plant. So, like a diesel generator said, what is the frequency in that plant, other plant? It is 1 week. Oh, let us we also go for 1 week. And that becomes the part and parcel of our management approach. And then sometimes even the vendor provides the data that, okay, your bearing life is this much. So, meantime, it will failure and all that. So, then we slowly drift to probabilistic method. But the probabilistic method, one is reliability centered maintenance, then risk based. This I have developed. This one book is there in the open domain. So risk based engineering I have developed, and from there the risk based in-service inspection we have developed a methodology also for one plant, and that is now almost like acceptable thing in the nuclear. Risk based in-service inspection. Sometimes it is maintenance, but the passive structures they don't break that frequently, they don't fail, but no deterioration should occur. So in service inspection has to be carried like pipeline. This is a passive system. You have to inspect it periodically, maybe once in 5 years or so. So these are the things. But problem is that all these methods are based on probabilistic. Probabilistic means even if the probability is 10 to the minus 3, it can happen tomorrow or it may not happen for another 10 years. So what we do, how we have our frequency of maintenance actually. So here PHM comes for our rescue. Though the technology is the elite lab, and some advanced systems they are using in aviations, they are using it. Limited applications are there for nuclear also, but it is coming up actually. So the instant of failure is very important. If I know the instant of failure, let's say the component is going to fail in next 1 week, and then if I know 1 week plus 3 days, 1 week minus 3 days. So I am pretty sure, okay, let me take this uncertainty into account and prepare for plant management. Okay. So once we have that, then why PHM? This is a slide. Why we are talking about PHM? I have given the background, but let us see the linguistic or whatever I will say. The modern complex system, the maintenance is a very you can say financially or resource consuming activity. So we cannot do. So what we can do is, even if 20% of the plant we have the PHM, we are addressing 20%, 80% of the risk, and we are addressing 80% of the liability. So the returns are very high in terms of finance or bottom line also, and in terms of manpower, resources, and material that we consume. And then maintenance management is, as I mentioned, resource intensive. So some new technique has to be there, and that should be more realistic in terms of time and money. And then preventive maintenance are based on qualitative inputs. So as I mentioned, we should not we should have quantitative method, because now we have data. If 430 nuclear plants are operating world over, or if industries are there for almost like 50 to 60 years, there are enough data with us, so we can use this data and utilize for our own gains in terms of enhanced reliability or safety. And then recent ones are like RCM, RB, probabilistic. So the most latest one is condition-based maintenance, and I think this is also very expensive, but it is being used for only limited components which are vital. But the only problem is it gives presents you the degradation of the component. It does not translate that degradation into remaining useful life, and that is what PHM does. So what we say is, if the failure is idle, it is scenarios like this. It's very good. Your prediction, design, everything come. But if the component fails before, then plant is shut down, and we have consequences. And if it fails later on, then we have loss of useful life. I mean, if you do it in the middle. So either left side or right side, we have losses. So we have to go for PHM. That means indication is required for us to monitor that activity. Okay. And then systems approach. Now I'll talk something, take 3-4 slides on this. So what is systems approach? Systems approach means PHM is a component specific approach. If I have to implement this as a strategy in the plant, then what I'll have to have is resource, or it is very resource intensive. Coverage is very few, because we are not able to address the whole plant. And the monster sitting here, the common cause failure. The ball has gone out of this component specific consideration and into common cause failure. One cause can kill your redundancy, and there are safety and reliability consequences over there. So common cause failure has become very important. And if you do a little bit of safety and all, human factor is a major factor which is contributing to the accident, and it has to be. It is natural also. Humans are only designing, conceptualizing it, operating it, maintaining, and so everywhere humans are there. So human factor considerations, they require a attention. That's why we require a systems approach. Just to give a bird's eye view, what is a system in any plant? There are safety systems, there are process systems. Process systems are there to run the plant, and safety system, when anything goes wrong, so they will get actuated. So here we have the process system, and here we have the safety system, and they have to get actuated, and that has to be ensured by some electronics and devices. And this is the you can say source of hazard. I mean, it doesn't mean that this is directly getting affected. There are so many defense in depth provisions are there against common cause failure, human factor, and all. But then accidents do happen. So why we can enlarge the first accident happened in 8 years. TMI to Chernobyl. Chernobyl to Fukushima, it took almost like you can say 25 years. So that means that the geometric gap is increasing, and that is because of we are going to have provisions over here. And typically a control room is a part of the system, and finally it is deliverable like electric power generation and this thing. So with this, if we say how I can, what should be my framework? My framework is, there is a complex engineering system, and then I have data coming and information coming from there. So I have a risk assessment model which will give me a vital input. So probabilistic approach is not has been removed at all. If I have to do identification and prioritization, then probabilistic approach is the key to it, because it does analysis at the level of the plant, and in that plant, which component SSC. I'll be using this word SSC, system, structures, and component. So which one are more important? Which one? And as I told you, if I can concentrate on initial 20% high risk component, I am addressing 90% of the risk issues in the plant. So such a huge gain is there. And then same data is coming here. I got artificial intelligence and machine learning approaches, where probabilistic and health management will provide remaining useful life. I'm sorry, some letters are very small actually. And then decision feedback. So once we have a risk, now we have remaining useful life, and once the story doesn't end because PHM, health management, many PHM technologies, they are not, they are basically silent on what management approach you will take to reduce the consequence of failure. So here is we have, if I have an operator support system, actually my PhD was in IIT of Bombay from on this operator support system. Professor Verma was my guide actually. So under his guidance only this methodology was developed. Okay, and then so that's why we are giving a holistic answer. This feedback will go after the action taken. Again, it will be reflected in the plant improvement and all. And this is a closed cycle. Now here we have this traditional approach and PRA approach. In PRA approach, we get all what kind of accidents can happen. It gives you a complete spectrum. Then faulty inventory, you may be knowing this methodology is there, and then PRA quantification, and then finally CDF is a unsafe statement, of the plant. That is core damage frequency for nuclear. For other plant, it could be anything actually. So this is the framework that we use for further going ahead. And of course, many of you who have done probability and all, they will know what faulty inventory. So I get the event sequences over here, and this together will give. And then this monitor that I'll be talking about is common cause failure. Common cause failure is either, let's say, simple example. If the temperature and humidity, they are going up in the area, let's say, which is a control system area, dominated by electronics, then what will happen is, there could be, it's not only a component in isolation, all the components will be affected. It's humidity and temperature, they are the enemy if they are not within the limits. If my design was to build these systems with a 22 degrees centigrade, that is ground benign condition, and 50% humidity, then both the things are, if one of the things goes up, probably component failures you can expect. It's not that the plant don't have, they have a separation, distance, so many rules are there and all that, but we have to have an approach which can work at the holistic level. And I think AI/ML, they all started with the artificial neural network, and its advantage is it helps us in predicting. If I have some knowledge with me, and if I am sure about that knowledge, how data behaves, what is the output, so I can train my neural network for all those conditions, and there is no limitation. It could be one condition, it could be two, it could be 20. All these things can be presented. So this is what ANN is there. And then here, there are so many approaches, I will not go into it. But broadly, it is supervised learning, unsupervised learning. Supervised learning means where data is available, input and label is available. Input data and label is available. So if there are 10 vectors and input data, and I have 10 labels, I can train my neural network. And if it is facing the new data, it will ask you, this data is not fitting or it is close to the transient or some number one, number two, number three. And if you want, you can train it. If you are convinced, the way human behaves actually. Okay, here a small diagram shows how things have evolved. Earlier it was the AI field, then machine learning, and deep learning is a subset of. But deep learning, even today, it appears at the lowest level actually. So that means the story started with our artificial neural network. 80% it is in the domain of that, and then statistical approaches they have come. And these are the different type of neural approaches for modeling. And how it happens, the initial inspiration for the neural network comes from the human mind. There are neurons, they are connected and they are linked and they have got their own weights. Okay. And finally, we infer or we develop a perception about an image, about a data, or about any situation in the industry. And then the architecture is, this is something like input layer, which takes the input data. Then we have hidden layer. Nowadays, we have more than one hidden layer. In 96 and all, when I did PhD, we used to have only one hidden layer. Now, because it has been realized that every hidden layer will give you some information, intermediate processing. So, a number of hidden layers are more. And then training happens and back propagation. There are many technologies. I will not go into further detail because I would like to come to PHM. So, how the training happens? Data is presented. These two blocks were not there earlier. Now it is pre-processing. I am processing my data. If I feed the data, actually there is a small story that I have, and people used to say artificial neural network doesn't work, and I used to say it works because I have applied on a plant and I have seen the way human thinks. This fellow thinks, and when I went to South Korea, even they said, no, we are for our KNG and Korean next generation theater, we are not depending on this. It doesn't work. I said, look, domain expert is required. If you have not involved domain expert, you don't know how it is working, which data is important, which data is not important, what is the range of data you should take, how you should normalize those data. So all those things. Then I told them, give me 3 rounds of your site and give me the data. And finally, we published a paper from there, and they were convinced, yes, ANN works. So initial days in artificial intelligence, they have seen very bad days. Now it is a boon, but I don't know. We have to recalibrate ourselves. How much we should believe it. And I'm a person from safety. So how you will ensure safety and security of these things? That is my biggest concern. That I'm not probably part of this thing. So when I say systems approach, normally the traditional approach is you take one of the component, sensor, transducer, and it will go like this. And here is a multiplexer. No, okay. So all the inputs are coming. So, but if it is a plant, it will be will range from 1 to n. Any number of plants components are there. You have to take, and this signal will go first amplifier. It will amplify the signal, or it will condition the signal, and finally the digital, because everything is now digital. So you have to convert it to, so A to D converter will do this job. Multiplexer, more inputs can also come from here, but since I am taking one input only, I am drawing one line. And data pre-processing, feature extraction, and finally it will fed to the AML model and plant operation and maintenance safety. You have to fit this result into plant safety, original safety, technical specification, which are safety documents. And then only you can say that I am using the management, which I have not seen is happening around actually, So this was Professor Uday Kumar is there. He had some data, and we had this is an experimental set condition CVM lab, isn't it? So I was there, and then we saw some data. And first we thought we will create a model. As I told you, PHM is very resource intensive activity. So use existing plant, whatever experiment has been done. So you can see the motor, and then the bearing, test bearing which is there, it is mounted, and then we have one loading devices, and then hydraulics for loading device and this kind of thing. And this setup was used for collecting data, and how bearing fails, whether it is temperature, humidity was not a part of it, but oil contamination and all these two things were taken. But now I have created a full-fledged model at my indoor lab, and I'm doing all the situations that occurs. Same oil added to 2-3 systems, common cause failure. Same maintenance approach adopted, and parts which had not seen the quality qualification, then also it can come common cause failure. So my whole thrust here, I can say, if I can answer common cause failure, I can answer everything, because in any industry or septical, one component failure doesn't affect the plant, because there are two more parallel components: redundancy, diversity, all those things are there part of it. So for me, common cause failure is the biggest concern. Okay. And now, this is a paper we have presented, and we are giving our algorithm, as I mentioned, is a data input, and we are using convolution network and temporal domain signature transfer learning. Transfer learning is special part. Earlier we used to have feedback learning actually, feed forward back propagation learning. But transfer learning we have adopted over here, and then it goes from one level. Global average is taken, because the system should not get localized into local minima. So the training module should be such that our training should not get into local minima, and there should be something more giving momentum which comes out when the system is converging. Okay, and then we have other things, error factor and all those phenomena, and finally we predict. And how the prediction has occurred, you can see that we have one is that blue area. It shows the confidence level. How confidence level is increasing as we are approaching the failure actually. Uncertainty should reduce. So confidence level is uncertainty should reduce, and it is reducing because it is based on the deviation data or degradation data that is coming in. And then this is a line with training data. You can say, and how actual phenomena is occurring. They are almost matching. And this particular figure, these are the data that we input data that we use for training, and this is the line which shows what was predicted and how much it is there. So if you draw the line, almost like you are reaching the origin, the same number actually. So it shows that there is a good agreement in prediction and training actually. Then we have this. So one side talked about the safety system. Another I talked about the common cause failure. Now third insight I'm giving is PHM should be implemented on the existing sensors. You use it, demonstrate it, refine your model and create a management, submit it to management so that management approach is there and they are ready to put the resources. In fact, it can run for some time, for 1 year in the plant, and everybody comes on the same page. Okay, we require this kind of system. So here I have one system where there is air filtering system is there. I will not name the system directly because these are there in some plant in lifetime. So there is a filter is here in this thing, and then pressure sensor is there at this side. Pressure sensor is at this side. So two pressure that will give me P1, P2, and that will be delta P. So the delta P will tell me what is the degradation which is occurring. That means filter is choking simply. There is nothing, no variation here. And this was a simple system to demonstrate in real time plant the use of PHM. Okay, and we are able to predict it. So now now it is only degradation which is varying, and of course uncertainty fracture carries with it lot of uncertainty. We can have a other method, but for 90% of the component, the reading goes very slowly up, and it should draw operator's attention. Okay, now you have to take an action, and I'll go back to my plant books and I'll work out those books, and decision is taken. Okay, this is my dream. Like, at present the lab testing have gone, the data is coming from Professor Udit Kumar lab and all that. But back in Indore, I want to develop a device which will tell these are the basically degradation is happening 0.4, 0.6, 0.8, and one with total failure. Their color actually PHM we are talking about today. In 80s, we had bought one pump, and it is a Ken motor pump, and that pump, very elementary. It was provided with a device or a meter, and as long as the green, it is in green zone, don't have to bother. If it goes to black zone, prepare for something, and red zone means you are approaching failure. Such a wonderful device, but it was totally mechanical, and of course there were some uncertainty also. But now AI has made it possible to use non-linear data, because sometimes degradation is not linear thing. It will deviate from its path, it will get civilized, then it will go further and all that. So that kind of things are required. So my dream is that this becomes part and parcel of we have a control room. There will be a next room for only for maintenance people. Because maintenance people have to save the plant. Number one, if it fails, then your sensor fails, then redundancy. One component failure will not cause it. But if there is a common cause failure, then all the redundancy will be, there will be, you can say, knocking effect. All parallel component will blow. And that should not happen. It could, human factor itself is one of the biggest common cause failure. So those kind of things. And then one more point which emerges is like you are doing R&D. Human prognostics. I do not know why the machine learning has evolved from this healthcare system. But why there is no prognostic that is joining in the hardware plant so that humans do less. Normally, if you see a sincere fellow and some mistake happened, why it happened? He might be having its own psychological issue, his fatigue issue, or any issue. So earlier the error were perceived to be happening across the main machine interface. And the new element is it is an organizational factor also. Organization, how their humans are comfortable, how they recognize themselves with the plant, and this kind of algorithm can be developed taking into account all these factors. So with this dream, I will stop my presentation. I would like to thank Professor Kapoor. I have been associated with him for a long time. As somebody said rightly, he is our Bhishma Pitama. The Vermaji introduced me to Professor Kapoor, and that's how we started working together. And thanks to Amity University, because this forum is very important. And I always tell back in Bhabha Atomic Research Center, conferences are so important that you learn, you just spend your 3 days, but you come with of course you have to listen to every speaker very sincerely and all that. And then thanks to the organizers. I had been organizing the conference, the 6th conference I did last year, International Conference on Reliability, Safety and Hazard. It has become a brand, at least in nuclear safety. So I know what it means organizing a conference. So sincere thanks to the organizer and the kind of able guidance is available from them. And I will take this stage to thank Professor Uday Kumar. Some work has gone on, and because I am working as a guest faculty or visiting faculty, and he has supported this work. And Professor Uday Kumar and Madam also, she has taught us. She taught us live testing, and now live testing has become one of the mainstays in reliability engineering or risk engineering. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to give a talk. Thank you. If any question, otherwise it is lunch time, no? We'll talk during lunch time. What do you feel? But Uday Kumar, you can ask some, because for 3 months we are away actually. Yeah, sure.
AMPS and PHM. PHM is a new entry.
Yes. I think we discussed in closed door meeting. What I'm trying to tell you is, if I do a risk analysis of the plant, 99% data is failure. Reliability, RAMs, reliability, availability, maintainability, safety. Okay. Unfortunately, safety comes at the end. Okay. So now reliability, availability. We require failure data to predict the failure. Predict as to assess the failure. You don't predict actually. Then you give probabilistic estimate. So PHM, and if I relate this thing, it is giving me instant of failure. But through RAMs and all, I don't get the instant of it. So for maintenance person, or for a person who is managing the control room, for him it is required. The relation is started. But how long the time is there really? So that comes from here. And number two, in PSA also, for safety system, they give estimate of unavailability and reliability, because safety system have to come on time when activation signal is sent. So right from electronics to hardware and activation, that goes into it. So I would say that the PSA integrates all the availability, reliability, safety of course, because it is assessing directly a quantitative estimate of reliability. Earlier, RAMs and all that, risk assessment, we used to have that, failure mode, effect analysis, failure mode, critical, but they were happening at the individual level of the plant. Sometimes the, failure mechanism will be connecting them, but I'm not talking about common cause failure there. And I think PSI is an elegant mechanism to answer human factor and common.
Okay, thank you. Just one more thing, because RAMS is used mostly in design phase and PHM comes into the operation, because what happens, RAMS will define what type of monitoring you want to have, the physics of failure and prognostics and all. Thank you. But
no, I'll answer this. Yeah. PSA is done from conceptual stage, because I'm building a plant. Later on changes I cannot do. And it tells me what, see, safety is the overriding factor, in our plant. So if I do something wrong at conceptual stage, that will percolate down to, and we cannot do much changes actually. So PSA is right from conceptual stage, because siting, if I have to select the site, I will need, I go to Ministry of Environment, or they ask us to give for 7 plants for that site, we give the risk assessment. And when we told this is a statement, first they saw our book size, almost like 2000 pages. They said, so seriously you do it? We are serious people. But then they said, yes, it is acceptable. Some 2 years they spent and it is acceptable. And they give clearance to, I'll not tell the plant thing. So conceptual siting itself, design to conceptual design, final design, all those things they come in. And operation view of data. So what you said is right. During this design phase, we use generic data, but that time acceptable thing is metrics is total damage frequency and reliability metrics and all that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful presentation. Now I would like to request Professor P.K. Kapoor, Dr. Ajit Kumar Verma, Uday Kumar to felicitate our session chair, Dr. N.L. Bhutani, and our speaker, Professor Prabhakar Vivarde. Thank you. Have a great round of applause for them. So let's move on to our paper presentations. The session name of a paper presentation will be Mathematical Modeling or Statistics. And our session chairs are Professor Manoj Kumar Vashne. Professor Manoj Kumar Vashne is a professor in the Department of Statistics at Hindu College, University of Delhi, India. With over 17 years of teaching experience, he earned his PhD Biostatics from University of Delhi in 2013. His research focuses on biostatistics, applied statistics, and medical statistics, with ongoing work on infectious disease like HIV/AIDS. He has published 17 research articles and contributed to 5 ebooks. A recipient of multiple awards, he has chaired international conferences and delivered lectures globally. He is a lifetime member of several statistical societies and serves as a referee for reputed international journals. And our second session chair is Dr. Gajendra Pratap Singh. Dr. Gajendra Pratap Singh is an assistant professor at the School of Computational and Integrative Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University, JNU, New Delhi, India. He completed his PhD from Delhi College of Engineering, University of Delhi in 2013. His research specializes in graph theory, Petri, net theory, data science, machine learning, and network biology. Dr. Singh has published over 60 research papers and is known for proposing the theory of Boolean and binary Petri nets. He has delivered more than 100 expert talks and participated in over 100 conferences globally. He has received several awards, including the Young Scientist Award in 2017 and the Best ANO and NCC Achievers Award 2023. So, before begin the paper presentation, I would like to inform everyone that each presenter will have 7 minutes to present their papers, followed by a 2-minute question and answer round. So let's move on to our first paper presentation, whose title is An Inventory Model for Detroiting Items Considering Quadratic and RAM Demand Scenarios, Revenue and Promotional Strategy, with paper ID 9 and whose author is Jitendra Kaushik. Have a round of applause for Jitendra sir.
Yes. Good afternoon to all of you. Now my paper title is that inventory modeling, where the demand behave is a quadratic in a first stage and the second stage is linearly behave. So it's a RAM type behaving pattern, and this type of the problem can be exists when a promotional strategy is applied. Some promotional strategies is there. Two papers are related to that Umakant Mishra and Neeta Shah already presented this type of the paper. But do you think is in this paper that I given the three things is there? That means that fixed demand, coefficient of customer preference that get changed as to time in the second phase. And third one, that D value. D value means promotional demand, additional demand, which is increased. So I am presenting this paper. This is abstract. The purpose is that to identify the optimal replenishment point, optimum ordering point, optimum lot size, inventory management, and sale loss also we find from it. Keynesian metrics I applied, sensitivity analysis applied, and the impact of the sensitivity analysis also applied to find that what's going on in future if the something gets changed due to the internal and external factors. These all are the notations of the demand A1, A2, B1, B2. That is A1, A2 for the fixed demand. That is for the stage 1 and phase 2. That all demand functions are there. These all are the assumptions. It is for the deterministic demand function. An important thing is that A1 and B1 that gradually change or decline in second phase when it becomes to the linear. So this is basically demand function which is using for case 1 and phase 1 and second one case 1 and phase 2. That in the first phase it is a quadratic demand function and in the second phase it becomes the linear demand function when A1 will be always greater than A2 and B1 always greater than B2. This is a mathematical equation. Earn revenue for phase 1, holding cost, backlog inventory orders, initial inventory for phase 1, total inventory for phase 1, sale loss demand function, and net profit I identify from it. Second phase, when the demand becomes linear, earn revenue, holding cost, backlog inventory, initial inventory for phase 2, total inventory, sale loss, and net profit identify from phase 2 from this formula. This is a theorem that after the second derivation of the demand function with respect to the time I identify, and after that manually I calculate it and find the concavity conditions. These all the methodology I derivate demand function put equal to 0, then second derivation put value which is find from derivation 0 and put that to find the maxima and minima and repeat the process till find the optimal replenishment point to find the optimal solution. This is numerical example. Is the values, some random values. I take that and few already published from reputed papers, secondary data I use for it. And this result I find when the case 1 is there and phase 1 there, retailers get a maximum profit $782.01 per unit due to the minimum price and their replenishment period is less. At that time, due to this reason, because demand is very increasing, demand is very high due to the seasonal demand impact, initial inventory 77,851 required and it sale out due to the less price. It's still there is some sale loss is there. Even I given that shortage, partial backlog, in spite of that some sale loss exists in the demand function. Now for the case 1 and phase 2, this is the result. Now revenue per unit revenue or per cycle that is less and replenishment period is also increased and selling price is also comparatively increased. And this is the impact. This is graph, 3D graph, which shown for the case 1 and phase 1, and case 1 is the phase 2. And this is heat map that also established to find the relation between the selling price and the initial inventory for the case 1 and phase 1. Similarly, vice versa for case 2 and phase 2. Then this is I compare from the different authors. And I identify that if this type of the demand function applied in their result, our per unit profit, their per unit profit will increase. And then I applied the sensitivity analysis to find the most sensitive variable for the each demand function, each demand variable. And then each demand variable which is I find the most sensitive, then I apply to be establish a relationship between them. What happens that if the internal and external variable get changed? The demand function change. What is the impact over the profit, initial inventory, and the backlog amount? So I applied there. So in this way, These results I find and then I present through the graphical method. It made by Origin software for the comparison purpose. And then promotional strategy, that initial promotional strategy is there. And here the promotional effect absolutely seen in a phase 1 and phase 2 also. In the phase 1, profit is high due to the promotional effect, and when the promotional effect is absent, then A1 and A2 value also left, and that's directly impacted to that. So this type of the demand function can be helpful when we have to sell out the items soon. So furthermore, few things there I identify on few promotional strategy can be prepared on this basis. And this conclusion, the conclusion is that the promotional impact strategy enhance the per unit revenue, and second one, the quadratic demand function establish a relationship to for the additional revenue. So for the seasonal demand, when the demand are very high at that time, the quadratic demand functions work, but especially is that in the second phase it become linear. When demand is less, still it is required, such as the technology arrived and some technology arrived, and in the starting promotional effects is seen, in the second phase decline. And in this way, some risk scenario can be overcome. Thank you, sir. Second paper. Second paper. That I taken from the article, sir. Already published article. These already published article. We develop I develop a mathematical model, sir, and that mathematical model I proved that with different methods. But for the numerical exam point of view, whatever the published data is there, I take that, and furthermore, I put some random variable also.
And you have also comparison with another
Yes,
model.
yes,
So that is also secondary database.
Yes,
model.
yes. Generally, in mathematics and inventory model, most of the time it is there, sir. Otherwise, the case study there. Due to the lack of the data availability, we take that random variables or sometimes already published data. We take it, sir.
Okay, okay.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Rupasi, it is
Yes,
good. I quickly just reply for my curiosity. One first question is, you have mentioned about the quadratic functions. Okay, is it true for if you consider the nth power? Is it okay?
No. I take that the demand.
No, that's fine. I have seen that. But if you generalize to linear, quadratic, and cubic, or it will work like same pattern or
It will work, sir.
same till n. Okay, and suddenly demand, although you are not consider the defective item return, but if it is there, okay, so is there any effect on the
Yes,
decreasement
yes,
of the sale lost?
Yes. Sale loss will increase, sir.
Sale loss will
Sale
increase.
loss will increase.
Okay, ठीक है. Any questions from the audience? Okay, thank you, Dr. Kosik. Very
Thank you,
nice presentation, and very timely you have concluded that presentation. Thank you very much. So now the next presenter, you are? Okay. So this is our request to you, kindly brief and present everything in within 4 to 5 minutes only. Just show some highlights, whatever you
Okay,
want.
so let's move on to our next paper presentation, whose title is A Multi-Release Software Reliability Growth Model with Imperfect Debugging Under Uncertainty of Testing Environments. Paper ID 23, and the author is Sujit Kumar Pradhan, Anchal Dhillo, and Vijay Kumar.
Good afternoon to all. My name is Anchal. I am a PhD scholar under the guidance of Dr. Vijay Kumar. My research topic is a multi-release software reliability growth model with imperfect debugging under uncertainty of testing environments. Here are my table of contents. Let's start with the introduction part. These are the basic. What are the software systems are widely used in diverse applications which increase the demand for reliable softwares to analyze software reliability growth and predict failure occurrence. Software reliability growth models have been widely developed. There are more existing models based on non-homogeneous Poisson processes. In this, we will work on the operating environments often differ from the testing environments and involve uncertainty. This is the basic when we use the multi-release softwares. We basically use multi-release softwares when it reaches a level where it attains its operational reliability level desired by the firm. A new version is introduced and the software gets upgraded. These are the literature review part. Software reliability is influenced by several uncertain factors such as testing effort, debugging efficiency, operating environments, user behavior, which makes reliability assessment complex. Earlier studies have primarily used probability theory and stochastic differential equations to handle uncertainty by modeling the fault detection process as a continuous random process. Existing models predominantly employ gamma or exponential distributions to model environmental effects, limiting modeling flexibility and capturing diverse testing behaviors. Hence, there is a need for multi-release SRGM that integrates visible distributed environmental uncertainty, testing coverage, and imperfect debugging to better reflect real-world software testing conditions. Here's my model. These are the notations. These are some assumptions that NHPP is followed during the fault detection process. The fault generation process is assumed to follow a non-homogeneous process. The number of faults detected within the interval is related to the number of remaining faults in the software after correction. The fault detection rate is taken in terms of testing coverage. The fault intensity rate function is directly proportional to the number of remaining faults in the software. The debugging process begins immediately after the fault is detected, but it may introduce new faults into the software while correcting the existing ones. The randomness in the testing environment of SRGM is represented by incorporating a random variable eta, which modifies the fault detection rate to account for uncertainties in the testing process. These are the previous models. Here we expand the model by incorporating eta into the fault detection rate. B1T, the model allows the detection rate to vary dynamically rather than remain fixed, thus providing a more realistic depiction of how testing efficiency changes under uncertain environments. This is the model. Here we formulate the SRGM. This is the solution of this model. Here we use the fault content function NT. Let us denote the solution of equation 5 by using in terms of eta. To find the MVF, we consider the random variable eta, which follows the Weibull distribution, and then we will MT is given by using the Laplace transformation. Compared to Laplacian-based methods, the Weibull-based approach provides superior rate prediction, and like the logistic distribution, it provides an S-shaped cumulative distribution for software lifetime analysis. Here are the releases. The first release, then second release, then we will continue up to kth release. Here are the numerical illustrations. There are the parameters we use to validate our model. These are the data set we took from Wood. Here are the estimated parameters of our model. These are the graph. And these are the comparison we used with the existing SRGM. These are the conclusions. The proposed multi-release software reliability growth model effectively captures the impact of stochastic operating environments and imperfect debugging by incorporating a Weibull distributed environmental factor into the fault detection process. Through numerical illustrations, we showcase that the effectiveness of our model in handling the complexities of software testing. The developed model has been validated on real data set for 4 releases to showcase more effective results. Further, this research can be continued and explored by taking the like testing efforts, change points, patching, error generation, time delays, and other methodologies we will explore further. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dylan. Any questions from the audience? Dylan, just wanted to know, you have mentioned some assumptions.
Yes.
And we applied that some model and some data, right? Is it okay?
Yes.
My question is that did you check those assumptions while before applying the assumption, applying that model? They are setting an assumption. Have you validated those assumptions? Have you checked manually all assumptions?
Yes.
Okay. Then you check. Then that's fine. Because I have doubts on some there. Whenever you choose the distributions. Anyway, then we will discuss it later. But that may be wrong. Thank you very much. Sir.
Okay, so we'll have a 15-minute break for the lunch. Okay, so let's continue. Our next paper, thank you so much, ma'am, for a wonderful presentation. Let's move on to our next paper presentation, paper ID 44, and the paper title is Boosting Process Excellence Outcomes in Software Testing, a Discrete Event Simulation Approach for Web-Based Systems. And the author name is Pankaj Rahi. Mr. Pankaj, you will be having only 5 minutes to present your paper, and there will be a 2-minute questionnaire round. Pankaj Rahi. Okay, so let's move on to our next paper presentation, paper ID 79, and the paper title is Pioneering Sustainability in the RTE Food Industry Through Preservation, Technology, and Green Packaging. And the author names are Ankita Rao, Aditi Khanna.
Okay, let me share my screen.
You'll be having only 5 minutes to present your paper.
Okay.
Thank you.
My screen is visible now?
Yes, visible. You can start now.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ankita Rao. I am pursuing my PhD from Department of Operational Research, University of Delhi, under the supervision of Professor Aditi Khanna. I would like to present my research titled Pioneering Sustainability in the Ready-to-Eat Food Industry Through Preservation Technology and Green Packaging. Here are the highlights of my paper. The study is grounded in the growing importance of sustainability in today's social and economic life. We emphasize the role of preservation technology in controlling product deterioration during production and holding. Further, the era of sustainable development, packaging has become a major strategic concern. Businesses are now required to shift toward more sustainable packaging practices. Technology along expenditure toward green packaging. The model also implements a carbon taxation policy, which helps to control the amount of carbon emission from production. This paper develops a mathematical framework with the packaging investment. Here are some assumptions of our paper. The model assumes a constant production rate higher than demand to avoid shortages. Demand is influenced by green packaging investment, and the initial iteration is considered constant but can be reduced through preservation investment. Carbon emission are considered from production and holding, and then we have implemented carbon taxation policy. Salvage trading is also incorporated to recover residual value from deteriorated units. Here are some notations of our paper. We are taking 3 decision variables: cycle length, green packaging, and preservation technology. This is the mathematical framework. This is how we are presenting our graphic model. From time 0 to T1, there is production along with demand, and after T1, there is only demand going on. Here are the cost components of the system. Revenue is also generated from both normal sales and partially deteriorated units through salvage trading. The total profit is calculated as total revenue minus all associated costs. Solution procedure is this: the model is solved by maximizing the total profit function. Necessary conditions are derived using first order partial derivative, and the graphical analysis confirms that the profit function is concave, ensuring a unique optimal solution. These are the graphs proving the concavity of the function. Numerical analysis that we have performed with different key parameters such as demand parameter, demand sensitivity parameter of green packaging, and all of these. These are the observations that we get from this sensitivity analysis. As increase in demand leads to larger load sizes and greater preservation needs and higher emissions. Same with the rising holding cost, shortens cycle length, load size reduces emission, and packaging cost. Packaging investment, and as carbon tax increases, form shorten cycles and reduce investment, and overall profit declines. This is the conclusion. So we conclude the paper. To conclude, this study proposes a sustainability specifically food products. The research quantifies consumer sensitivity towards eco-friendly packaging and examines how it directly influences demand and overall profitability. By embedding preservation into inventory, the model enables product shelf-life, minimize spoilage, and improve operational efficiency. Overall, the study offers a structured decision support approach that helps firms transition from conventional inventory system to more practical operations. And these are the references that I have taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Ankita. Ankita,
Yes.
I just one query.
Okay.
In your model, you consider in the beginning YT something exponential function. Okay. So, what happens if you consider the closed interval there? Yes. Second point.
Okay, second one.
Alpha lies between your obtain the value lies between 0 and 1 open interval. But if you consider closed interval, then what is the interpretation? Alpha lies between 0 and 1. You mentioned that.
0. Alpha is 0, then there is no preservation technology. Then the deterioration remains constant that we have taken.
And 1?
Why not? 1, okay.
Alpha equals to 1 if you consider?
If we consider 1, then
just interpretation. Okay. Thank you. A very nice presentation.
Okay.
Sankita. Thank you very much. Any question from the audience? No question. Thank you, Ankita.
Thank you so much. Okay, let's move on to our next paper presentation, whose paper ID is 91. And the paper title is Personalized Learning Assistant Leveraging Large Language Model Advances for Adaptive Student Support, whose authors are Shivani Giri, Anshul Tikku, Shreya Agarwal, and Shilpi Sehgal.
So, hello everyone. Let me share my screen first.
Okay.
So, it's visible now.
Yes. Ma'am, actually, you will be having only 5 minutes to present your. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Judges, researcher, and participant, we are pleased here to present our research work title, that is a personalized learning assistant. Which is leveraging a large language model advanced language model into adaptive education system to enhance the personalized. Sorry.
Ma'am, your voice is breaking.
Okay. Just wait a minute. Let me. Am I audible now? Hello.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay. Thank you. So yes, this is the title of our project under the guidance of financial technology.
Your voice is breaking again. It might be a microphone issue.
Shreya, can you give the presentation if I am audible to the audience? Don't worry. We are pleased to present our research work titled Personalized Learning Assistant. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Better now.
This research focuses on integrating modern large language models into adaptive education system to enhance personalized student learning experience. And the education sector has undergone significant digital transformation in recent years. While e-learning platforms have improved accessibility, they still largely follow a one-size-fits-all approach. However, students differ in learning pace, background knowledge, and comprehension availability. With the emergence of advanced LLMs such as GPT-4 developed by OpenAI, AI system now possess contextual reasoning and human-like explanation capabilities. This advancement motivates our work to design an adaptive learning assistant powered by LLMs. Earlier, intelligent tutoring systems relied primarily on rule-based mechanisms. These systems required manual configuration and lacked scalability. Later, machine learning approaches improved personalization through recommendation systems. Most exciting platforms still fail to dynamically adapt explanations in real time based on student understanding. From our analysis, we identified key gaps. Next slide. Lack of deep conceptual understanding, limited long-term student performance tracking, absence of conversational adaptability, poor real-time difficulty adjustment. Therefore, there is a need for a scalable, context-aware, adaptive conversational learning assistant. The core problem we address is how can we design an AI-driven system that understands student queries contextually, adapts explanation complexity, tracks performance over time, and provide interactive learning support? Our goal is to bridge the gap between static digital learning platforms and intelligent personalized tuition. We propose a personalized learning assessment framework that integrates a student profiling engine, a performance analytics module, a large language model based reasoning engine,
a continuous feedback loop. This modular design enables dynamic personalization and scalable deployment. The system architecture consists of four primary layers. Next slide. User interface layer, application layer, AI processing layer, and data storage layer. The workflow begins when a student submits a query. The backend retrieves the student profile, constructs a contextual prompt, sends it to the LLM, and adapts the response before delivering it back to the student. The backbone of our system is a transformer-based LLM. LLM use attention mechanism to understand contextual relationship in text, enable coherent and context-aware explanations. We leverage these capabilities specifically for adaptive educational support. Models such as GPT-4 and conversational systems like ChatGPT demonstrate strong reasoning, and NLP generates capabilities. Adaptation in our system is based on multiple parameters: student accuracy rate, response time, error patterns, concept mastery level. Based on these factors, the assistant dynamically modifies explanation depth, example complexity, question difficulty, learning resource recommend. The operation flow follows these steps: receive student query, retrieve stored profile and performance history, analyze mastery level, generate structured contextual prompt, obtain LLM response, validate addend output, and update student learning model. The system was implemented using modern web technologies. Prompt engineering plays a crucial role. Prompts are structured to include student proficiency level, topic context, desired difficulty, preferred explanation style. This ensures targeted and adapted response. To evaluate the system, we stimulate.
But I would like to request you to just conclude faster.
Yes, ma'am. We will slide to advantages and limitation. Key advantages of our approach include real-time adaptive tutoring, conversational interaction, scalability for large institutions, a continuous improvement via feedback loop. We have some limitations also. High computational requirements, risk of hallucinated responses. Addressing these challenges is essential for real-world deployment. For future work, fine-tune subject-specific models, emotional-aware tutoring through sentimental analysis, multi-language support, deployment of lightweight offline models. In conclusion, our research demonstrates that integrating LLM with adaptive learning frameworks can significantly enhance personalized education. We believe such AI-driven assistants have the potential to transform the future of digital education. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Now I'd like to request the session chairs to ask the questioners.
Ankita, Miss Ankita, okay, you presented that presentation on that topic. It's good, but I have one query. As you mentioned, the limitations on computational, you are facing problem for computational part, right? Hello.
Yes, sir.
You are facing a problem in computation. So, what kind of method or what or how you are trying, or is there any suggestion to resolve such kind of computation?
In computation, limits our memory is finite, CPU speed is finite, time complexity limitation like polynomial time efficient, sorting.
What is the time complexity? It is up to the order in terms of logarithm or some n power.
Is in n power exponential time to the power n.
Okay.
In practical large n.
Okay, so my suggestion is that if you, I know this is very important question from the computational point of view. Whenever data is large, it is very difficult to compute, to calculate somehow some functions within some range. You may try some other methods, maybe some, for example, some ancient Indian math or some kind of mathematics you can refer, because I feel that they are much more faster than existing methods. So because I try personally, I got the result in manually. The calculation takes around 10 steps. But I try to use that method, the calculation reduced to 3 steps. So you may try for that. Same thing we are also facing. Thank you. Thank you. If any question from the audience? No, no question. Thank you, Ankita. Thank you very much. Very nice presentation. And continue your work. Thank you very much.
Moving on, I would like to invite our next speaker, Vaishnavi Singh Pankaj, PC Jha, Shilpi Verma, paper ID 107 with the paper title Assessing Barriers in the Adoption of Artificial Intelligence Technologies in the Apparel Industry.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah.
I'll just share my screen.
Vaishnavi, your screen is not visible.
Hello, is my screen visible?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi everyone, I'm Vaishnavi. My topic for today's presentation is assessing barriers in the adoption of artificial intelligence technologies in the apparel industry. I'm pursuing my PhD from Department of Operational Research under the guidance of Senior Professor PC Jha and Dr. Shilpi Verma. So these are the contents of my presentation. So I'll just try to go through it quickly. So these are what is AIT? Basically, AI is any system that understands, learns, and interact and can again be used in a different kind of operator. And supply chain management, as we all know, is the network of flow of goods, services, funds, data, information, etc., from procurement of the raw materials to the end customer. Now, the point is we can apply this AIT, this apparel intelligence technologies in supply chain management of the apparel industry. Now, supply chain management in the apparel industry is, of course, the complex network of businesses that bring clothing and accessories from concept to the customer. So, from the design to the end customer, to retail and end customer. So, stakeholders in apparel supply chain would obviously be the growers of silk, cotton, and other textiles, and distributors, retailers, and so on. A successful apparel chain has transparent communications, and as we all know, communications are important in the successful supply chain of this. Now, artificial intelligence technologies in supply chain, there are a lot of uses of artificial intelligence technologies in supply chain as of now. Also in apparel industry, there are a lot of uses, but we also see a lot of barriers that come into adoption of AIT. So our paper focuses on that. So yeah, these are the current uses of AIT in supply chain management. We can see it in demand forecasting, inventory optimization, automated visual inspection, as you can see in Lenskart and other companies, and so on. So these are the objectives of my study. So first we determine the barriers that are associated with the adoption of AIT in apparel supply chain. And then those barriers are finalized using both objective and subjective approaches. I'll go about what objective and subjective means later. Now, then we analyze the interrelationships among the barriers and also rate them according to their severity, rank them, and form a hierarchical structure. So, our data collection was, a questionnaire was circulated among the experts from AI supply chain. These experts included the upper management and the researchers from different colleges and so on. And a systematic and thorough literature review was done. And after that, we used factor analysis to reduce the number of barriers. This is what I mean by objective approach. And based on the results, the list of barriers were finalized. Now, factor analysis, as we all know, in short, is a dimension reduction technique. If we have a lot of variables which are interconnected, it just shows us the variables which are independent and not the variables that are already dependent on the other variables. So using the factor analysis, we have reduced our barriers. DMATL is another MCDM technique. We use DMATL to rank our barriers according to their severity and their influences and so on. And we also build a cause and effect group from it. So these are the steps we use to make a DMATL matrix. And then we use the ISM method, interpretive structural modeling, to make a hierarchical structure of the barriers we thus had. Now, these are the steps in ISM methodology. I'll just go quickly through it. And we also perform the MICMIC analysis to just classify the barriers. And these are our initial list of barriers. So we had a total 30 list of barriers that we saw from literature reviews and everything. And then this is the result of a factor analysis. As you can see, the KMO is more than 0.6. So it's a good sample and we can just go on with our factor analysis. And with the scree plot and also the total variance explained, we can see that 12 factors or 12 barriers were at the end like finalized. So these are the 12 barriers that I have finalized after that. Now this is the initial direct relationship matrix for these finalized barriers that was like ranked by the experts. This is the normalized matrix. These are the steps of DMATL. This is the total relationship matrix, and this is the cause and effect group. So the highlighted barriers are in the effect group and others are in the cause group. So you can also see it by the graph. And these are the barriers, the highlighted barriers, B9, B2, B7 and B12 are the most severe barriers.
Sorry,
now this is,
but I would like to request to conclude faster.
Okay, sorry, yeah. So this is the results for our ISM. I'll just go to the results quickly. These are the levels formed. And according to MICMAC analysis, you can see all the classification of all the barriers. Now, the results are from the ISM that in autonomous, we had no barriers at all. Dependent barriers were, as you can see, lack of eco-literacy, need for sustainable material usage, high cost of investment, and lack of management support. So these barriers are dependent on other barriers. So you can see linkage barriers are the barriers that link dependent and drivers. So linkage barriers, in linkage barriers, you can see lack of standardization, lack of government supports, lack of technology readiness, and challenge of large data sets. And drivers, that independent barriers that we need to focus on the most are the pseudo threat of replacement of human workforce, scarcity of validation, complications of algorithmic interpretability, and unskilled workforce. Now these results are also like validated by the results of DMATL, as we can see that scarcity of validation, complications in algorithmic interpretability, and challenge of large data sets are like biggest and most severe challenges. And again, unskilled workforce is also followed by this. Now, high investment costs also rank among the top 5 most severe barriers. So there are different costs related to the adoption of AI, like expenses in R&D, training, technology development, computational costs, and so on. So yeah, so conclusion was that we determined the barriers.
Your time limit has exceeded. Now I would
Okay,
like
that's
to
fine.
request.
These are the references and thank you. Yep.
Okay, Vaishnavi, thanks.
Yes.
Any questions from the audiences? No, sir. Do you have any question? Then I can.
So I just want to know what kind of data you use. Is it continuous or discrete? Or
It is discrete, sir. Yeah.
discrete? And also, is there any identification in the ratio or interval data?
Not as of now. I have not done this for the continuous data right now, just the discrete data. So there are no intervals formed.
Okay. So you use the factor analysis. Have you checked the normalities and other segment of the analysis?
Yes. I use the Verimax normalization and I use that, so it was validated. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Vaishnavi, actually,
Yes.
you have mentioned MCDM, multi-criteria decision making technique.
Yes.
can you tell us how many decision making techniques? Can you tell us 2, 3 techniques which is more appropriate to be more suitable to apply this data in at your research in your research?
Sure. I think like
Any other
something like AHP won't work because AHP doesn't consider the interrelations among the barriers. But I think something like Wings would be better. Wings, one can use Wings, and you can also validate the data using SEM. So I think that would be better. So
Okay.
yeah.
And okay. Okay. I'm also in doubtful condition because some assumption you have adapted here, but it may be used. Second question is that you have frame from the matrices.
Yes.
As with respect to the barriers. Okay.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. Yes.
Did you check some kind of relationship when if you multiply the matrices? Okay, you have 12 or 14 something some areas. If you take multiplication or in terms of eigenvalue, did you check some kind of is there any relationship between in terms of eigenvalue? Can you have some kind of comments on the barriers?
Not eigenvalue, but I have calculated the threshold value in DMATL. So all my values in the DMATL matrix were above the threshold value. That is why I considered all the barriers.
That relation exists. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's thanks to this speaker, Vaishnavi Singh.
you.
Thanks very much.
Thank
Thank you. That brings us to the end of the session. I would like to express my gratitude towards the presenters and the session chairs. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Ravneet Singh to facilitate our session chairs, Professor Manoj Kumar Varshe and Dr. Gajendra Pratap Singh.
Okay, so let's move on to our next session, keynote address session. The speaker of the session will be Professor Omar Al-Zami. He's a professor in the Department of Cybersecurity at Teba University, Medina, Saudi Arabia. His research mainly focuses on software vulnerabilities, cybersecurity, software reliability, and Internet of Things (IoT) security. Through his work, he aims to improve the safety and reliability of modern digital systems and software environments. He also provides consultancy services to several organizations, including national e-government programs, supporting the development of secure digital infrastructure and technology solutions. Professor Al-Azmi has made strong academic contribution with more than 65 research publications in reputed journals and conferences. He is actively engaged in the cybersecurity research and collaborates with academic and industry partners to promote innovation and technological advancement in the field of cybersecurity. Now, I would like Mr. Razmi to speak some words or give his presentation. Yes, sir, your screen is visible. Sir, your audio is not. So please unmute your audio.
Can you hear me?
Now you're audible. Thank you, sir.
Can you see the presentation?
Yes, sir, your screen is visible.
Okay. So, hello everybody. I'd like to thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Kapoor, for the patrons and the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to talk today, to give a talk about a feature selection method that we have developed and published in a recent paper that was a Q2 paper, was published last year, just a few months ago. Okay, just a second. So feature selection is the machine learning process of choosing the most relevant and non-redundant useful input variables to improve model performance, enhance interoperability, and reduce training time. Nowadays, many researchers are interested in machine learning and to utilize AI and machine learning techniques to give us good results in research by training models and producing quality research. So one challenge is that the AI and machine learning is very expensive in terms of computation and resources. So therefore, feature selection techniques reduce the amount of work needed by machine learning. However, if you do some feature selection, the accuracy might be get some kind of impacted by this by feature selection. So we need a feature selection that is improves accuracy and reduces the work needed by the machine learning algorithms. Removing noisy, irrelevant data, reducing outfitting, and simplifying models. Techniques include filter, statistical, wrapper, iterative, and embedded methods. Feature selection is a pivotal pre-processing step in developing data-driven models, influencing reliability, performance, and optimization. So we're looking at all these aspects. Although the existing FS techniques can yield high performance metric for certain models, they do not invariably guarantee the extraction of the most critical, impactful features. Prior literature underscores the significance of equitable feature selection practices and has proposed diverse methodologies for identification. So there exists a number of techniques and methods that are very effective. However, we would like to have a more optimized technique for feature selection that combines the benefits and produce a good feature selection that selects only the most relevant features of the data. Because, with big data, the data is so big. So if you want to process everything and include everything, it will consume so much time and so much energy. And nowadays we are looking at green computing because of the high impact of energy consumption by AI today is threatening to consume so much energy that will impact our life. So if all energy goes to AI, it will have a great impact on energy prices and energy infrastructure that in many countries will be overburdened by AI. So we can use AI without and machine learning without impacting and consuming so much energy. The challenge of the screening most relevant and influential features persists, particularly in the context of exponential growth and heterogeneity of big data, a challenge that increasingly is salient in modern artificial intelligence. This study introduced innovative automated statistical method termed FARI, similarity and feature selection. Actually, this was done by our team, and FARI is a student of me. I have supervised him during his master's studies, and this was one of his papers. So the FSFS approach computes similarity metric for each feature by benchmarking it against record-wise mean, thereby finding feature dependencies and mitigating the influence of outliers. So this is the main focus of this method, is to finding feature dependencies between features and mitigating the influence of outliers. So we found out by experimenting on many several data sets that shows that our proposed FS approach actually has higher accuracy and also uses less features. So how about that? So you use less features, less work, and at the same time your accuracy is still competitive or exceeds. So features are subsequently ranked according to their similarity scores with this threshold established. So in our model, lower FS value, it's the value gives it the feature selection show, meaning higher similarity, and higher values, lower similarity. So we can rank the features and then select the most relevant and omits the less relevant. The FSFS method is designed not only to yield reliable evaluation metrics, but also reduce data complexity without compromising model performance. So it's a delicate balance between performance and accuracy. Comparative analyses were performed against several established techniques, including chi-square correlation coefficient was widely used, and genetic algorithms, exhaustive approach, greedy stepwise approach, gain ratio, and filters subset evaluation. Using a variety of data sets, we selected some of the most famous data sets that has been recognized and used by many papers. These are some of them. Cancer Wisconsin, breast cancer Wisconsin, KDD Cup 1999, UNSW and B15, and all of these will be used to measure and to compare. So the result shows that this method, the highest classifier accuracies observed was 60%, 95, 97, 98, 95.86, and 95. While our model shows respectively 100, 97.81, 98.63, 98.94. So almost all of them are more than 94 at least. The FSFS method with a computational complexity of O if in log n demonstrate robust scalability and well suited for data sets of a large size, ensuring efficient processing even with number of features is substantial. So by automatically eliminating outliers and redundant data, FSFS reduced computational overhead, resulting in faster training and improved model for performance. Overall, the FSFS framework not only optimizes performance, but also enhances interoperability and explainability of the data-driven models, thereby facilitating more trustworthy decision-making in AI application. So the benefits we can summarize in reducing dimensionality by eliminating redundant irrelevant features. The model can focus on the most relevant information. Improving accuracy, selecting only the most useful features leads to better model performance. Also faster training. The time spent in training will be significantly lower because you have fewer features. So you reduce computation time, making training process more efficient. Also, greater interoperability with fewer inputs, understanding the model's behavior becomes easier. Also, avoiding the curse of dimensionality, reducing complexity when working with high dimensional data. So, to reduce significantly the work on the machine learning and produce better results. So FS is a crucial aspect of machine learning, deep learning methodologies, significantly impacting model accuracy and reliability as data size, the complexity grow in the era of big data. Impact of FS, the failure of identify key features can result in inaccurate models, negatively affecting decision based on them. Moreover, irrelevant features, if you take some irrelevant features, they will confuse the model and make it less accurate. Also increase the training time and complexity. FS techniques improved also in the past, and we measure them by how can they remove unnecessary data noise and used a balanced approach that combines performance metrics with direct measures importance lead to more interpretable and robust models. Okay. Also, we are ranging from traditional statistic analysis to advanced machine learning approaches. Commonly implemented FS techniques include filter methods, CS, ANOVA, or wrapper methods. Challenges in FS is current methodologies don't account for interaction among independent variables. So dependent variables, sometimes there is some relationship between these variables. They are not independent. So the vast majority of FS only consider them as independent. So there is a pressing need for novel techniques that balance accuracy and reliability by integrating similarity metrics, because there are similarity between features. They are not totally, not always totally independent. The methodology we used, the significance of this approach lies in the ability to select most familiar, achieved by comparing the total feature similarity. Okay. First, data structuring and formatting. The stage involves organizing, structuring the data through replacement encoding. The second stage, the statistical stage, similarity between each feature and the approximate average is calculated. So we take a look at the system will analyze and identify if there is some similarity between features and dependency. And they see who is more correlated with who. Then the automatic threshold stage. This stage uses automatic threshold to classify features into those with the highest significance and those with lower importance. So you can only focus on the more important. The FSFS methodology involves calculating the approximate average for each record, applying scaling values with ensuring that target values remains consistent across records. Also, the method incorporates outlier remover that negatively impact the output. Of course, if you have some outliers in the system, this will confuse the system and will not add value to the model. So this here this is our methodology, the data set go through these three phases we talked about. So the data will be cleaned and normalized, and then the model will calculate and look at the similarity and rank these features from the most important to the least important. So looking back at the existing models and comparing them, we can compare them by speed, scalability, interpretability, and there's some pros and cons. So which one can you choose for your study? If you are doing a study in AI and modeling, you have to choose feature selection. So you can use among these famous ones for based on the nature of your research. So this filters high speed, high scalability, and interpretability is high. The wrappers, but the pros and cons: simple, fast, independent of the model. Cons may ignore feature dependencies. The wrapper can find optimal features for specific models, computationally expensive. So it's good, but sometimes it will the speed is low, the scalability is low, and the risk of overfitting. Embedded models, FSs, are moderate in speed, scalability, and portability. Integrate FS during model training, model dependent. So instead of doing it at a separate stage, it be embedded within the during the model training. Dimensionality. Moderate low, reduces feature space effectively, cons loss of interpretability and information. So each of those types of FS methods has some trade-offs you have to look at when selecting one. Our model, the proposed FS, focus not only on FS but only on interpretability, serving as a gateway approach for Xi and emphasizing speed. So it will combine the benefits of all these aspects, and it's a filter based, so it's belong to the first kind. So it has the high speed, high scalability, high interpretability, but at the same time, it will focus on interpretability. And emphasizing speed. So it's fast and also at the same time reduce the work and of training. So this is the main formula for the model, and this is the explanation of the terminologies and the variables given in the model. So here the RI is the ith record observation in the data set. N and M is also the number of records, the number of outliers removed during calculations. And this will combine and normalize. Identifies features that positively impact model outputs. Overall, pros, easy to implement, automatic threshold. So overall, this model was very fast when doing the research. This was actually. So actually the motivation behind this, this is not our original intention, but during our research, we found out that the feature selection needs to be optimized. So this led to this branching out. Our research original was in IoT, security and intrusion detection, and this area in security. But we branched out and started studying and to write about feature selection based on our struggle with the feature selections that was there. So the proposed theory has been evaluated, tested, and compared with the various feature selection techniques using several data sets. The FS model demonstrated robust effectiveness, efficiency across different scenarios. Let's review some of these results. There are a lot of details. I've selected some of these details for this presentation. So, for example, doing on this data, the KDD Cup 1999, using chi-square, the system selected 30 out of 41. 30 is a lot of features. So the training will be done on these 30 features. And these are ranked here. The accuracy, the final accuracy was 93.209. Gain ratio used also selected 30. The accuracy was less, 89.037. However, the FSFS selected very few, like 7 out of 41 only. And surprisingly, with a very good accuracy at the same time. So you are not losing any accuracy because reducing the number of features. And this is done because they have the system identifies the relationships and select, and not wasting the time of the machine learning, doing some redundant, unnecessary work. This is also a result by impact. The features, most important feature and less important, like ranking these features. Each feature has a tag. Also here we compare feature selection approaches, chi-square, gain ratio, filtered subset evaluation, FSFS approach. And this is also, this is the one that we have just seen before. Selected features is here shown in pink. The blue one shows the accuracy. So you see there is improvement in the accuracy and reduction in the selected features. Proposed approach. Okay, this is also another result. Selected features out of 9, 6 out of 9, 6 out of 9, 7 out of 9. Our model selected 5 out of 9. Also one less feature was selected. This data has only 9 features, so 97.81, also an impressive number, higher in accuracy and less in number of features. So as any approach, there is some limitations. You're using this model, but we recommend using our model, but there is some limitations that you need to be addressed before you look into this approach. One limitation is current applicability only to numerical data, because it compares this numerical data and make some mathematical calculation based on numerical data. So how about if you have a data that is not numerical in another format? This model currently does not address this. So this is a major limitation. It can be adapted with data encoding techniques to transform data into structured numerical form. So this can be a future work that we can also include non-numerical data. As a future direction of the study, FSFS is interpretable for data because it operates by calculating the difference between features and similarity ratio. Methods based on proximity and similarity are comparable in feature, allowing us to compare features based on their similarity ratios. So we take basically difference between these features and similarity to choose the best. Thus, it serves as a fundamental approach, and we strive to develop it further, become a gateway for interoperability for artificial intelligence. This is referred to as evidence feature analysis based on similarity. Conclusion. FARA similarity, or FSFS, introduced as a novel statistical mechanism for feature selection, demonstrating reliable results by selecting the most impactful features and effectively reducing data dimensionality. The framework enhances its interoperability and trustworthiness in model, crucial for decision making in high stakes environments. So sometimes you need this efficiency, and you need this when this is a priority. You need to reduce the overhead and to focus on the important features. This is the model for you. It's very suitable. Finally, list of contribution. We proposed a new innovative statistical method for selecting the most important features selected, called FSFS, developing a fair FSFS approach that ranks features based on their similarity and feature dependency, with the approximation average of each record, discarding outliers that distort evaluation. Classifying features into most and least important, so you have a rank. We rank them based on their importance. compare the FSF's proposed method with existing FS method. We also done a comparison to see how these models relate to each other and to the newly proposed model. Future directions further applied for the categorical data. As you said, numerical data is not sometimes not not the only target. Also, categorical data can be targeted. So this model needs to be further improved to include analysis of categorical data, ensuring a broader application across diverse data set in upcoming research. Also, continuous innovation in FS techniques. FSFS is interpretable for data because it operates by calculating the difference between features and similarity ratio. Method based on proximity and similarity are comparable to features, allowing us to compare features. So this is a fundamental approach. We strive to develop it further to become a gateway for interoperability and artificial intelligence. So this actually was for more details. You can look at our paper, FSFS, a novel statistical approach. It's an open access paper, so you can download it and publish in CMC, Computational Material and Continua Journal in 2025. So thank you very much. I'd like to thank Professor Kapoor and the team, the organizing team, for giving me this opportunity to present some of our work. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Razmi. So wonderful for the presentation. Now I'd like to request Professor P.K. Kapoor to felicitate our session chair, Dr. Shakshi Shinghal. Round of applause for them.
Thank you so much.
No. It's a feature selection. It's a filter-based feature selection. Thank you, Professor, for your talk. Any questions? So I believe your filter-based approach for feature selection is not only timely but very, very essential in today's AI era. It's very interesting. You have compared it with a lot of approaches. And I believe there is some lag for the data you have used. Yeah.
Yes. So I don't hear the question. Can you please?
Right.
Can you rephrase the question?
Yeah.
Sorry. My mic, my speaker was low. Yes.
No. Could you hear Professor Kapoor? Professor Alam? Hear him?
Yeah, no, can you please repeat it?
Hello, this is Professor
Yes.
Kapoor.
Hello, Professor Kapoor. How are you?
Nice presentation.
Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Thank you.
Late. So I have a small query. This paper that you presented, I didn't sit for the whole paper, but I came in between. I thought we do use a features selection, right? This is your
Yes.
So otherwise, we do something called multi-criteria decision making. That is called MCDM in operations research. So there are several methods. You can prioritize your features. You prioritize your features and then decide which feature is more important than the other. You come to know.
Yes.
Can this be handled that way? You have applied because
yeah, actually, this model is a filter-based model. It actually try to identify features, interrelationship of the features, so that you can reduce the number of features selected and make it easier for the machine learning to use like summarized features, not a broad number of features. So this way you will be do it faster and with less effort.
No features. Why unwanted features or what? You remove the features. keep them out?
Yeah, because of the data set has sometimes you have very big data set, and the features not all of them are relevant to the problem you're trying to solve. Based on some prior analysis, you make it summarized and compact. So you select only the relevant features. So you rank them based on importance and based on removing any redundant features and outliers, of course. So this is basically. So it's basically a feature selection model that we found that it will increase the reliability and the produce more accurate, and at the same time give less work to the machine learning algorithm. So it will be faster and more focused, especially if you have a very big and complex data set. We found it more effective in more complex data set. In the less complex data set, the effectiveness was not as good. It's good, but it's not that much.
Yeah, for the first time I'm seeing that you are not doing a paper on computer science, but you are intruding into operations.
Well, now with the AI trending, some of the students are pressuring me to like work in AI and more AI approaches, and all of our research now are using models and you know, the machine learning, even cybersecurity. Now machine learning and AI is very much changing the game in this in this field. So I'm adapting. This is not usually my specialization, but now I'm trying to adapt to this.
Yeah, yeah. Could you send a copy? Do you have a soft copy of the paper?
Yes. Yeah, of course. I've included the name of the paper, and I can share it with you also. And it's available online. It's an open access paper. If you write FSFS Google in Google Drive, it will find it. The first search FSFS. You can find the paper. Then you can search it by Google. Just FSFS, and Google will find it for you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you for seeing you. I'm here with the INBUSH for now 8 years. Back first time I participated, and I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Is the book okay? The edited volume? You received the copy of the book? Hello? Did you receive the copy of the book?
Yes.
You didn't acknowledge, because I was wondering whether you got your copy or not. You got it? Yeah.
No, I got it. I really appreciate it. Very good collaboration. I'm very happy.
Thank you for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Have a wonderful conference.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to request Professor P.K. Kapoor to felicitate our session chair, Dr. Sakshi Singhal. So let's move on to our next session. Session name is Software Engineering, Soft Computing, Deep Learning, ML. And our session chairs are Professor Mandeep Mittal and Dr. Kuldeep Chaudhary. So Dr. Kuldeep Chaudhary. Dr. Kuldeep Chaudhary is an associate professor at the Amity Institute of Applied Sciences, Noida, Uttar Pradesh. He completed his master's degree from IIT Roorkee and earned his PhD from the Department of Operational Research, University of Delhi. He has nearly 13 years of experience in academics and research. Dr. Chaudhary has published more than 45 research papers in reputed national and international journals indexed in SCI, WS, and Scopus, contributing significantly to research and higher education. Professor Mandeep Mittal. He has 25 years of experience in higher education institutions. Currently, he serves as the professor and head in Department of Mathematics at the School of Computer Science, Engineering and Technology at Bennett University, part of the Times Group in Greater Noida, India. He earned his postdoctorate from Hanyang University, South Korea, his PhD from the University of Delhi, India, and his post-graduation from IIT Roorkee, India. Professor Mittal has published 130 plus research articles in international journals, book chapters, and conferences. He has authored and edited 10 books with IGI Global, USA, and Springer, Singapore. Additionally, he is a series editor of inventory optimization for Springer Singapore Private Limited. Previously, he served as the head of the Department of Mathematics and Dean of Student Activities at Amity School of Engineering and Technology, Delhi Noida campus. Professor Mittal has also actively participated as a core member of organizing committees for international conferences in India and abroad. With that, let's begin our first paper titled HistoNet XINet Fusion, a multi-stage ROI guided approach for subtype level histopathological analysis of breast tumors. Paper ID 76 and the authors are Nagendranath Dubey, Gaurav Mishra and Lakshman Sen.
Well, good afternoon to respected Dr. P.K. Kapoor, sir, Session Chair, and all faculty members present over here. I am Nagendranath Dubey, PhD scholar at Amity University, Greater Noida. I would like to present my research findings on a multi-stage ROI vision of interest guided approach for sub-level type histopathological analysis for breast tumor. So, before starting my presentation, I would like to say that this research is, I got a lot of support from my supervisor, that is Dr. Gaurav Mishra and Dr. Lakshman. So before starting anything, let me start with what is the background and motivation for this particular research. So as we know that the breast cancer is second prevalent, second most occurrence cancer among the various types of cancer available. This is the statistics of WHO according to 2022. Now, the second motivation for this particular research is that we can use the power of machine learning AI, which can benefit us, so that any findings could help the people for the early detection or accurate detection of the breast cancer among the various people. So this is what the motivation behind this. You can also see that there are estimated 6.6 lakhs deaths that occurred in 2022 among the various types of cases available in breast cancer. Now the next thing is that so let me start with the problem statement. So here I'm going to find out the various kinds of subtypes of breast cancer which is most prevalent now these days, so that we can classify them using the histopathological analysis. So this is what our problem, and we are using power of AI, that is the deep learning, especially the deep learning. So before this, I'm going to the literature review part. So what I found that most of the literature are focused towards the either benign or malignant type. But here I'm going to my research carried out for 8 class classification. Though the data set is limited, that is a publicly available data set, that is the Brexis data set. But the thing is that I just try to find out those kinds of results which can be which can be helpful for further analysis. So this is what the problem statement and the current limitation of the existing system. And one more limitation which I found during my literature survey is that the most of the literature are they are either totally dealing with the full images or only with the segmentation part. But here my research is especially focused on that the image is guided by the segments and the segmentation is also guided by the image. So dual attention which I am using in my current research. This is what the work which I have performed. So this is what the so this is the things which I have already discussed. So what now come to the main point, that is what is the framework and how I am implementing, how I have implemented this. So I use the first stage. I just use the segmentation part. That is it is called as a histonet. This is basically inspired by the Unit plus plus. Unit plus plus. I use Unit plus plus because Unit plus plus is very suitable for medical imaging. So I use Unit plus plus, but I modified a little bit the structure of the Unit plus plus so that my existing research could be carried out in a very easy and very effective way. So I will discuss this later. And the next stage is the main important part of my model is that is the region of interest guided classification, and the framework is known as the XINet fusion. So this is what the work I perform in my research. So in the first stage, the Unit plus plus is a bit modified so that I can get the performance in very efficient way, because it's image processing. So it takes a lot of time, and I am having the limited resources, and all the work I have been carried out on my Kaggle framework. So what I did, I just changed the encoder block of Unit plus plus. Generally, the Unit plus plus uses convolution plus ReLU, but a bit modification is done from my side. I just use convolution plus batch normalization and ReLU expression. So I use the batch normalization here so that the training becomes more faster. And the upsampling method, just I change the bilinear upsampling for faster and smoother interpolation. Again, it is also done for better performance and for the better result within the short span of time. Again, for the weight initialization, the Unit plus plus uses the default initialization. Okay, so here we use the P normalization. Okay, so this is what the first architecture. Now the next thing is that this is what the architecture which you can see, that is the encoder and the decoder block is there, and the output we are considering as a mask.
Now the next thing is that this is what the important part of my research is, that the fusion architecture. Here, what we are getting, you can see, though I think the picture is not clear, we are getting the two input sided. One is the one is the segmented image which which have been already performed in stage number 1, and the second one is the actual image, that is the break-fix image. Now these are the these two parts will go through the various kinds of convolution and the various kinds of processing. But at the end of what is the main part of this particular model is that the region of interest is guided by the the actual image, and the actual image is guided by the region of interest. And they were they were at the later stage, before the classification, you can see that they are being averaged, so that we can get the actual and the accurate result, and we can also reliable over that. So this is what the model which I made and test during my current find result. I use three different models. Model A, only the RGB plus ROI. Model B, that is the same architecture, but I use the different kinds of dynamics for the training. Model C for the region of interest only. Now I use the ensemble technique so that I can get the better accuracy and better reliability in terms of classification. So I got the result for the segmentation. You can see that various matrices are like accuracy and getting over the 91.8%, and IOU, which is the very important, approximately 87.3%. So this is what the segmentation result, and the quantitative result, classification result. You can see that the dominant model is model A, and except for accuracy is approximately 90, more than 90, and the ensemble model is having 0.897. So we can see that the model A is behaving very proper as per our expectation. This is what the ensemble technique does. As per the as far as the subtypes classification concerned, we can see that the tabular adenoma is having precision 93.4%, and ductal carcinoma is 97.8%. So you can see that there are various findings which have been which I have got from my current model training and testing. So overall matrices says that the overall accuracy is around 89.72%. So this is what the observation which I presented over here. So this is what the confusion matrix. You can see that most of the entries lie among the diagonal side, and ductal carcinoma is having the 450 cases which have been accurately finding out. So this is what the finding, and let me conclude that I have also done the experimentality part in my research. So what is the conclusion? That the proposed proposed model is the ensemble model, which provides us the better accuracy, and it is a very novel technique that is that ROI guided findings for the breast cancer subclass classification. This is what my finding, and the future work could be like this, that we can extend this for the various kinds of multi-level resolution part also. This is what the future work, and these are references which have generally referred to my paper, and these are the findings.
Any questions for modeling side? I have something. That collecting the data from
for to get the statistical variance and standard deviation, because I've used this for satellite imagery, and that was something that the reviewers had told me that you need to figure out the statistical variance. So I was curious to know if you have done that as well.
So actually, unit purpose is basically main design for the medical image processing. So what here when I was creating my model, so the main part was that is segmentation part. So I would like to segment the histopathological image so that I can get the various kinds of cells and various parts, so that can be used for the further classification and accurately. So I use the unit plus plus, but what I was facing a challenge when I was running exact unit plus plus. So I was getting a lot of
was taking a lot of time in processing 7,909 images. So what I changed the particular layer so that I can get the same kind of output within the short span of time. So I just changed, but I think I use 80 to 100 epochs it takes to carry out the particular segmentation and accuracy. That is 80 to 100 epochs approximately.
Any other question, anyone, please? So I have one question, sir. Very good presentation. The thing is that you are getting data from where? Live data, some hospital or somewhere?
That is the actually what I did, I used the data that is coming from the So I used that particular 7,909 and then these are two classes, GRAN and Mary. So I used the surplus class. Though they are less number of
Okay.
things of type, but totality they are having size 7,909.
So have you compared your existing results? Some publication may be there with your new work or something. Any results?
Actually, I got very few publications. I cannot directly compare my results because they are having the different models.
Okay, your approach is different. So what about your accuracy of your model?
My accuracy, you can see, I use the ensemble approach. I created just one model, but I use the various kinds of changes in the further models so that I can get the better accuracy. So ensemble model is totality providing me the 89.7% accuracy.
And it is clinically somehow you proved by clinical.
For the clinical relevance, I just use this breadcrumb explainability. It is just explaining the hot areas by pointing out the various kinds of hot spots.
Okay.
But I cannot claim that this is what the very relevant because I did not consult any kind of doctor or.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks for the next presentation, please.
Okay. So thank you so much, sir. That was a wonderful presentation. Now I would request the next paper title, Vulnerability Discovery Modeling Using Uncertain Differential Equation Based on Uncertainty Theory and New Process. And the authors are Neelam Sharma, Vijay Kumar, and Sunil Kumar Khatri.
Open.
Good evening, everyone. Respected P.K. Kapoor sir and respected chairperson. My name is Neelam Sharma and I'm a PhD scholar from Amity Institute of Applied Sciences. The topic of my article is vulnerability discovery modeling using uncertain differential equation based on uncertainty theory and DU process. So let us start with the presentation. This is the table of content. And starting with the introduction, as we know, security and reliability, both are the fundamental.
Neelam, please skip the introduction part. Directly discuss model development.
Oh, okay. Okay, so just 2-3 lines before the model. So we have developed a vulnerability discovery model, taking into account the uncertainty that is not inherent from the system, but those uncertainties that arises from the incomplete information, which are called epistemic uncertainties. And for those uncertainties, there is specially designed theory, which is uncertainty theory using uncertain differential equation founded by Lee. So there is a question that arises: isn't security just the reliability? Because both work simultaneously and parallelly. So after rigorous literature, we found out that security is an security is a subset of reliability. So once we have a secure system, eventually it will lead to a reliable system. So this is the literature review. We have studied lots of vulnerability models that are already existing in the research field, and so from there we found out that there is no VDM that is dealing with this type of uncertainty. So we decided to work forward with this type of with this uncertainty to develop a new and a novel VDM based on belief theory. So, moving on to the model development, these are the notations that we have used. And here the variable sigma represents the level of uncertainty or the magnitude of uncertainty, and these are the followed assumptions. So, these are the mathematical equations of the developed model that we have used. Some of them are the uncertain integral equations, and then we obtain uncertain differential equation, then the solution, and we have verified the results of the solution manually as well. And here are the other equations. And for the fault detection part, we have used the exponential proportional factor, which is represented by B. And with that, we have again solved our model. And moving on to the numerical illustration, we have taken dataset from the CVE website, which is a common website where all the vulnerabilities are getting listed. So here are the optimized values of model parameters and the observed and expected discovered vulnerability graph. And these are and then we have calculated a confidential interval for the proposed model, and also we have calculated the belief degree using the software Mathematica, which provides the result that how much reliable our software is when we are dealing with vulnerabilities, or in order to make our system or the software more secure and reliable. So, and we have also compared our proposed model with the existing models as well, and we have found out that our model works really well. And moving on to the conclusion, like we have developed the vulnerability discovery model based on uncertainty theory using uncertain differential equation to tackle epistemic uncertainty that are present in the software systems, which makes or which can be barrier in the security of the system. And once we have a secure system, eventually it will be more and more reliable. And talking about the future scope, we can integrate change point patching, infected patching, testing effort, etc., and many more estimation techniques can also be developed. These are the references that I have used.
Thank you very much. Any questions from audience?
What is meant by software security?
So, sir,
You say it tends to reliability and humanity.
the software security means that our software is safe from attackers or hackers. And once they detect vulnerabilities, or they find out that this software has vulnerabilities, they try to bypass that vulnerability, which can exploit the software, compromising the overall reliability of the software.
Anyway, thank you.
Yes, Neelam, I have a question. You have assumed that this fault detection rate is a constant in this paper, yes?
Yes, sir.
What's about if we take logistic? Is that possible? You can compare. Suppose you are comparing with the existing model.
Yes, sir.
So if you compare
Here
the
we have
existing model with the actually deterministic type, or with the stochastic, what is the difference? In that case, you are using actually belief theory.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So if we compare this actually new belief theory concept with the deterministic and with the stochastic, so how we can say that this part actually process, yeah, this theory is give us better result actually.
Oh, that's a very good point, sir. And we have we till the time we have differentiated both the approach based on the what type of uncertainty we have in the system. So stochastic is more appropriate for the uncertainty that is already inherited in the system. But this approach is more reliable and more appropriate for the uncertainties that are epistemic, like that are affected by the external factors like incomplete information of the system, incomplete knowledge of the testing team towards their skills, etc.
Noise is the kind of actually disturbance. We are not able to actually collect the correct information
Yes,
either
sir.
from the inside or outside.
Yes.
Suppose we are saying that either in a fault detection rate we have a actually noise in a stochastic differential equation. So in that case, is from the actually inside, or maybe if we are not able to correctly read it due to the instrument error, then in that case we have maybe the from the external sources. The noise means if we write it is zero, so this part actually convert into the deterministic. If you are saying that there is no noise, so then it's a deterministic. So that's why I'm saying that if we compare this model with the actually deterministic part, here you are assuming actually constant RT.
We have taken sir exponentially.
RT.
RT is exponential. B is representing exponential
RTA
factor.
is equal to B in the first one. Let
Yes,
us
sir.
consider exponential proportion factor. So in that case, you are using UT actually is exponential. RT is a BT actually fault detection rate if we compare with the deterministic.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a constant actually. UT in this case is exponential. I'm saying that we can use the same actually comparison with the deterministic.
Okay,
So
sir.
which one gives the better result? If we are saying that this process is better, we have no idea, na? It's an uncertainty due to the actually bleed theory or probability theory. Yeah, you are saying that is from the bleed theory.
Yes, sir.
So how we can say that?
I will look into it more.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Thanks for the suggestion.
Next presentation, please.
Very nice presentation. Okay.
Thank you so much. So moving on with our next paper presentation. The paper title is A Novel Technique Using IDCNN BN SVM Classifier, Multiple Acoustic Features and Cross-Corpus Analysis for Emotional Speech Recognition and Enhancement. Paper ID is the 5 and the authors are Ashima Kukar, Rajni Mohan, Shruti Arora and Aman Sharma. I repeat paper ID number 5 and the authors are Ashima Kukar, Rajni Mohan, Shruti Arora and Aman Sharma. They are online. I repeat paper ID number 5 and the authors are Ashima Kukar, Rajni Mohan, Shruti Arora and Aman Sharma. Okay, so moving on with our next paper presentation. The paper title is Unsupervised Learning of Pulse-like Ground Motions from Directional Response Patterns. The paper ID is 36 and the authors are Chaitanya Bhargav, Narela and Jay Prakash Vimund.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You share your screen. So you have only 5 to 7 minutes to present your paper and rest 2 minutes are for questionnaire.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning to one and all. Myself, Chaitanya Bhargav. I'm a research scholar in the Department of Civil Engineering, Mahindra University. and this work has been performed under the supervision of Dr. Jayaprakash Memori. And the presentation is on the topic unsupervised learning of pulse-like ground motions from directional response patterns. The contents are like, we will be starting with introduction, research gap and objectives, and then the data set that have been considered and the parameters that were considered for the machine learning techniques and machine learning framework. There is the methodology, results, and key findings from the study. Coming to the introduction, as you can see in figure 1, the ground motions that are generally collected are in the two horizontal direction, that is north-south and the east-west. But the actual ground motions are the fault parallel and fault normal directions, which are having variable change in orientation, which causes directionality in ground motions. So to get the ground motions with respect to the direction, we have derived a formula which you can see in this slide and has been used in this study. In this, if you can see the R matrix, the matrix is like cos theta, sin theta, minus sin theta, and cos theta. But in general, we'll be having rotation matrix of cos theta, minus sin theta, and minus sin theta, and cos theta. This is this change of rotation matrix is due to the ground motions. Here, the ground motions are not being rotated, but the axis are being rotated in counterclockwise direction. So this changes the rotation matrix that are being considered in the final formula that has been observed. And coming to the types of ground motions classifications, currently in the whole world we are using a formula which has been derived by Cardozo et al. In the year 2015 based on the value of R value, and he had derived classified the ground motions into three types, namely pulse-like, non-pulse-like, and ambiguous, based on the three values that we have that can be observed. And in the figure 2, if you can observe, the left figure shows the pulse-like ground motion, where in a short span of time, the variation in the ground motion has been observed. While in the right side figure, we can see that the distribution of ground motion varies with respect to the time, and this does not share any sudden change in the ground motion. So this has been classified as non-pulse-like. The left one has been classified as pulse-like according to this model. And coming to the research gap and objectives, the existing methods mainly focus on the waveforms, which do not consider rotation ground motions and their measures. So this causes a huge gap in the current scenarios where the ground motion directionality plays an important role. So this helps in obtaining the main object of the study, that is to propose a response-based machine learning framework to classify ground motion using directional behavior of intensity measures. And the ground motion data has been considered from the NGFS2 database, where we have an option of pulse-like classification. By selecting the option, we'll be getting the pulse-like ground motions. Till now, there are around 150 total number of ground motions, in which 120 have been currently identified, and the remaining 30 have not been they have been identified but are not exactly identified using this formula that I have shown earlier. So these 120 ground motions are baseline corrected and butterwidth filtered, so that the values that the ground motions that we are using should be should be equal to the values that have been provided in the website. So the formula has been used for rotation of ground motions, and the ground motions have been collected, and then the next process is collection of the input parameters, that is the features for the machine learning technique. So here we have selected three types of parameters. One is amplitude based, second is energy based, and the spectral based parameters. Amplitude resembles the variation in its peaks, and the energy based, it represents the energy of the ground motion, and here spectral based represents to the damage to a structure. That means with respect to the time period, the structure, how much damage it is being. And also three statistical features, that is min-max ratio, coefficient of variation, and dominant variation have been considered. That means there are a total of 9 into 3, 27 features that have been currently being considered. The methodology is as follows. Initially, we'll be collecting downwards from the PNG database, and then the rotation, and then we'll be moving into the collection of intensity measures and feature extractions. Then we will be starting with the pre-processing, where standardization and correlation pairing has been performed, and then dimensionality reduction and clustering. Here in clustering, we have considered k-means clustering, and UMAP has been used only for visualization of this technique. And then from the clustering, we will be getting a number of clusters, and then we classify them into weak, moderate, and strong directionality clusters. And coming to the pre-processing, we have considered Z-score normalization for the standardization process, and then Pearson correlation has been performed. Pearson correlation analysis has been performed, where the number of inputs have been reduced from 27 to 19, and this by performing standardization helps in preventing features with large numerical scales from dominating, and also if you, the standardization process and the correlation process has not been performed, this due to this the PCA shows a very dominance with respect to the large numerical data, and also it may not reflect well with physical importance parameters. So this is the reason we have used standardization as well as Pearson correlation. And then coming to the analysis, initially we have performed principal component analysis, where the main object of the study is to maintain the variance so that we don't want to move towards the classification. So, and the by using PCA, we have reduced the number of parameters to 12 from 19, where the 90% of the total variance has been considered with according to the literature. And then we have performed clustering, where the three different clusters, that is the k value of 3 has been considered, and we have got three clusters as you can see in figure 5. We have got these three, and UMAP has been used for visualization, and this helps in identifying the clusters in two-dimensional. And then to understand how the clustering has been done, we have selected a random 4 parameters and have checked with respect to the clusters. And if you can see in the cluster, in the figure 6, the cluster 1 and 2 have very less minute variance, means like less variance with respect to the ground motion rotation. And if you can see the cluster 3, it shows high variance. So based on this, we have clustered these into 3. The 3 are weakly directional sensitive motions, moderately directional sensitive motions, and strongly directional sensitive motions, as you can see in the note here in the slide. And from this study, we can understand that this the unsupervised machine learning technique can help in identifying the different ground motions, rather than using the currently available ground motion techniques that are used for classification of ground motions. Yeah, thank you. Any questions?
The panel is now open for question and answers.
Any questions from the audience, please?
Are there any questions?
Yes, can you tell me something about your results? Have you compared your results with the existing one, and then any accuracy?
No, sir. Actually, the thing is like this is the only method that has been developed using this technique, because the ground motion orientation, this is a have said initially directionality, right? So this has not been used till now for classification of ground motions, and till now they have used only the waveform characteristics, like based on the waveform here, based on this in the figure, in the first figure, left side figure, we can see this is the velocity waveform. Based on this, they have been classified the ground motions into different types. But now what I am doing is like we have considered different characteristics of the ground motion, and then different statistical parameters, and then using them for classification. So this is the first in a type of model that has been developed here.
Okay, thank you. Very good presentation. And being a civil department, you are using DLML and deep learning. It's a good idea. So
Yeah,
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next presentation, please.
Thank you so much, sir. So moving on with the next paper title, that is Deep Learning Powered Predictive Analytics for Enhanced Performance Evaluation of Mutual Funds, Present and Future Perspective, with paper ID 42. And the authors are Vinod S. and Gopal Krishnan Chinnaswamy.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Can I start my presentation?
Yes, sir,
please.
you may share your screen.
Yeah, thank you.
And please take limited time.
Yeah,
We are-
sure, sir. 100%.
So 5 minutes.
Hope my presentation is visible.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for allowing me to present. So my title is on deep learning power predictive analytics for the enhanced performance evaluation of mutual funds. Maybe this is our first attempt with the this kind of a paper with the maybe using like a deep learning technique and all. So all of us we know about the mutual funds, how it is very important in the investor side for a savings from the individual perspective. And mostly if you look about the mutual funds, actually out of that, maybe in India, as per the SEBI survey in 2025, 61% of the people are mostly what have been choosing the equity linked savings and all. So that's why what I mean, we pick this particular stock to what I mean study about our topic, how the people can be able to what diverse their investments for getting the better net asset value and all. So using the Sharpe ratio, how we can integrate. And most of the time, what I mean, our people will use like a econometrics model or maybe a statistical model for a study. But we want to go for a little a high level, like using a deep learning model like a autoencoder or a bilisteral. Maybe how we can integrate that into what I mean understand about the predictive analytics. So we are attempting this particular kind of a study. So look about the statement of the problem. Already what I mean, the market is in a more highly what I mean volatile in the study. So during that period, what I mean, how the equity linked saving schemes and all is performing in the market, that we want to capture it. At the same time, we are also what I mean bringing one more thing, not only the news or a market movements plus the investor side, like a qualitative information about the sentiment also. Both what I mean we need to bring into this place. So that is not much covered in the previous studies. So that also what I mean we are bringing as a statement of the problem. So our basically the three objectives are there. One, we need to forecast the performance using the historical numbers, whatever available for the last 10 years. And same time, what I mean, we want to use some market sentiment scores also by using the qualitative data we need to collect from the investors, how we can integrate that. And based on these two historical as well as with the market sentiment scores, how the people can integrate both for finding their proper portfolio optimization strategy and selecting their decisions in the investment side. So this is our third objective also. So even the review, if you look about the three headings we divided in our review portion, one earlier, what kind of a method is applied in the traditional way, like a alpha and risk adjusted returns for the finding the portfolio construction. Maybe the middle period, what I mean, more people are attempting with the machine learning era also, what I mean, improved forecasting methods in the marketing trends to understand this. And the upcoming thing is the deep learning, even little advanced level. And we also, what I mean, try to integrate the sentiment analysis here. Maybe the major two research gaps what I mean we identified in this our reviews. One is what I mean the deep learning method actually in a limited way what I mean used in the mutual funds evaluation and all. Second, also what I mean a lack of study there. Also we have seen about the combining of the sentiment analysis with the deep learning models. So we want to do a something little different level of research actually to what I mean to give a provide the suggestions for the investors also. So that's why we attempted this kind of a study. So our research methodology we made very strongly. What I mean, total 43 the performing actually ELS funds are there in India. Out of that, we picked only the 12 top 12 based on this criteria. Maybe we taken the top. Maybe the annual return is 20% and above for the past 3 years. That is one criteria we have set. Almost what happened there, what happened 30% out of the 43, 30% approximately what happened. The 12 high performing ELS funds we picked for our study data for the last 10 years data. And the data source mostly what happened we used like their historical net asset values, NAVs, and we taken one more kind of a data is a qualitative from the sentiment score from the investor side. So we applied the majorly the more two models. One is a auto encoder and second is the bidirectional LSTM also in the forecasting kind of a thing. Additionally, we use the correlation matrix as well as for the Sharpe ratio, especially to achieve the objective number 3. Then standard deviation, first we initially tried and find the normality portion of the data. Then what I mean, we normalize the data for further analysis. Then the analysis what we have attempted the correlation matrix for the 12 ELS funds we have done. There we have seen the two like a I think we don't need to because of the copyright issues. We don't want to directly use the funds names and also we use only the codes kind of a thing. The high paired two I think we identified like a one is a band Bandhan and the second one maybe JM. JM is a one second more ELFs. Then we can see the lowest also from the quant and as well as with the parak parit also. So even from here, what I mean, we understand there is a both kind of a correlation matrix also there is a limited room for a risk reduction actually. Moving to the main, our objective for the auto encoder performance, there we set a perform whatever an objective, whatever purpose to past performance accuracy we want to find to that. Maybe here what I mean, the model successfully reconstruct the performance. There what I mean, even especially like the two portfolios. One is a Franklin, second is the HDFC. Both what I mean we identify as a dominant in the market in the volatile due to the even the restriction caps are happening there. Moving to the one more thing like applied the second model like a by LSTM. There we want to know about the future NAVs, how it is going to work for them. So there what I mean we are get the high accuracy
Sir,
only.
I request you to please conclude it faster since your time is up.
Yeah, 2 minutes more. I'll finish it. Okay. So this analysis what I mean we got a high accuracy for a JMB, low accuracy for the Franklin also. Maybe the due to the sentimental analysis, what I mean, we got a top sentimental maybe approach for the Kotak and the Parak also. And in the portfolio construction is our third objective. What we achieved, the Kotak is the major contributor in the portfolio contribution. Then Parak will be there and Bandhan, and the remaining will come like a others category like that. So this model, even more than finding what I mean, I'm concluding here. I think the future of the mutual fund evaluation is should not be in a one angle, it should be in a hybrid. Even we need a more news aspect from the quantitative side, as well as also what I mean the qualitative sentiments also will be works. So the deep learning model will definitely help for a stable fund tracking as well as also suggesting the people to go for a better selection of their funds also. Thank you. Questions?
Thank you very much. Any questions from the audience? So I have one question, sir. This is a very
Yes, sir.
interesting topic that you have explained that how to invest in mutual fund. These days, you know that what is the price of the gold? Someday, 1 week before it was low, then high, then low, then highest, and then it depends. And then so much war situations also. Due to that, it is very much fluctuating due to Iran and America, and then Russia and all. So US is dominating a lot, and due to Trump, we don't know what will happen. So in any scenario or constraint, will you have in your model or something, or only the historical data you are predicting accordingly?
Sir, actually, we done a one more paper similar line with the using a gold price raise. Actually, I think 2024, and we predicted also what I mean the price will move up in the end of the 2025. It's happen actually. These kind of a models will give a lot us. So can we go for a buy a gold or can we wait for some more times? So actually, these models and all will help us to what I mean understand the market how it is moving. So that's why even here also we am suggesting not only the market movements only will give you the solutions. So we need some time, what I mean, to wait for the experts' opinions also.
Yeah, that is true. But at least because this kind of work, you know, the normal calculation and then prediction accordingly, it has been done a lot with the Excel, then some software SPSS, and then again now with the deep learning and other programming languages.
Actually, even more than maybe the basic statistics, now if you apply with the mutual fund, maybe the machine learning model or a deep learning model, it's definitely give you more a lot how it is going to become in the future kind of a market. But more than that, whatever the future news is, the geopolitical what is happening there and all, it's not able to predict even depend upon the scenario. That is another story, sir. Actually.
So have you compared your model with the existing any SPSS model? Or
No, not it, sir.
So that you may know that what is the accuracy and how it is best. You have done the unique work.
Yeah, actually, even the model previously, what I mean, nobody tried like this because mostly they used only the basic statistical kind of a thing. So first time we attempted how the deep learning model will work here. So maybe next level of my paper, maybe what I mean, comparing both, I will try it like that.
Yes, because it will justify your work, and then it will be good idea that if you will compare and then whatever, if you are gaining something extra, this will be your contribution probably.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Even I will apply with the three models, even statistical, machine learning, even deep learning. More three way I will apply like that.
And the Trump, you can put like a Trump name also, the Trump scenario with the existing cases.
Yeah, sure, 100%.
Drastic change suddenly in the mutual fund or any means equities.
Yeah.
So, any other question, sir?
Yes, I want to know that actually you are using deep learning techniques. What type of constraint actually you define in the algorithm?
So mostly what I mean here, we are using mostly the NAVs. That is a major constraint of ours, because we are using the historical net asset value as a basic constraint. How it's maybe the how it is performed earlier, then what about its future? That only we tested here.
Yes, I have a same question actually. Point is that if there is a kind of stochasticity due to the actually government decision by other policy maker, so there's an effect on share market. So that's why actually if we implement a kind of algorithm in the machine learning, there's a actually stochastic factors. They can actually influence the decision.
Sure, I will.
Yes.
Sure, I will use maybe in my next paper. Even I used here the one more factor construct is like a investors their feedbacks kind of a thing, their sentiments kind of a thing. Even I need to add more like a historical, even as well as the geopolitical factors also there.
Yes.
I'll take this, sir, definitely.
Yes. Nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. So moving on with the next paper title, that is Domain Adaptive Neural Architecture Search, a unified framework for vision, language, healthcare, and edge intelligence. The paper ID is 48 and the authors are A. Sindhu Devi and L. Godwin Atlas.
Good evening, one and all. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So, good evening. My topic is Domain Adaptive Neural Architecture Search, a unified framework for vision, language, healthcare, and edge intelligence. So, Neural Architecture Search, NAS, is usually automates deep model design, and the conventional NAS usually assumes a single fixed domain only. It is not applicable for a multiple domains, but it is not practically possible in real world.
Excuse me, ma'am. Can you do it in a full slide mode?
Yeah, okay.
There's an option for bottom. Bottom right hand side.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
You may start.
So, neural architecture search usually automates the deep model design. So, conventional NAS usually assumes a single fixed data domain. So, in real world applications, we need multiple heterogeneous domains. We propose here a domain adaptive NAS framework for cross domain learning. So, architecture usually optimized for one domain fail to generalize the other domains. For example, if the architecture is specified for vision, it will fail for language, healthcare, etc. So, we have to manually architecture redesign, and it is very costly and inefficient. So, we need to unify, and we need for a transferable NAS framework. So, automatically search neural networks, when we are going for adaptable across domains, it has to balance accuracy, transferability, and computational efficiency. So, whenever it is it should support unseen or low resource target domains. So the before literature survey, it only has differential NAS, that is DARTs. It uses evolutionary NAS and reinforcement learning NAS. So here domain adaptation and multitask learning has been done. But here the limitations are domain specific overfitting and high search cost. So in my proposed framework, I have used unified domain adaptive neural architecture search framework. Here, I have shared the backbone with domain-specific adaptive models, and I have used meta-learning. Meta-learning is nothing but the learning by itself. So it is based on optimization strategy, and I have used multi-objective architecture evaluation. So the labeled source data are just given to the feature extractor, and the feature extractor gets a parameter, and it classifies with the task classifier, and it gives a class label. So here the operations include convolution, attention. The convolution is basically used for vision, and attention is basically used for language processing. The connections usually use skip dense and cross-layer links. So in training is basically used for fast adaptation to new domains with a few updates. So it has a domain conditioned architecture parameters. So here I have used bi-level optimization framework. One is the inner loop and the outer loop. In the inner loop, it has the domain-specific adaptation. In outer loop, it has the meta generalization across domains. So vision means it will usually classify the image classification and direction, and it will be actually transferred. The architecture will be actually transferred to language that is for text classification and sequence modeling or healthcare. You can change it according to this. So the multi-domain benchmark data sets usually use unseen and seen domain evaluation, and it is compared with DARTS, NAS and domain search NAS. So the accuracy for this is the cross-domain generalization performance and the search cost and accuracy. So my proposed method outperforms baseline NAS. It reduces the architecture search costs and it improves the generalization on unseen domains. So I have used this for vision task, and my accuracy is 98.2 and my search cost is 38 GPU hours. So in my this I have effective across vision and language, and it demonstrates strong transferability and efficiency. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, your title is a unified framework for vision, language, healthcare, and edge intelligence. So, in one title, how you will cover these all language, healthcare, edge, and intelligence?
Actually, I will design a framework for vision, and just I will apply it for language and healthcare and all.
What is basically the output of your work?
The output is actually the architecture will give a single search and it will adapt itself due to meta learning concept.
Okay, meta-heuristic means meta learning means NLP you are using for language thing?
Pardon? Yes.
Yes. So what is your prediction accuracy?
My prediction accuracy is approximately 95%.
95%.
Yes.
Is it authentic means compared with the realistic data also, live data?
No, not yet compared with live data.
Whatever you have taken the assumption, it is accordingly, it will give you 95%. But once you will compare with the actual prediction, then you got to know that what is the actual prediction. Otherwise, support and whatever you are taking the support, it will give accordingly results. My suggestion is compare with the published data or with the live data. Then only you got to know what is your model is doing.
Okay, sure, I'll do it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Next,
thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So let's move on to our last paper presentation of this session. Paper ID 102, and the paper title is Text Driven Developer Aware Bug Fix Scheduling, and the authors are Srivardhan Kumar, Shastri Maurya, and VB Singh.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Am I audible? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just take the full screen, sir.
My screen is visible.
Okay. Okay,
so,
sir.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. So my name is Srivardhan Kumar, and my topic of presentation is Text-Driven Developer Aware Bug Fix Scheduling, and that is supervised by Professor VB Singh. So this is my table of contents. In first slide, we will talk about introduction, then research objective. After that, we will talk about methodology and result, and after that, conclusion and future work. So in introduction, in bug fix time assignment through developer of total. In modern software projects, we have to manage thousands of bug reports, and the number of developers are very limited, and that's why it lacks effective prioritization. This leads to poor scheduling, which
leads to delayed critical fixes, increase maintenance cost, and reduce user satisfactions. And in the traditional prioritization, relies on manual heuristic or static severity levels. We find a key gap is that bug reports contain rich textual signals such as summaries, comment, description that are not systematically used for scheduling. Bug reports as scheduling jobs. In each bug is in our experiment. Each bug is treated as a job J, and a single developer processes the bug sequentially. Bug differs in fixed effort, that is processing time, and importance or urgency, that is priority. The objective is to assign fixed order to minimize overall cost of the bug. The key observation is that textual developer activity reflects real-time important signals. And why we are taking textual data is that bug summary indicates initial urgency, comment captures ongoing discussion and acceleration in the project, and combining these signals may produce better scheduling decisions. So, moving on to the research objective, the primary objective is to investigate whether textual inputs from bug reports can be used to derive meaningful importance weight that improve bug fix scheduling. And the specific goal is to model bug fixing as a single machine scheduling problem and derive bug importance weights from summary text, comment text, and their combination. And after that, we will compare performance against standard baselines. Moving on to methodology. In first, we did data collection. That is, the data is collected from bug reports from Jira issue tracking system. Project name, source tree, a pre-Git desktop client for Windows developers. For each bug, we have extracted summary text, all developer comments, creation time, stamp, and resolution time. And we have taken only resolved bugs to ensure complete completion time data. After that, we did pre-processing and feature extraction. We did text cleaning applied to summaries and comment. We did tokenization and stop word removals. Then inputs were extracted. Content-based inputs such as frequency, emphasis, discussion volume were taken. These inputs from the basis for computing bug importance. After that, we did weight construction. That is very important. Each experiment defines a different importance weight, that is WJ. For bug J, three experimental settings were evaluated. First one is summary derived weight, after that comment derived weight, and then combined summary plus comment weights. The scheduling objective remains unchanged, only the definition of WJ varies, which is weight of the bug. After that, we take three scheduling policies, and the first one is FIFO, that is first in first out, and that is baseline and that is baseline hour, that is your baseline technique. After that, we take an SPT, shortest processing time. It optimizes the average completion time, and WSPT is our model, weighted shortest processing time, which orders jobs by PJ upon WJ. PJ is processing time and WJ is weight. Probably this is the optimal for minimizing total weighted completion time. After that, we did scheduling simulation. We taken single developer process bug sequentially. Release time respected, no bug starts before creation. After that, completion time measured in days from earliest creation. And as I have said earlier, we have taken three scheduling policies: FIFO, SPT, and WSPT. Identical simulation framework across all experiment. Only WJ has been changed. These are our evaluation metrics. First one is total weighted completion time. After then absolute and percentage improvement over first in first out. Then mean completion time. After that per bug dominance. And that is percentage of bugs completed earlier under WS50 versus FIFO. And after that we got two outputs such as per bug completion scatter and policy comparison bar chart. We will move to our result section. As you can see in summary derived words, the mean completion time has been 75.1% in WSPT and 73.25% in SPT over FIFO. That is, we are comparing to FIFO and SPT. And per bug improvement is 84.84%, which is best till now. And our mean completion time, as you can see, our mean completion time in days. After that, we have already discussed about this. We got these two outputs, that is policy comparison. First is WSPT, which is taking lowest time. SPT is taking more time than WSPT, and FIFO is taking most of the time. Then we will see the result of combined derived words. We got 70.79% in WSPT and 70.15% in SPT. And per bug improvement is 83.33%. This is our chart. This is scatter plot and comparison chart. After that, we check the result of combined weights of summary plus comment, where we got SPT 71.30% and WSPT 72.61%, and per bug improvement is 83.46%. Again, these two chart we got as output, and this WSPT improvement was a FIFO across all experiment. Range observed was 70.79% to 75.18%. WSPT consistently dominates FIFO across all experiments. Developer activity signals significantly improve scheduling outcomes. We are moving to now conclusion. That is problem approach. Bug fixing model as a single machine scheduling problem. Important words were derived from summary text, developer comments, combined textual signals, evaluated using FIFO, SPT, and WSPT policies. Text derived signal effectively capture real-time bug importance. And we'll move into features work, where in future we will do model extension, that will be multi-developer parallel scheduling, skill-level bug assignment, and teamwork load balancing. After that, we'll do intelligent weight learning, that is sentiment and escalation detection and word style modeling. After that, dynamic weight update from live comments. After that, we can do one is practical and empirical expansion, that is cross project validation, enterprise scale dataset, and Jira plugin prototype for automatic prioritization and managerial dashboard for discussion support. Thank you. Any question?
Thank you very much. Any questions from the audience? So can you tell me about how can we increase the efficiency of your bug fixing algorithm?
So we can one more thing is that we can add a sentiment aware some sentiment into that. Then we can also improve by our efficiency. That is like we have only taken textual data for now. We can use sentiment too. That might improve our result.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation.
Thank
so
you.
the session is closed from my side.
So thank you all for the presentation. Now I would like to request Dr. Ravichandran Krishnamurthy and Dr. Krishna Mohan to felicitate our session chairs, Professor Mandeep Mittal and Dr. Kuldeep Chaudhary. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to our next session. The name of the session is Innovation and Management Information Technology. Our session chairs are Dr. Ravichandran Krishnamurthy. Dr. Ravichandran Krishnamurthy is a professor at CMS Business School, Jan Dimit to be University. He holds a postdoctoral fellowship from University Kebangsaan, Malaysia, and a PhD in finance from the University of Madras. Earlier, as a professor, research and publication at Acharya Bangalore B School, he strengthened research visibility by establishing collaborations with Taylor and Francis and supporting the publication of over 150 Scopus and Web of Science index papers and 25 academic books. He has also held international academic positions at the New York Institute of Technology and King's Saud University. He led a student consultancy project with the Abu Dhabi Stock Exchange and that resulted in the launch of region's first investor guidance bureau and is a recipient of two United Nations WSIS Awards 2019 for contributions to ICT development. Our next session chair is Dr. Avneet Singh Bhandari. Dr. Avneet Singh Bhandari is an international author and academic who has worked with indigenous universities, scholars, and communities across the globe. He has served as a senior faculty member in the Department of Marketing at Amity University and was earlier associated with Chandigarh University, where he helped develop and teach digital marketing programs. His expertise includes digital marketing, social media marketing, and SEO. He has published over 30 research articles with Scopus, APDC, and Web of Science index journals and authored a book on PPC strategies. Dr. Bhandari also serves as a reviewer for reputed international journals and actively conducts research on digital marketing and its emerging trends. So let's begin with the paper presentations. Our first paper titled Integrating Signaling Theory into a System Assurance Framework for Evaluating Lifestyle and Conscious Consumption Influences on Restaurant Brand Equity. The paper ID is 57 and the authors are Pranay Verma and Navita Mahajan.
चलो बेटा आ जाओ।
My name is Sunil Siddiqui. Good evening, everyone. And I'm presenting this paper on behalf of Navita Mahajan ma'am and Dr. Pranay Verma. My topic is the effective of lifestyle and conspicuous consumption of restaurant brand equity. First slide about introduction and background. Social media has fundamentally revolutionary our lifestyle. It is no longer just a communication tool. It is a platform where consumers leverage brand equity to express their identities. And apart from all that, it's restaurant industry. Dining has evolved into a lifestyle behavior centered around the conspicuousness and the social media meaning of food. Customers use these platforms to voice their thoughts and word of mouth. Often they are these consumption are way of signal, status of wealth, and our goal to understand the strength of these relationships. The strength of these relationship, how the lifestyle and conspicuous consumer drive brand equity, and and the whole how equally ultimately generate powerful word of mouth. Research gap and objective is that limited interaction of LS and CC's hospitality research. First is rare application of signaling theory in restaurants, lack of medication testing of CC and LC-OBC link. Objective 1 is examining effect in LC and CC-OB. Objective 2 is test medication role of CC, exploring WOM outcome brand equity, bridge theoretically and practical hospitality gap. Provide contextual sites of research market. And how I will convey this all to you that to ground the ground of this research is finalized on utilized signaling theory. Originally proposed by Spine of 1973, this theory is crucial because of its address of information of asymmetry. The known knowledge gap between this brand and a consumer is that the signal of the context is conspicuous and the medication of this is status culture value for the restaurant transmitting consist high quality signals throughout of the social media and service experience build trust me loyalty which is conspicuous tone of strong brand equity. Yeah, this is the model. Despite this important of these factors, this factors notable that hospitality research specifically is very few studies, and into the signal framework, they generating brand equity. You can say overall brand equity, and this is specifically casual effect of the hospitality sector. And apart from all that, our objective are twofold, which is first to examine how lifestyle and conspicuous consumers act as a antecedents to brand equity, and the second to investigate if conspicuous consumption is actually serve as a bridge to medicate between person's lifestyle and their perception of a brand. Signaling theory, which is theory framework based on Spence 1973, which I've already explained to you, addressing asymmetry, consumption act as a social signal, lifestyle signal identify status, brand transmit signal of quality prestige, social media amplifies visibility of signals, and signal influence trust and loyalty, and WOM. Research methodology is that to the test of these research,
hypothesis, we conducted a cross-sectional survey with 361 respondents. We actually used a purposive sampling method targeting a demographic with a meaning of age approximately 27.7 years. And our data showed the male majority sample is 71.1 with a nearly 60% of respondent, which is mentioned over here in the data analysis. And the standard deviation monthly, we analyzed that the data using two-step approach, and first validating the measures of model, and the second is structural equation modeling SEM by AMOS test our hypothesis. Psychometry of properties. Hypothesis summary. This is the summary of how we conducted a survey. Medication test and measures of conceptual model and hypothesis. How lifestyle is has changed to consumption, conspicuous consumption, and conspicuous consumption is OBE. Lifestyle is better than OBE, and the word of mouth. Interrogation of 4 major construction SE models, proposed medication, and bio-stepping tests. One of our primary goal was to test the medication effect of conspicuous consumptions, which is H5. Using the bootstrapping method, which 5,000 sample, we found the significant indirect, with because of the confidence interval did not include 0. We confidently stated the conspicuous consumptions does the high brand equity with attribute to a restaurant. And essentially the style of desire the consumer. Yeah. So the whole limitation. Yeah. So the discussion. Our finding align with the existing sociological theories, lifestyle impacts, psychological, physical health, and identities. Lifestyle influence conspicuous dining behavior, luxury perception, enhance brand equity. Strong brand equity drives WOM. Social media campaign boost visibility. Instagrammable ambience strength signals. Staff training enhance the experience. And influencer collaborating expand each, and emotional brand builds long-term loyalty.
Are you able to answer questions, or your professor has to come and answer?
No, sir. I'll try to answer it.
Only two. The initial model itself, okay, if you go to the model,
yes, sir.
Okay, the topic and the model doesn't match actually, okay?
Okay.
The topic you are saying evaluating lifestyle, conspicuous consumption, and overall brand equity. Where is the word of mouth coming there? Word of mouth is not required at all there, okay? Because you are going to find out only these factors, okay?
Yeah.
Word of mouth is not required at all there, first of all. Okay, that's one question. Why they added the word of mouth, I don't know. But, okay, that's one question.
So basically, sir, this study used a purposive sample of the 361 respondent. That was our actually goal, is to find out the whole meaning, that how many overall, like majority of people and dining stabilization, what is provided deep insight of the specific demographics.
That's correct. That's I'm not denying. Why does word of mouth comes into play at the end as a output? It's an output, that's not an input.
Okay.
You have given us an output from the brand equity.
Yes. Okay.
Is it wrong or right?
No, you're absolutely right.
It's going as an output of the brand equity. It is not an output at all.
Yeah.
As you took purposive sampling, you gave an input. Is it right? That's not an output.
Exactly.
That will be an intervening variable.
Sure.
That is not an output variable,
Sure.
first of all. Okay.
Yes.
And second thing about your study,
Yeah.
lifestyle.
Yes, sir.
How do you say that you have a good lifestyle or a not bad lifestyle. Okay. And your sample size is around 200 people are single people.
Yeah.
That is not married. Okay. Lifestyle. Okay. We can say that single people got different lifestyles and married people got different lifestyles.
Exactly.
But once you start earning, only the lifestyle changes.
Yeah.
Is it right or wrong?
It is right. It is
my
absolutely.
perception.
Yeah. It's absolutely right.
When
But
you talk about branded restaurants, how the restaurants getting branded.
yeah.
Suppose you say Pepper Mill restaurant, a branded restaurants are there, lot of restaurants. They invite people from the corporates, okay, basically to come and enjoy the food there, okay. They will not ask a school kid or a college kid to go and enjoy there. They could not afford it, okay.
Exactly.
Is it right?
Yes, sir.
So, but you have identified 204 single, not married.
Yeah.
And approximate age is 27. I don't know the bifurcation. If it is all below 25, this becomes invalid. A person maybe in the middle aged might be using in a corporate, or he can be having working some 3-4 years, may spend in a lifestyle.
Yes.
Your lifestyle starts, your career starts from working only. So after 25 only, 23, 24. Okay. So 27 years, I think so. That is the question mark.
Okay.
Purposive sampling also you told. Okay. The purpose itself is not solved there. Okay. Your purpose should be lifestyle. First, you have to define when does the lifestyle starts.
Okay.
Then we can make things happen. Okay.
Okay.
So a lot of questions I can ask you, but I don't wanted to put you on this thing. Just an overview I'm asking it. Okay.
Yeah.
So when you make a study, at least in the hypothesis or an assumptions, what you made it, if you have told that, okay, we assume this and went off, okay, can be possible, okay.
Yeah.
So good luck to you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Wonderful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So moving on with our next paper title, that is an examination of generative adversarial networks in fraud detection and risk mitigation and within financial organization, with paper ID number 60. The authors are Avnish Kumar, Shalini Srivastava, Santosh Kumar and Shikha Kapoor.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good evening.
Yeah, let me share my paper slides.
So you also have 5 minutes for presentation and 2 minutes is for questionnaire round.
Yes, Sam, just give me a second, ma'am. I hope you can see my screen, sir.
It's not. Yeah,
it's visible. You can start with the presentation.
Yeah, so I am Avnish Kumar, sir. I'm doing PhD from
Sorry to interrupt. Can you just make it to full screen?
Put it on slideshow.
Yes. I hope it's visible now, sir.
Yeah. No, it's not full slide yet.
1 second. What about now?
Now it's fine. You can start.
Yeah, let me. 1 second. Yeah, so I am Avnish Kumar. I am doing PhD from MIT University. So I am working professor. This is basically a review paper, sir. The topic is an examination of generative adversarial network in fraud detection and risk mitigation within financial organization. So objective is to find the use cases being adopted by banks or financial institutions to solve fraud risk management. We are basically the focus is more on AI, that is generative adversarial network, and how exactly banks are using it for coming or futuristic fraud detection and risk mitigation, identification of functional areas within fraud risk management, and AML for its implementation. It is based on purely on the secondary source of the data, sir. So I have analysis because it's a very new thing, so not much research has been done on this thing. But I have analyzed the approx 15 reports and which coming from different journals and articles, and then I have done the qualitative analysis, and the scope is limited to 5 different use cases, primarily fraud detection, model development, data privacy issue, risk management, explainability of the solution, and data augmentation. So generative AI, what is generative AI? So generative, everybody knows now. So generative AI is basically a IT solution or IT product which can generate content like text, audio, image, and videos based on whatever prompt or description which you are putting into the system. So primarily there are 3 AI models, generative AI models being used right now, which is more famous. One is GAN, Generative Adversarial Network. Second is transformation based model. The example is ChatGPT-4, and the third one is variance autoencoder. Google solution is based on the third one. The analysis. So data augment. So the most frequent use cases which has been observed throughout the different research paper is basically the data augmentation and fraud detection model development. So basically, as you know, that the fraudulent data or any money laundering transaction data are very thin, very less in number, and the transactions happening in bank is in crores in number. So the paucity of data is an issue. So that was being solved by this. The second is like now banks are finding it using it like, can we put some text and we get the automated query and we get the output from the structured data, so that they can do the some of the data analysis themselves, and for others they are also taking help of the IT companies. So, and the third thing is, since it is a very new thing, so not much of the companies are not putting their all the research papers or their solutions in public domain. Maybe in coming times we will find more journals or more papers on this. So there are different in the right now, whatever I have found, that there are 4 different banks which are right now started using this, and they have even made their use cases public for the public consumption, like Swedbank, ABN AMRO, ING, Goldman Sachs. The use cases which I was discussing earlier is like data augmentation. Almost all 15 research papers or the journals which I have considered, they all are using data augmentation as one use cases. Then fraud detection in ML development, risk management, explainability of the solution, and data privacy. Coming to the next slide, these are the list of X and Y analysis. So these are the list of the papers which I have been used, and these are the list of the use cases which the paper has touched upon. So basically, as I said, imbalanced data. So if you see the dark blue is the normal transactions, and the orange color is basically the fraudulent or suspicious transaction. We are using generative adversarial network to make this imbalanced data as a balanced data. Okay, so the second picture is like is more or less 50-50 situation, so that when the model gets trained, it gets the correct parameters, and it should not be skewed or it should not be biased towards any particular categorization. The last table is basically give you some a gist, like it's a very common publicly available iris data. So you can, this entire thing is based on structured data. So if you input this thing into generative adversarial script, you will get a synthetic data. So that is the crux. Like now this solution is being used to create content, and here we are using to create a structured content for the use cases where bank is struggling with the fine quality of the data. A result is like fraud. So as I said, fraud detection model development, bank are using in data privacy. So many times what's happened is, in most of the companies have very strict law against the sharing of the data, customer data, and to the any third party companies which bank has partnered with to provide a solution. So they are creating a synthetic data using the real data, and when required, they are only sending the not the actual data but the synthetic data. Some risk management, personalized product development. So they are more able to understand the personalized financial product need of the customer. Synthetic data sharing, which I already discussed. Then the challenges like difficult to train. So there are so many data and different way of different angles of data. So it is becoming difficult to train the data based on the data generated by the GenAI. Copyright issue, in many of the cases we have seen that the actual company which has created the actual content, they may come for the copyright issue. The requirement is very large. Deepfake is one of the prominent issue for generative AI. Administrative and societal challenges and effort saving. The conclusion: instead of using the real data of the project, bank can use Gen's generated data for fraud detection, model development, AML, and focus on explainability of the models. Multiple Gen variants like Genified, Smooth, FinGen, CTGen, autoencoder, Smooth, etc. can be used. It's a new technology, so potential of misuse is there by the fraudster or as scammers. So bank has to be equally concerned about how to safeguard the potential misuse of the data. So that's the conclusion of my review paper, sir. Hello.
Avnish, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, sir.
Good. Presentation idea is good. Okay. Few couple of questions is most of the papers are which you have identified, that 5 used cases are mostly on not on there are on operational risk management. Okay. It was not in the area of internal risk management.
Yes, sir.
Because most of the I worked in a bank as a regional head. I was an ICICI bank regional head. Okay. And I am the risk trainer for Central Bank of UAE. Okay.
Good, sir.
Basically, when we go inside to the risk, we don't allow outsider to come and give a tool to analyze our internal risk. Okay. First of all. Okay. Internal risk, this is very difficult. Okay.
Correct, sir.
That is the prime area where the things are happening. But external risk, that is operational risk, may everybody has started giving AIs. And I think so. You said that only 52 use cases or 52 papers you got it. Maybe the keywords, maybe mistakes or something will be there. There are a lot of papers. I am telling way back in 2020. Also, I have seen more than 100 papers on the area of these areas. Okay. So might be the keywords, might be you are putting very what do you say, not on macro keywords. Micro keywords will not work. You should go for macro keywords.
So just to answer, sir, basically this is regarding to the payment transaction fraud, sir. It's not the operational risk, basically.
You didn't say that. Okay, now only.
Okay, this is for example, let's say somehow I got the access of your phone and I'm doing the transaction.
I understood. Once you say that, I understood. Now only.
Yeah, because even sir, I'm working with.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm working with 5-6 banks. In PSU banks are our clients are we are providing enterprise fraud risk solutions, sir. Insider fraud is a very big issue to handle, sir. To watch your point. So a fraud done by the bank's employee.
Okay, I understood now. But when you are doing a review of literature or something, don't go for micro view. I'm telling you. Okay. Take a macro view. Okay. On risk management, don't put directly into payment related frauds. Okay, you will get only less number of frauds. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
UPI has come only 5 years now. It's a new baby.
Yes. Agree, sir. Agree, sir.
So, and also payment integration. Payment integration has been done earlier, but
Correct,
now
sir.
this payment, when the public is using the payments, maybe last 10 years, maybe maximum. You cannot
Yes.
get more than that. Okay. So, so the number of papers will be less only, but the keywords, if you can increase the keywords, and to macro level, and you can get more number of papers by which you can mark down the areas. Started with the risk management, and then from to internal risk, then we come to payment risk, then you come to UPI related risk. This is the way it should happen. So then you understand the entire gamut of the risk management. While doing PhD, you should not limit it to the core immediately while doing it. Then you don't leave some, and if you see the literature gap, there might be lot of literature gap in the middle also. We doesn't know that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So if you can concentrate on whole, make a bibliographic study, and
Sure, sir.
don't make a micro. Again, I'm telling you, the micro, whatever you are talking is the research gap. Okay, the research gap should come from the review of literature only, not from you directly, because you are a practitioner.
Yes, sir.
Practitioner view and the literature view is different.
Yes.
So you try to get the review, and in the review you say that this is the literature gap, so that I am studying this area. That becomes more conclusive, and then you can give a better for the scope for your PhD. Okay. Good luck.
Sir. Okay. Thank you, sir.
And I one caution for you. Again, I did my PhD in NPA in banks. I did for 2 years. Last year, when I'm going to do the data analysis, the bank did not give data.
Yes, sir. That is one of the.
This will be the major task for you. Don't do a topic when you don't get a data.
Yes. So actually, it was only to know how exactly bank are consuming the new technologies which is evolving in the surroundings.
Lastly, who is the data for you?
Pardon me, sir.
Who is the data for you? Lastly,
it's a review paper, sir.
Huh?
It's a review paper, sir.
No, I am not telling this one. I am telling about your future. When you are going to do your PhD, I am telling you the last one. When you are going to do your PhD, who will be your data?
So basically, in my PhD, sir, I am relying on the prime data. Basically, the topic of PhD is like after this long awareness drive and the strict rule created by the Central Bank of the India, what is the level of awareness and how exactly people are able to save themselves from fraudulent activity? So basically, it is more about the mobile based payments. So let's say if you are using your mobile based payment
for a customer perception there.
No, customer awareness that whether they are able to know, they know the tricks being played by the fraudster and they are able to save because of the awareness drive run by the bank, run by the RBI, or run by the other different agencies.
You are right. Again, I'm telling you who will provide you this data, or whom you are going to collect the data.
So the data will be collected from the any person who is using mobile as a payment.
Oh, then you are coming to the investor. Okay, or the people are the users. Okay?
Users, I am basically, sir.
But users does not know this angle at all.
Yeah, so here in the my main thesis paper, sir, there are 4 objectives. The one objective is regarding the causes of the fraud. That has been done by the secondary data. That has been done with the help of secondary plus the bank employees who are working on fraud department, in fact, compliance department. So there they are watching that, okay, based on their experience of handling the fraudulent cases in the bank, what are the prominent first 5 causes they have observed in their bank, and that is being thrown to the normal user who is using mobile as a payment system. Whether they have interface, we have the experience similar fraud in their day-to-day activity. If yes, whether they were able to save themselves or they lost money. If lost, whether one time or more than one times.
Okay,
what is
sir. Thank you, Avnish. I understood now. I thought your objective is different. Thank you.
Thank you,
good
sir.
luck for your PhD.
Thanks for the time, sir.
Hope a nice day for you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So, moving on with our next paper title, that is AI-driven threat detection in e-governance system, a hybrid machine learning approach, with paper ID number 90. And the authors are Seema Sirpal, Balraj Hosmani, Pradeep Singh, Sachin Kumar, and Ompal.
Very good afternoon. Am I audible?
Good evening, ma'am. Yes, you are audible.
Okay, yeah.
Can you please share your screen?
Okay, sure.
Just click on full screen.
Yeah, sure. Is it okay?
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
is it
You may
visible?
start.
Okay,
Ma'am,
right.
you have
So,
5 minutes to present and 2 minutes is for question round.
yeah, sure, sure. A very good evening, sirs, Dr. Ravichandran and Dr. Bhandari. I'm Seema Sitpal. With me, Balaraj Utsamani and Pradeep Singh have joined this call, and we will together will be presenting it. And we are working with University of Delhi and researching also, and we are from various departments. And our paper title is AI-driven strategy. Yeah, so our paper title is AI-driven threat detection in e-governance systems, a hybrid machine learning approach. So, right. Actually, as governments have increasingly moved towards digital first service delivery, which is obviously there is no longer optional. It has become an essential thing, and obviously because of that, large volumes of sensitive citizen data are now stored and processed within centralized e-governance system through cloud infrastructure or online platforms. Which is obviously this digital transformation has improved efficiency and accessibility, but it also has made national digital infrastructure an attractive target for advanced cyber attacks. Right. So, if we talk about cyber attacks in early 2000s, signature-based detections were there. Cybersecurity relies on identifying known malicious patterns. Then later in mid 2010s, behavioral monitoring started, which the focus was it shifted to analyzing system behavior for anomalies. And then late 2010s, machine learning in security started. It was initial starting was there, and now the present is XGBoost and isolation forest. It is a hybrid approach which we are proposing, which combines known threat detection with anomaly detection for real-time protection. So key humanized takeaways, we talk about enhancing government digital security. Obviously, we have seen the vulnerability because of the online platforms and everything going online, sensitive citizen data. The, the gap is the traditional security tools were like wanted poster. The identified people are there or identified attacks were there, and the security guard was told that okay, you don't let these in. But if that person has changed its appearance, then the system will fail to identify, right? So the solution is our approach works our approach works more like a trained security guard who understands what normal activity looks like. Even without recognizing a face, the guard can sense someone's behavior which doesn't fit and respond before harm is done. So that is the proactive digital security which we are proposing. I request Balaraj Osamani to take it forward now. Thank you.
Next please. Now here approaches comes from the data sets, what we have taken it from CSC, CIC 2018 data set we are using. And we are using two kinds of architectures here. One is supervised learning, another is the unsupervised learning. For supervised learning, we are using the XGBoost mechanism, library, and for unsupervised, we are using isolation forest, using both combined. Because when we're using for the XGBoost, it is one of the wonderful library what I feel is to be, because it adds the small penalties to the what it has already learned and what need to be taken. And from unsupervised learning, we take a large data sets and it will work very easily to make the data patterns to understand the hybrid detections. And whatever we are feature engineering and normalization we are taking, it will be a scalar and applied for the data sets. Currently, we are experimenting this on 1001 data sets from the IDS 2018. And whatever output we are getting, we are getting it to the streamlined interface that we have built. And to that, we can have the data dashboards to show the threads and all. So next slide will be. And how it will work. One is what we have did, tested setup, we have did the tested setup in our local environment. So through that, we are giving the input of the CSC data 2018 test, having the 1001 data logs. We have the traffic categories there. We categorize the traffic as learned and non-learned. And when the data set enters the system, it will identify where there is an actual anomaly. If there is a packet called packet 7 in the data set which has on anomaly, so it triggers for that, and then the same will be put to the SOC that this particular triggering has been done. Here basically coming about the this one XGBoost. XGBoost working here in the way of lambda and alpha models. Lambda will be the L2 declaration and alpha will be the L1 declaration. Here it will go for the max depth and it will give the complexity of the trees. If the tree is complexity, then it will divide it into the minimum child pair. So that small parts of can be divided. So for the learning and for the supervised. Then comes the learning control. When the tree has been divided into smaller parts like a gamma and it is split for the smaller things, then it will be eta for learning, step size and all. Then will come the ST motors,
I
the number
request
of trees it will come.
conclude it faster since your
Yeah.
time is up.
Then whatever research finding we got it, real-time processing we are doing and fast thread we are getting and operational stability. As I said, packet 7 has an anomaly. So it is coming to there and identifying it. And same will be giving for the dashboard. And next will be the whatever our findings are there, research findings are there. When we are using a precision test environment, we are getting 98% of accuracy. When we go to the traditional way, there we are getting the downfall. Error has been reductions and compared to the baselines and all. Here accuracy in the baseline model is 72%, and in proposed hybrid system, what we are using there, we are getting the outcome at 99%. And here the improvement factor is 26.7%. We are getting improvement. And false positive is very less in our proposed system. Into the baseline system, it is 12.8%. Why? Because identifying the signatures and all, it is very high. Detection speed is in our system, we are getting 194x faster detections. And whatever the anomaly detection logic we have used is here x of n is 2 into e of x height x divided by c of n. Here x of n is the path of length, the depth of the trees and split edges will be notifying, and e of x is the average path of the length packet x across the collection of many isolation trees. Then c of n denotes the normalization factor, that is the BST what we are using. And decision logic is simple, s is greater than 1, then score is higher than the thread has been detected. If the score is less than 0.5, then the path is longer.
Sorry, your time is up. We may proceed with the questionnaire.
Yeah.
Your idea seems to be very good, but it is too technical for me to analyze. Okay.
Yes, sir.
The first thing, and the second thing, who is your data set first of all?
Sir, CSC data set, sir, from the open source we have got it from, and it is openly published by the government only. Then we can use the data set, sir.
Oh. So that data set is freely available, but how can you ascertain the data's validity?
Sir, provided by the government platform, sir. So data is validated at their end. Then we are using it. We are making it to the tree form, sir. By using the XGBoost, we are converting the data whatever we are getting into the tree form, so that they will be divided into smaller parts to identify. The XGBoost only identify the pattern in a faster way. And the isolation forest, sir, what it does is it gets a larger data set and it divides it into the small trees for identify the supervised learning, sir. And if the XGBoost fail to identify them, then it will add some penalty so that it can learn from the unsupervised learning.
Great, yeah. I hope so. Some technical guy can come and analyze yours because it's too IT oriented. Okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So if a person with IT background can, if there is here available, you'd have asked more questions. Thank
Yes,
you.
yes,
Have
sir.
a good luck. Good day. Bye bye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir and ma'am. So moving on with the next paper title, that is Modeling COVID-19 Variants Transmission Using Stochastic Differential Equation, Insights into Uncertainty and Spread, with paper ID number 114, and the author is Kuldeep Chaudhary, sir.
Good evening, everyone. My paper title is Modeling the Transmission Dynamics of Emerging COVID-19 Variant Using Stochastic Differential Equation, Insight into Uncertainty and State Behavior. In this model, actually, we have used the concept of stochasticity in infection rate. Traditional SIR model either is a deterministic and they use the system of differential equations to represent the behavior, and then they will analyze what is the pattern, and they will use the concept of local stability, global stability, and they will do the numerical simulation. But in this paper, we use the concept like marketing, because if we compare these SIR model with the marketing, suppose we are talking about a generation product. If we have a one product is there, and then we have a saturation, after that the company will launch a new product. So then there's actually saturation, then first generation will down, and then second generation will emerge, and then so similarly we observe the pattern of actually COVID-19. We have seen that several variants are there, and whenever we have seen that there is actually saturation of the population for a particular variant, then we have seen that new variant in a actually population, and then one is increase and then second one is decrease. So we use the concept of actually we have an misinformation. What is actually infection rate? There is uncertainty. That's why we use the concept of the noise with the help of the stochastic differential equation. So there is a motivation for this research. Second, we use the actually stochastic differential equation, specifically stochastic differential equation, to model a problem, and we use a different variant in a particular simulation study. We use two variant actually problem only, and but in a mathematically we write an actually variant problem. So we use actually data, and we have some model evaluation metric. We validate our model on these statistical criteria, and then we will give the actually outcome. And we have actually limitations also for this model. We cannot say that we can use this actually model. We have some certain limitation. There's a notation we use. IT in this case is infection infected population, expected value by time t, and in this case, as we are saying that expected number of potential susceptible population, you can say that like a complete population, suppose for a particular virus is susceptible. Pi is the proportion of the actually susceptible population by ith variant. Suppose we have two variant, so what is the P1 represent the proportion of the population infected by the first actually variant. Then we have SP1. In this case, SP1 is the proportion of actually susceptible by ith, and S is the total. So we obtain this is the susceptible population for the first actually, if we are writing I is equal to P1. Alright, is rate of the infection, and sigma 18, that case we are using actually the magnitude of irregular fluctuations. In that case, we can say that there is a actually uncertainty in infection rate. With what magnitude? In that case, this sigma ij represent the magnitude of fluctuation in infection rate, and gamma it in this case is represent a standard Gaussian white noise in a period tj minus 1. Tj minus 1 and Tj in this particular interval, actually jth time period we have ith invariant. In that case, we have certain assumptions, and it's a limitation actually. Each potential susceptible population of any variant is infected by one one time only, and then we are assuming that the total population actually is finite over time, and we are, maybe actually if we have a time constant, so maybe population will increase over the time. But in that case, we are assuming, for example, 2 years, we assume that the susceptible population is constant over time. This is the assumption in that case. Then we have we assume that due to the introduction of a new variant of a COVID-19, a change in infection rate for remaining infected population of the earlier COVID-19, and then we have a noise in actually in a infection rate, and this noise represented by the stochastic differential equation. In equation number 2, give me the idea what is the infection pattern of a ith variant, and in this case Bt is the infection rate, sigma it, this part actually particularly denotes the noise in an infection rate, SIT is a total susceptible population, I in this case is ith actually variant infected population. So we solve this equation. First, we convert this equation for represent a stochastic differential equation. First, we convert the stochastic differential equation in stochastic differential equation. Then we use the actually formula to obtain the solution in this case, and this y w 1 it actually represent the Wiener process for the first actually variant. In that case, this is the noise actually. So we will take the expected value, then we have a deterministic term, so that we can estimate the values of the parameter with the help of the existing data set. So in that case, in the previous section, we assumed that there is only one variant in a population in a particular time, T0 to T1. Then in a second time period, T1 to T2, we assume that there is a second variant is also there, and we define a system of linear equation. Equation 7 denotes this infection pattern. If I will write I is equal to 1, then we have one system of linear equation represent the infection pattern for the first variant, and I is equal to 2 represent the infection pattern for the second variant. And then again we convert a problem in a E2 stochastic differential equation, and by using E2 formula we obtain the solution, in this case represented by the equation number 8, and then we estimate the values, expected values in this case is given by equation number 9. Then we have two options. Suppose we have a variant wise data, so we can estimate the values of the actually parameter for data for variant 1 and 2. Otherwise, what we can do, we can take the addition of both the populations. Suppose we are not able to actually identify in a population this particular proportion of the population is infected by 1 and 2, like in Indian case. Suppose we collect the infection data, so we are not able to identify if this particular population is infected by this actually variant only. So in that case, we will take the summation, and then we will use the combined data, and then we will estimate the values of the parameter here. So in that case, for the mathematical point of view, we can write it a general actually for n variant population. Yes. So we use these two data sets for UK and cross year. In that case, we have week-wise alpha and delta cases. Table denotes. Then second actually is for a cross year, and we can actually estimate the values of the parameter with help of the SPSS software. And this is the values of the parameter for actually data set 1 and 2. And then we have a comparison criteria, R square MSC AIC for actually alpha variant and then delta variant in that case for UK and cross year. And we have seen that if we compare, from my observation, we know that MSC R square is actually very good. In that case, it's 99, but MSC is large. But point is that if we see the actually pattern of the data, infection data, if we compare with the other one, then we have seen that if we say that in a case of the actually infection, this data actually is give me the estimations give me the better result. If we compare with the deterministic part, like traditional actually mathematical model, in that case this MSC is comparable. You cannot say that the MSC of this particular actually model is very high, but rest of the actually statistical criteria give me the better result. So now we have stochastic. First one is for the deterministic. When you put the sigma, magnitude of the noise is equal to 0, and then we have a value. What is the magnitude of the noise in a data? So we can estimate the value to the parameter for stochastic model, and in that case we have the values for a alpha variant here. So in that case, it's the goodness of fit for both the curve here and for UK, and then for 0 to T1 and T1 to T2 for both the actually variant in UK, and then is for the cross here. This is the for the Switzerland. We have actually estimate the values of the parameter for actually stochastic. So in that case, is the conclusion we can actually develop a model like a marketing concept, because if we see there's a relationship in between generation, product, and in a variant wise infection, and we can clearly observe that we can make a prediction of the type, what is actually behavior of infection pattern for the particular variant. So that's all from my side. Is the set of the references we have used to writing this paper. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kuldeep.
Two questions. This is a curiosity.
Yes, sir.
I am not a master in this. Okay. Curiosity one is, if a person at the same time affected twice,
Yes.
that's a problem. Normally, a COVID once affected, it will not come, they say. But people we have seen, it is affected within 10 days or 15 days or 1 month. Again, it got affected. And the data set, how it reflects, I don't know. Okay.
Actually, in if we observe the pattern of actually of the data, we have the two categories are there: infected and recovered. And
recovered
that's
afterwards
also there.
again.
But we are not able to. Yes, sir. We are not able to identify either is the reinfection is there.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
And the second thing you told is that's a time gap.
Yeah.
Your conclusion, and that is the correlation now.
Yeah.
Why? Because what time he recovered and what time again he got back. It's a time.
Yes.
That time is the crucial for your conclusion.
Yes.
Now, when you're coming to conclusion, you said one product dies and one product comes up.
Yes.
But it might be theoretically right. Okay. Conceptually right. Okay. What you're saying, we are seeing this practically, we are seeing in the model.
Yes, sir.
But it comes to technically in this COVID area, we cannot define that.
No, sir, we can actually we are saying that we use the word is the repeat purchase in a marketing.
No, in marketing is different because we have a product life cycle is there.
In this case, actually, we are using limitation. We have a limitation. I'm not taking as the reinfection, but we can use this. Actually, I'm working on this part also. We are writing a reinfection is there. So means is that we assume that the susceptible population will increase.
Nowadays, you see Sholay movie is coming again.
Yeah. For example,
okay. Re-release.
For example, 100 people are there, infected people. If somebody is reinfected again, so then this one converted to 101. You cannot say that.
No, in that, the time only I'm asking. The time is the important point. Reinfected data is yours, right? Okay. But time. The time which is taken to that is very important.
So delay differential equations.
I don't know. You are a mathematician. I know that. I understood. But I'm not a mathematician. I'm just telling my logic.
That can use the delay. There's actually infection and reinfection. There is a time gap. So we can represent this type of the pattern with the help of the delay differential.
Because when it is coming back, what time it is coming back, is that a correlation is there between the time gap?
Like a software have a detection and correction.
Might be.
Similarly, in case is a reinfection, because there's a time gap in between.
Two things are reinfection and time. These two are the constraints, or these are the insight to a model you should implement this.
Yes, in the future again.
That comes realistic.
Yes,
yeah. Thank you, Professor. Thank you. You cannot speak to mathematicians. No, they don't come with numbers. They come with
Thank
alpha,
you so
beta.
much, sir. Okay, thank you so much, sir. So moving on with our next paper title, Adoption of NFTs and Alternative Investment Among Gen Z Investors, Motivation, Risk, Perception and Wealth Creation Behavior, with paper ID number 33. And the authors are Anshika Tiwari and Naveen Kaur ma'am. You have 5 minutes to present the paper, and 2 minutes would be for questionnaire round. Uh, can you unmute yourself?
Am I audible now?
Yeah, you're audible.
So my topic is good evening, everyone. My name is Anshika Tiwari from Amity University, INBUSH. Today, I will be presenting my research on the adoption of NFTs and alternative investment among Gen Z investors, especially focusing on motivation, risk, perception, and wealth creation. So, a basic intro. Financial markets are undergoing structural transformation through blockchain technology. Emergence of decentralized assets such as cryptocurrency and NFTs are there in the market. Shift from traditional assets class to digitally native investment instruments. Growing participants of Gen Z in alternative investment ecosystems. So the basic question arises why we targeted Gen Z, because they are the first fully digital native investors generation, highly technologically educated and platform engagement, early exposure to decentralized finance ecosystem, strong aspiration for financial independence, and accelerated wealth creation. We did this to understand this section so that we can get the future direction of digital capital markets. The background: what are NFTs? A non-fungible token, which are unique digital assets stored on a blockchain that represents ownership of a specific item, such as digital art, music, gaming items, or virtual properties. The main thing of NFTs are that they are unique. They cannot be exchanged like cryptocurrencies. They are non-fungible. Each NFT has a unique value and identity. It provides proof of digital ownerships. Example, just like an original painting has one owner, an NFT proves ownership of a unique digital item. What are alternative investment? Alternative investments are non-traditional assets that investors use to diversify their portfolio potential, earn higher returns. They usually carry higher risk, but offer higher return potential, provide diversification benefits. Example, real estate, gold and commodities, private equities, cryptocurrencies, and NFTs. So we did a brief literature review, which highlighted evolution of digital assets. In 2009, Bitcoin introduced decentralized blockchain-based transactions. Cryptocurrencies functions more as financial assets than currency itself. High volatility linked to sentiment, regulatory uncertainty, and systematic risk. NFTs differ from traditional assets, pricing driven by rarity, visibility, speculation. Behavioral and social dimension, stronger herding behavior and social media sentiments, sensitivity, overconfidence and risk misperceptions prominent in speculative markets. NFTs derive value from digital ownership, identity, and community partnership. Technology adoption perspective, perceived usefulness, ease of use, and trust drive digital adoption. Governance and institutional clarity influence investment participations. And Gen Z's digital native lowers technology barriers to blockchain investments. The research gap which we found, that the research which was done earlier focused largely on price volatility, not wealth creation behavior. Behavioral finance and technology adoption often studied separately, limited empirical evidence on awareness, motivation, and risk perception in Gen Z NFT investments. So, this study contributes by integrating financial economics, behavioral finance, and technology adoption theory to examine whether Gen Z NFT adoption reflects speculative behavior or structured wealth creation strategy. Conception model, which we are going to use in this research paper as the research is currently in progress. So the study uses an extended behavioral financial technology adoption model. This model combines concept from behavioral finance theory, technological acceptance, and the risk return framework. It is tailored to explain how Gen Z behave when investing in alternative investments. We have certain variables. Independent variables are awareness and adoption,
Anshika,
knowledge
I
exposure,
request you to conclude it faster since your time is almost up.
Yeah. With NFTs and alternative investment, motivation factor and risk perception is there. Dependent variable is wealth creation behavior. And there is an assumption. The model assumes that greater awareness lead to stronger motivation to invest. It also suggests that motivation and risk perception together affects wealth creation behavior among Gen Z investors. The analytical tools which we are going to use is descriptive statistics, reliability testing, factor analysis, and regression model. So the preliminary directional insight which we got from our survey is high awareness, low commitment. While awareness of NFTs is nearly universal among Gen Zs, most respondents are still in the planning to invest phase. They are curious but haven't yet moved significant capital into digital assets, preferring to wait for better market entry points or clearer values. Reliance on pin influencers versus self research. There is a massive reliance on social media, YouTube, X, and peer network for investment discovery. However, growing trend of self research suggests that this generation is becoming more skeptical of pure hype and is seeking deeper project fundamentals.
Your time is up. Your time is up.
Anshika, I request you to conclude.
Yeah, okay.
Only having 60 seconds, requesting you to kindly skip to the conclusion. Yeah.
So the conclusion which we are not completely completed the research. So the basic conclusion is this research positions NFT not merely as a speculative digital assets, but as a behavioral and technological phenomena, shaping next generation investment culture by systematically examining psychological drivers, technological familiarity, and wealth orientation. The study advances a structured framework for understanding digital asset adoption within Gen Zs. At its current stage, the project emphasizes theoretical integration and methodological rigor while progressing toward empirical validation. The objective is to contribute meaningfully to the evolving discourse on alternative investments and generational financial transformation through evidence-based interdisciplinary inquiry. Thank you.
Thank you, Anshika. Any questions, sir?
Thank you, Anshika. But be clear on your data because Gen Z alone it will not work. Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay, so we are focusing on Gen Z because they are the Gen Zs thrive for higher return. They due to their
I understand how many Gen Zs are now getting good salaries and get placed very well. And then how do you find that people data limitations will be too much for you? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's concentrate on youth, maybe at the age up to 25 or something or 30 or something. Then work on it. Okay. If you
yes, Gen Z, we have taken the age group from 1999 till the date of like approximately to the age of 27 years.
Okay. Thank you,
yes.
then.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Anshika. So moving on with the next paper title, that is Understanding the Influence of Leadership, Cohesion and Conflict Management on the Effective Functioning of Diverse Team, with paper ID number 84, and the authors are Rashmi Meni ma'am, Babita Bhati and Arushi Handa.
Yeah, hi, am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Should I share my PPT?
Sure, please.
Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible, and you only have 5 minutes to present since we are running out of time.
Yeah, sure.
Can you make it a full screen?
Yeah, is it okay?
Yeah, fine. You may start.
Yeah, hi, good evening, everyone, and good evening, organizers. Thanks for this opportunity. So today I'm here with my presentation on the understanding the influence of leadership, cohesion, and conflict management on the effective functioning of diverse work teams. So, as we know, and as evident from all the these quotes and these news articles which I have taken from here and there, collated from the different newspapers and news articles.
shows unanimously the fact that the diverse work teams are something which is quintessential in today's workforce. However, with these diverse workforce comes the diverse perspectives which everybody brings to the table. So with this thing, how are these diverse work teams foraying at the workplace, and what are the different challenges which we are having? Talking about that, this is just a second. This is the recent literature review which we collected for regarding the topic which we have. Now, as you can see, the researchers from 25 to 24, we have all these research papers which are consistently showing the gap that the variables like leadership and performance and inclusion are the ones which have been studied, very largely studied in isolation. However, we don't have an integrated framework as such which is possible. So there is this lack of unified conceptual model, and how these three factors are jointly influencing the the functioning of the diverse work teams. So our purpose of this particular paper is just to identify what is the come up with us one model wherein we can have the impact of these three factors onto the functioning of these diverse work teams. So basically, there is this need for in-depth qualitative insights into this particular area. So my research question here is, how do leadership, cohesion, and conflict, these three are influencing the diversity in work teams? Now, this is a research framework which we get from here. The objective, of course, fragmenting all these three individually, the impact of leadership, cohesiveness, and conflict management onto the functioning of these diverse work teams. The proposition is, we believe that all these three variables with leadership, team cohesiveness, and conflict management are having a significant impact on the functioning of the teams. Now, talking about the research methodology process, we adopted the qualitative approach for this particular process. We had talked to around 57 managers from various startups organizations in Delhi NCR, and we used the snowball sampling for this, and the semi-structured interviews were conducted. On an average, the length of the interviews were around 40 to 50 minutes on an average. The data was we used content analysis to analyze the data, and it was done using the grounded theory approach. So as the content analysis process goes, we initially had the open prompts, the questions were asked, and based on those prompts, when the answers or the responses were received, based on or using those transcripts, we built the codes. The codes were further divided into sub-themes, and sub-themes further resulted into these emerging themes of these three variables. So when we conducted those interviews and using the content analysis, we saw that the leadership is having a pretty good influence on the effective functioning of the diverse work teams. The team cohesiveness also was found to be influencing the functioning of these teams, and conflict management techniques were also found to be influencing the functioning of these diverse work teams. So all the three propositions which we had in hand were supported. Talking about the contribution of this particular study onto the existing theoretical arena, we are basically here extending the social learning theory approach, which was given by Albert Bandura in 1977. So this basically integrates diversity performance framework. We are adding on just one more dimension to this particular framework, which is already existing. Also, it is contributing to the inclusive workplace literature. Maybe we can have better insights into how to manage these diverse work teams with these three variables which we are talking about. Practically speaking, probably the leaders or the practitioners or the managers can use the insights to develop more inclusive teams, and the cohesion or the work team cohesion can be more focused upon. The managers can be better trained in.
Since we are already running out of time.
Yeah, it's already done. That's why quick. I'm pretty quick. So the managers can be trained on managing the team conflicts, and the intercultural competencies can be further promoted. Last but not the least, limitations. Of course, we had the snowball sampling technique used, since it was not easy to contact the managers on first hand. Then the qualitative research as such, though we used in vivo and content analysis, which is well proven in the research literature, however, it still carries the limitation of generalizing the particular research, and also it is limited to the geographical region of Delhi NCR. So probably we may have limitation on that part also. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Rashmi, go to the model. Yeah. I think so. The model has to be tweeted something. Okay. Leadership has a role to play in conflict management. Okay. Leadership and conflict management and diverse work of teams is one triangle. And cohesiveness is an intervening variable to both conflict management and the leadership actually. And also to the diverse work team also. I think so. There should be an intervening variable, sir.
Thanks for the input,
Because
sir.
the leadership and conflict cannot be splitted. Okay.
We can explore that particular triangulation also, sir.
Okay, you have to have an intervening between them because it is not alone. Leadership and work team, team's cohesiveness is the intervening variable. It is not a separate variable. Cohesiveness comes in the team only. It is not outside the team. And also conflict management is a part of the leadership. When people play games, leadership, conflict, and teams play games inside, then only the evolvement will happen. Otherwise, he is not a leader. Okay.
We can include that angle too, sir. It can be the way you are structuring. It can be looked at as a mediating variable, and it can also be studied as the independent antecedent also. So here, what we have taken is as an independent antecedent. The way you are suggesting it,
I think so. It will not give you positive results when you go to the actual implementation of these things. Okay, there should be. This is an cohesiveness is always not cannot be individual. It should be inside to the team's cohesiveness only. Okay, and it is a interconnected variable actually. Okay, think about it. Okay, good luck to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So moving on with the last paper presentation of the day. The paper title is When Inclusion Policies Do Not Translate into Practice, an institutional analysis of Indian MNCs, with the paper ID number 80, and the authors are Aman Kapoor and Shikha Kapoor.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to confirm if you're able to see the presentation.
It's in progress. Can you click on the full screen?
Can you see this now?
Yes, sir. You may begin. And you have only 5 minutes to present the paper.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. And my presentation is titled When Inclusion Policies Do Not Translate into Practice, an institutional analysis of Indian multinational corporations. So I have worked on this paper and I'm doing my research with Dr. Shikha Kapoor. And I just want to start the study with a question, which is what if the policy, designated to protect inclusion are only protecting organizational reputation? To make it simpler, if organization adopts inclusion policies, do those policies actually improve lived workplace experience or no? So globally, diversity and inclusions are now strategic priorities. Many multinational corporations publicly commit to the inclusion through anti-discrimination clauses, partnering benefits, emerging groups, and pride initiatives, but visibility is not the same as impact. The real question is, does policy adoption translate into psychological safety? The question becomes especially important in India because the title also reads in Indian multinational corporations, right? So the question becomes especially important in India, where global corporate standards intersect with conversational social realities. So the tension between policy and practice motivated this study, and hence institutional theory provides the lens of organizations often adopt formal structures to gain legitimacy, but those structures may not be coupled from daily operations, leading to the policy practice decoupling. The objective, hence, though you can see approximately 5 objectives here in the paper, but the underlying objective for the research was to examine whether inclusion practices in Indian multinational corporations meaningfully influence organizational climate. So 3 variables: organizational climates, perceived inclusion, and psychological safety. So if we move to the methodology, I use the dominant mixed method approach, wherein survey data from 300 employees. So this is not specifically to the committee or community employees, overall 300 employees. PLSM analysis, reliability and validity confirmed, was also confirmed, and IPMA was conducted with a qualitative thematic analysis for triangulation. The findings, before findings, a few limitations. So given the dedicated nature of this subject, there is a noticeable hesitation among individuals to voice their opinions or engage in discussions about it, because people are not willing to, come out as they are actually. So they do not want to disclose whether they are from the community. Majority of the people who filled the survey also were a little reluctant, hesitant, or did not come out, despite of the fact somewhere down the line we were aware that they are part of the community. Having said that, overemphasis on the policy adoption was there, wherein existing literature assumes inclusion policy automatically improves employee outcomes. Limited institutional analysis of inclusion, wherein policies are there, but there was no, there was no application of those to the workplace inclusion. And then lack of empirical evidences from India, because in India, any which ways, most research on inclusions is Western centric, because the topic is more westernized, and gap between symbolic and experiential outcomes. So moving to the results and findings, the inclusion practices significantly improve perception of organization climates. However, their explanatory power or psychological safety and lived inclusion is relatively low. Mediation effects were weak. This means policies improve symbolic climate perception, but do not strongly translate into experiential, experiential safety. The ITMA results reinforces this. Organizations perform well on visible policy initiatives, but underperform on psychological safety. With qualitative responses confirms the gap. Employees who were interviewed specifically were described inclusion as present on papers, but inconsistently enforced in practice. These findings strongly support institutional decoupling. And these were the few findings and results, wherein 300 professionals overall were interviewed and collected surveys from. And out of those, approximately 112 professionals were from the community across 12 industries, with measurement models in place and structure models in place with IPMAs and explanatory power. Then these findings strongly support institutional decoupling. Inclusion policies enhance legitimacy, but they do not consistently alter interpersonal risk, power dynamics, or everyday behavior at the workplace. So the implication is clear that policy adoption is necessary but insufficient. Organizations must move from symbolic compliances to structural integrations. This requires leadership, accountability, stronger enforcement mechanisms, and deliberate cultivation of psychological safety. So to conclude, the inclusion is not achieved through announcements, it is achieved through embedded practices. The future of inclusion lies into not in policies adopted, but in practices embedded. This is the literature review that was done just to emphasis more on the organization I'm working with. I am working with BCG, and hence BCG is a very powerful researcher when it comes to the pride communities and everything. So majority of the papers and the reports published were via BCG, wherein many other reports from McKinsey's and blogs and Twitter handles and books were also referred with publications and reports. And that's about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aman. Aman, one question. You have shown us the statistical data, but which statistical model you used for your analysis? I was not able to find that. Which statistical model you used?
Are you referring to this?
Yes. 300 professionals, R square values, everything is there, but which model you used to get all these values?
So basically, so too technical for me to answer this, but what I know is that the survey was done via MS form,
But how you
basically,
got
and
these values, these
aside to
R
that,
square, or
SPSS and R square.
the
Yeah.
SPSS is a tool. I'm asking you, in SPSS, which statistical model you use? Like
I
regression, structured equation modeling. What sort of model you used? How you
so
got these?
sorry, sir.
How you got these values? How you got these values?
So I don't think I will be able to answer this now because it is done with help of my guide, wherein I am too weak when it comes to statistical things.
Okay, no problem. No. Any question, doctor? Doctor, any question? Thank you, Aman. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
So thank you so much everyone for their wonderful presentation. With this, we end the sessions of day one. Now I would like to invite Dr. Vivek Kumar sir to felicitate our session chairs, Dr. Ravi Chandran sir and Dr. Ravdeep Singh Bhandari sir, along with Dr. Kuldeep sir.